Hello and welcome to BookWaves. Today is a very special day. After a long and emotional journey, we are finally releasing the complete, unabridged audiobook of Lucy Maud Montgomery's hidden treasure, The Blue Castle. For those of you who have followed along with us chapter by chapter, thank you so much. How was the journey for you? What was your favorite chapter? Or Valancy's most memorable moment of courage? Please let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And now, a little preview of what's to come on BookWaves. Once we've closed the doors to the Blue Castle, we will be traveling to a charming English village in the Victorian era. Our next full audiobook will be the witty and heartwarming classic Cranford by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. I can't wait to share that wonderful story with you all. But for now, please sit back, relax, and immerse yourself in the complete story of Valancy Stirling's search for her very own Blue Castle. Chapter 1. If the rain had not fallen on that particular May morning, my entire life would have unfolded along a different path. Instead of lying awake in my small shadowed room, I would have joined my relatives at Aunt Wellington's engagement picnic. Dr. Trent, too, would have departed for Montreal, never crossing my path on that day. But the rain came, steady and unrelenting, and because of it, the course of my existence shifted in ways I could not yet imagine. I awoke early, before the first pale hints of dawn touched the sky. That hour always seemed lifeless and heavy, a time when hope felt most distant. My sleep had been restless, broken by anxious thoughts and the quiet ache of approaching my 29th birthday. In this place, in this family, a woman of 29, unmarried, was simply someone who had failed. Deerwood and the Stirling clan had long ago decided my fate. I was to be the old maid, the one left behind. Yet, deep within me, a fragile, shamed hope had always lingered, a hope that romance might still find me. That hope, however, seemed to wither on this wet, dismal morning as I faced the truth. 29 years old, and not a single man had ever chosen me. There was the real pain. I did not mind the prospect of old maidenhood as much as others might expect. After all, I reasoned, being an old maid could hardly be worse than being married to someone like Uncle Wellington, Uncle Benjamin, or even Uncle Herbert. What truly stung was that I had never been given the chance to be anything else. No one had ever wanted me. As I lay alone in the dim graying light, tears welled in my eyes. I could not let myself cry as hard as I wished. Two reasons held me back. First, I feared that crying would trigger another attack of that strange pain around my heart. Only last night, after getting into bed, I had suffered a spell worse than any before. Second, I dreaded that my mother would notice my red eyes at breakfast and subject me to her relentless, mosquito-like questions about the cause. A grim, hollow amusement flickered through me as I imagined what would happen if I told the truth. If I answered, "I am crying because I cannot get married," the shock on my mother's face would be profound. Yet, every day, she lived with the silent shame of having an unmarried daughter. Of course, appearances must always be maintained. I could almost hear my mother's prim, commanding voice in my mind, insisting that it was not proper for a woman to think about men. The memory of how her mother's face would contort at the truth almost made me laugh, a brief, silent ripple in the gloom. I had a sense of humor, one so subtle and hidden that no one in my family ever guessed at its existence. There were, in fact, many things about me that remained mysteries to those around me. Small, secret parts of myself I kept tucked away, safe from their judgment. Yet my laughter was only a thin veneer, vanishing almost as soon as it appeared. I curled into myself, feeling insignificant and powerless, listening to the relentless rain drumming against the windows. The cold, pitiless light of early morning began to seep into my room, and I watched it with a kind of queasy aversion, knowing it would soon reveal every flaw in the space I so despised. Every detail of that room was etched into my memory, each one a note in a discordant symphony of ugliness. I knew them all, and I hated them all. The floor, painted a sickly yellow, was marred by a hideous hooked rug beside my bed, its grotesque dog forever grinning up at me when I awoke, a mockery I could never escape. The wallpaper, once a deep red, had faded to a dull, oppressive shade, while the ceiling bore the stains of old leaks and the jagged scars of time. My washstand was narrow and pinched, barely able to hold my few belongings. A lambrequin of brown paper, garishly decorated with purple roses, hung limply, while a spotted, cracked mirror propped precariously on an inadequate dressing table reflected my image back at me in a distorted, unkind way. On the table sat a jar of ancient potpourri, the scent long since faded, made by my mother in the days of her so-called honeymooner time, as mythical to me as the stories of fairyland. Next to it was a shell-covered box, one corner burst open, crafted by Cousin Stickles in her own equally mythical girlhood. A beaded pincushion, its fringe half gone, added to the air of neglect, while a single stiff, yellow chair stood guard in the corner. On the wall hung a faded motto, gone but not forgotten, stitched in colored yarn around the grim visage of great-grandmother Stirling, her eyes seeming to follow me wherever I moved. Old photographs of long-dead relatives, banished from the rooms below, stared out from their frames, reminders of a lineage that weighed heavily on my shoulders. Only 2 pictures in the room were not of family. One was a cheap chromolithograph of a puppy, sitting forlornly on a rainy doorstep. That image always filled me with sadness, the little dog, huddled against the cold, rain pouring down around him. Why did no one open the door and let him in? The other picture was a faded engraving of Queen Louise descending a staircase, a gift from Aunt Wellington on my 10th birthday. For 19 years I had looked at that portrait and resented it, beautiful, smug, self-satisfied Queen Louise. Yet I never dared to remove it or destroy it. Mother and Cousin Stickles would have been horrified, or, as I irreverently thought, they would have had a fit. Every room in the house was ugly, of course. Downstairs, at least, appearances were maintained to some degree, but only because those rooms might be seen by guests. There was never any money or effort spent on the rooms that nobody ever saw. Sometimes I felt that I could have done something to improve my own room, even without money, if only I had been allowed. Yet every timid suggestion I made was dismissed by my mother, and I never pressed the issue. I never pressed any issue. I was simply too afraid. My mother could not tolerate opposition. If I ever displeased her, she would sulk for days, carrying herself with all the wounded dignity of an insulted duchess. The only thing I liked about my room was that, at night, I could be alone there, free to cry if I wanted to. But really, what did it matter if a room was ugly when it was used for nothing except sleeping and dressing? I was never permitted to stay alone in my room for any other reason. According to Mrs. Frederick Stirling and Cousin Stickles, anyone who wanted to be alone must have some sinister motive. In their eyes, solitude was always suspect. But in my blue castle, my secret refuge, my room was everything a room ought to be. In my waking life, I was timid, subdued, constantly overruled, and dismissed. But in my daydreams, I allowed myself to be bold and free. No one in the Stirling clan, not even my mother or Cousin Stickles, suspected this hidden side of me. They never realized that I had 2 homes: the ugly red brick box on Elm Street and the Blue Castle in Spain. I had lived in the Blue Castle in spirit for as long as I could remember. I was only a tiny child when I first discovered it within myself. Whenever I closed my eyes, I could see it clearly: turrets and banners rising from a pine-clad mountain, the castle bathed in a faint blue glow against the sunset skies of a beautiful, unknown land. Everything wonderful and beautiful existed in that castle. Jewels fit for queens sparkled in hidden chambers, robes of moonlight and fire hung in wardrobes, couches of roses and gold waited in sunlit alcoves. Marble steps, shallow and wide, led upward, flanked by great white urns, and slender, mist-clad maidens glided up and down. There were marble-pillared courts where shimmering fountains danced and nightingales sang among the myrtles. In the halls of mirrors, only handsome knights and lovely women appeared: myself, always the loveliest of all, for whose glance men would gladly die. It was the hope of escaping to this dream world at night that gave me the strength to endure the dullness and disappointment of my days. Most of the Stirlings, perhaps all, would have been utterly horrified if they had known even half of what I did in my blue castle. For one thing, I had quite a few lovers in my blue castle. Only one at a time, of course, each one wooing me with all the passionate ardor of the age of chivalry. Each hero won my heart after long devotion and many daring deeds, and in the end I was wedded to him with grand ceremony in the great chapel of the Blue Castle, its walls draped with banners and filled with light. At 12, my lover was a fair-haired boy with golden curls and eyes as blue as heaven. By 15, he had become tall, dark, and pale still, inevitably handsome. At 20, he was ascetic and dreamy, with a spiritual air that set him apart. At 25, he bore a strong, rugged face, marked by a clean-cut jaw and a slightly grim expression more striking than handsome. I myself never grew older than 25 in my blue castle, but very recently, my hero had appeared with reddish, tawny hair, a twisted smile, and a mysterious past. I never meant to cast these lovers aside as I outgrew them. One would simply fade away as another took his place. In blue castles, such transitions were effortless and convenient. But on this morning, the morning that would shape my fate, I could not find the key to my blue castle. Reality pressed in on me, relentless, nipping at my heels like a maddening little dog. I was 20, 9 lonely, undesired, plain the only homely girl in a family renowned for its good looks, with no past to cherish and no future to anticipate. Looking back, all I could see was a life drab and colorless, not a single spot of crimson or purple to break the monotony. Looking ahead, it seemed certain that my days would continue in the same way until I became nothing more than a solitary, withered leaf clinging to a wintry branch. The moment a woman realizes she has nothing to live for, not love, nor duty, nor purpose, nor hope brings with it the bitterness of death. And I just have to go on living because I can't stop. I may have to live 80 years, I thought, panic rising in my chest. We're all horribly long-lived. It sickens me to think of it. I was glad it was raining gore. More accurately, I was drearily satisfied by the rain. There would be no picnic that day. The annual picnic, at which Aunt and Uncle Wellington always thought of in that order, celebrated their engagement of 30 years ago, had become a nightmare for me in recent years. By some impish twist of fate, it always fell on the same day as my birthday, and after I had passed 25, no one ever let me forget it. Much as I hated the thought of going to the picnic, it would never have occurred to me to rebel against it. There was nothing revolutionary in my nature. I already knew, with weary certainty, exactly what everyone would say to me at the picnic. Uncle Wellington, whom I disliked and even despised, despite the fact that he had achieved the highest Stirling ambition by marrying money, would lean in and whisper in his piggish way, not thinking of getting married yet, "My dear." Then, as always, he would burst into a bellowing laugh, his dull joke echoing as he moved away. Aunt Wellington, whom I regarded with a kind of fearful awe, would regale me with news of Olive's new chiffon dress and Cecil's latest devoted letter. I would have to look as pleased and interested as if the dress and letter had been my own, for if I failed to do so, Aunt Wellington would be offended. Long ago, I had decided that I would rather offend God than Aunt Wellington. God, after all, might forgive me, but Aunt Wellington never would. Aunt Alberta, enormously fat and with the amiable habit of always referring to her husband as he, as if he were the only man in the world, never forgot that she had once been a great beauty. She would commiserate with me about my sallow skin. I don't know why all the girls of today are so sunburned. When I was a girl, my skin was roses and cream. I was counted the prettiest girl in Canada, my dear. Perhaps Uncle Herbert would say nothing to her. Perhaps, with forced joviality, he would remark, "How fat you're getting, Doss." The others would laugh, uproariously, at the very idea poor, scrawny little Doss getting fat. Handsome, solemn Uncle James, whom I disliked but respected because he was reputed to be very clever and served as the clan's oracle. Brains being none too plentiful among the Stirlings, would likely deliver one of his owl-like sarcastic remarks that had earned him his reputation. "I suppose you're busy with your hope, chest these days," he might say, his tone sharp and mocking. Uncle Benjamin would, between wheezy chuckles, pose some of his dreadful riddles and then answer them himself. "What is the difference between Doss and a mouse? The mouse wishes to harm the cheese, and Das wishes to charm the he's. I had heard Uncle Benjamin ask that riddle at least 50 times, and every time I wanted to throw something at him. But I never did. First of all, the Stirlings simply did not throw things. And, just as importantly, Uncle Benjamin was a wealthy, childless old widower, and I had been raised to fear and respect his money. If I offended him, he might cut me out of his will, assuming I was in it at all. I did not want to be cut out of Uncle Benjamin's will. I had been poor all my life, and I knew the sharp, humiliating bitterness of it. So I endured his riddles, even forcing myself to smile those tortured little smiles as he delivered them. Aunt Isabel, as blunt and disagreeable as a biting east wind, would always find something to criticize about me. I could never predict what it would be, for Aunt Isabel never repeated a criticism. She always found something new to jab at you with each time. She prided herself on saying exactly what she thought, but she never liked it when others returned the favor. I never said what I thought. Cousin Georgiana named after her great-great-grandmother, who in turn was named after George IV, would recite, in mournful tones, the names of all the relatives and friends who had died since the last picnic, and then wonder aloud, which of us will be the first to go next? Aunt Mildred, oppressively competent in all things, would talk endlessly about her husband and her remarkable brood of babies, because I was the only one patient enough to listen. For the same reason, Cousin Gladys, technically first Cousin Gladys once removed, according to the strict Stirling system of family relationships, a tall, thin woman who always claimed to have a sensitive disposition, would describe in excruciating detail the torments of her neuritis. And Olive, the wonder girl of the entire Stirling clan, who had everything I lacked: beauty, popularity. Love would flaunt her beauty, presume on her popularity, and dazzle me with the diamond insignia of her love, all while I watched, envious and awed. None of this would happen today. There would be no packing up of teaspoons either. That chore was always left to me and Cousin Stickles. And on 6 years ago, a silver teaspoon from Aunt Wellington's wedding set had gone missing. I never heard the end of that lost teaspoon. Its ghost, like Banquo's, seemed to appear at every family gathering ever since. Oh yes, I knew exactly what the picnic would have been like, and I silently blessed the rain that had saved me from it. There would be no picnic this year. If Aunt Wellington could not celebrate on the sacred day itself, she would have no celebration at all. Thank whatever gods there were for that small mercy. Since there would be no picnic, I decided that if the rain let up in the afternoon, I would go to the library and borrow another of John Foster's books. I was never allowed to read novels, but John Foster's books did not count as such. They were nature books, at least. That was how the librarian described them to Mrs. Frederick Stirling, all about the woods and birds and bugs and things like that, you know. So I was permitted to read them, though always under protest, for it was all too obvious that I enjoyed them far too much. It was considered permissible, even praiseworthy, to read in order to improve one's mind or one's religion, but a book that was simply enjoyable was regarded as dangerous. I wasn't sure if my mind was being improved by John Foster's books or not. Yet, I had a vague sense that if I had discovered his writing years earlier, my life might have turned out quite differently. His books offered me glimpses into a world I might once have entered, though now the door seemed forever closed to me. Only within the last year had John Foster's books arrived at the Deerwood Library, though the librarian told me he had been a well-known writer for several years. Once I had asked, "Where does he live?" Nobody knows. From his books, he must be a Canadian, but no more information can be had. His publishers won't say a word. Quite likely John Foster is a nom de plume. His books are so popular we can't keep them in at all, though I really can't see what people find in them to rave over. "I think they're wonderful," I had said, timidly. Miss Clarkson only smiled in a patronizing way, dismissing my opinion as unimportant. I can't say I care much for bugs myself, but certainly Foster seems to know all there is to know about them. I didn't really know whether I cared for bugs either. It wasn't John Foster's uncanny knowledge of wild creatures and insects that captivated me. I could hardly define what it was, some tantalizing sense of mystery, a hint of a great secret just out of reach, a faint, elusive echo of beautiful, forgotten things. John Foster's magic was impossible to explain. Yes, I would get a new Foster book. It had been a month since I last borrowed Thistle Harvest, so surely Mother could not object. I had read it 4 times already. I knew entire passages by heart. And almost without realizing it, I found myself thinking I might go and see Dr. Trent about that strange pain around my heart. It had been coming more often lately, and the palpitations were becoming bothersome, not to mention the occasional dizziness and odd shortness of breath. But could I go to see him without telling anyone? It was a daring thought. No Stirling ever consulted a doctor without a family council and Uncle James's approval. And even then they always went to Dr. Ambrose Marsh of Port Lawrence, who had married second cousin Adelaide Stirling. But I disliked Dr. Ambrose Marsh. Besides, Port Lawrence was 15 miles away, and I couldn't get there unless someone drove me. I didn't want anyone to know about my heart. If the family found out, it would cause such a commotion every member would come down to discuss it, offer advice, caution me, warn me, and regale me with dreadful stories about great aunts and distant cousins who had been just like that and dropped dead without a moment's warning, my dear. Aunt Isabel would remember that she had always said I looked like a girl who would have heart trouble, so pinched and peaked always. Uncle Wellington would take it as a personal affront, since no Stirling ever had heart disease before. Georgiana would mutter, in perfectly audible asides, that poor, dear little Doss isn't long for this world, I'm afraid. Cousin Gladys would declare, "Why, my heart has been like that for years," in a tone that implied no one else had any right to even possess a heart. And Olive would simply look beautiful, superior, and disgustingly healthy, as if to say, "Why all this fuss over a faded superfluity like Doss when you have me?" I felt I couldn't tell anyone unless I absolutely had to. I was quite sure there was nothing seriously wrong with my heart, and certainly no need for all the fuss that would follow if I mentioned it. I would just slip away quietly and see Dr. Trent that very day. As for his bill, I had the $200 my father had put in the bank for me the day I was born. I was never allowed to use even the interest, but I would secretly withdraw enough to pay Dr. Trent. Dr. Trent was a gruff, outspoken, absent-minded old man, but he was a recognized authority on heart disease even if he was only a general practitioner in out-of-the-way Deerwood. He was over 70, and there had been rumors that he intended to retire soon. No one in the Stirling clan had gone to him since he told cousin Gladys, 10 years earlier, that her neuritis was all in her imagination, and that she actually enjoyed it. You couldn't patronize a doctor who insulted your first cousin once removed like that, not to mention that he was a Presbyterian when all the Stirlings attended the Anglican Church. But caught between the devil of disloyalty to the clan and the deep sea of family fuss, noise, and advice, I decided I would take my chances with the devil. Chapter 2. When the sound of Cousin Stickles' knocking reached Valancy, she understood it was 7:30 and time to rise. For as long as she could remember, this had been the signal each morning. Cousin Stickles and Mrs. Frederick Stirling had already been up since 7, but Valancy was allowed an extra half-hour in bed due to a family tradition that considered her delicate. She got up, though on this particular morning she hated it more than ever. What was the point of rising? The day ahead promised nothing but dreariness, a repetition of countless identical days filled with trivial, joyless tasks that seemed to matter to no one. Still, if she didn't get up immediately, she wouldn't be ready for breakfast at 8. In Mrs. Stirling's household, mealtimes were fixed and inviolable. Breakfast at 8, dinner at 1, supper at 6, year after year. No excuse for tardiness was ever accepted. So Valancy rose, shivering. The room was bitterly cold, filled with the raw, penetrating chill of a wet May morning. The house would remain cold all day. Mrs. Frederick had a rule that no fires were needed after the 24th of May. Meals were cooked on a little oil stove in the back porch. Even if May was icy or October brought frost, no fires were lit until the 21st of October, according to the calendar. On that date, Mrs. Frederick would resume cooking over the kitchen range and light a fire in the sitting room stove in the evenings. It was whispered among the relatives that the late Frederick Stirling had caught the cold that led to his death during Valancy's first year of life because Mrs. Frederick refused to have a fire on the 20th of October. She lit it the next day, but for Frederick Stirling, that was a day too late. Valancy took off her nightdress of coarse, unbleached cotton, high-necked and long-sleeved, and hung it in the closet. She put on similar undergarments, a brown gingham dress, thick black stockings, and rubber-heeled boots. In recent years, she had developed the habit of doing her hair with the window shade pulled down over the mirror, so the lines on her face would not show so plainly. But this morning, she pulled the shade up to the very top and looked at herself in the spotted mirror, determined to see herself as the world saw her. The image that greeted me in the mirror was almost shocking in its severity. Even someone blessed with beauty would have struggled beneath that harsh, unfiltered sidelight, but for me, the effect was merciless. What I saw was straight black hair, short and thin, perpetually dull despite my nightly ritual-own 100 brushstrokes, never more, never less, and a faithful application of Redfern's hair vigor to the roots. In the morning's roughness, my hair looked even more lusterless than usual. My eyebrows were fine and straight, black as my hair. My nose, always too small for my already small, three-cornered pale face, seemed almost lost. My mouth was small and colorless, tending to fall open just a little, revealing pointed, white teeth. My figure was thin, flat-chested, and a little below average height. Somehow, I had escaped the family's high cheekbones, and my dark brown eyes, too soft and shadowy to be called black, had a tilt that gave them an almost oriental cast. Aside from my eyes, I was neither pretty nor ugly, simply insignificant, I concluded with a bitter pang. The lines around my eyes and mouth stood out cruelly in that unforgiving light. Never had my narrow, white face seemed so narrow, so pale. I arranged my hair in a pompadour, though the style had fallen out of fashion long ago. It had been popular when I first began putting my hair up, and Aunt Wellington had decreed that it was the only way I should ever wear it. Her pronouncements always came with the weight of profound wisdom, even when they were only commonplaces. I had often longed to style my hair low on my forehead, with puffs above the ears, just as Olive did. But Aunt Wellington's command had left such a mark that I never dared to change it. There were, in truth, so many things I never dared to do. A bitter thought rose within me. All my life I had been afraid of something. From my earliest memories, fear had been a constant companion, beginning with the terror of the big black bear cousin Stickles claimed lived in the closet under the stairs. I knew, with a kind of hopeless certainty, that I would always be afraid. I could not help it. I could not even imagine what it would be like to live without fear. Fear of her mother's sulky fits, the dread of offending Uncle Benjamin, the anxiety of becoming a target for Aunt Wellington's contempt, the sharp sting of Aunt Isabel's biting comments, the weight of Uncle James' disapproval, and the fear of going against the whole clan's opinions and prejudice. All these fears bound her tightly, like a spider's web woven from steel. She could never escape them. Only within the sanctuary of her blue castle did she find a fleeting sense of freedom. But this morning even that refuge seemed lost to her. At 29, unmarried and undesired, she felt no kinship with the fairy tale lady of the blue castle. She resolved to cast aside such childish fantasies and face the harsh reality without flinching. Turning away from the unkind mirror, she gazed out the window. The ugliness of the view struck her like a physical blow. The ragged fence, the dilapidated carriage shop plastered with garish, crude advertisements, and beyond, the grimy railway station where wretched derelicts loitered even at this early hour. The pouring rain made everything appear even more dismal, especially the hideous advertisement urging to keep that schoolgirl complexion. Valancy had indeed kept her schoolgirl complexion, and that was precisely the problem. There was no hint of beauty anywhere, exactly like my life, she thought, with weary resignation. Her brief bitterness faded, replaced by a resigned acceptance of facts she had always known. She was one of those whom life simply passed by, and that truth was unchangeable. With this heavy mood settling over her, Valancy made her way down to breakfast. Chapter 3. Breakfast always unfolded with the same monotony. Oatmeal porridge, which I could never bring myself to enjoy, sat cooling beside toast and tea, accompanied by a single teaspoonful of marmalade. Mrs. Frederick believed that 2 teaspoons would be extravagant, though it hardly mattered to me, since marmalade was as unappealing as the porridge. The dining room, small and perpetually gloomy, felt even colder and darker than usual, the rain streaking down the window panes. Portraits of departed Stirlings, their faces trapped in garish gilt frames wider than the pictures themselves, glowered down from the walls. Despite the dreariness, Cousin Stickles still offered her customary, cheerful wish for my birthday, as if that could brighten the morning. My mother's only comment was a curt instruction to sit up straight. I obeyed, falling into the familiar rhythm of conversation that never strayed from safe, well-trodden topics. I never considered what might happen if I tried to discuss something different. I already knew the outcome, so I never attempted it. Mrs. Frederick, clearly displeased with Providence for sending rain on her chosen picnic day, ate her breakfast in a sulky silence. I found myself quietly grateful for the lack of conversation. Christine Stickles, however, filled the silence with her endless complaints about the weather, the leak in the pantry, the rising price of oatmeal and butter. I immediately felt guilty for spreading too much butter on my toast. She even lamented the outbreak of mumps in Deerwood, convinced that I would inevitably catch it. My mother, with her usual briskness, declared that I must avoid any place where I might be exposed to mumps. I had never suffered from mumps, whooping cough, chickenpox, measles, or any of the childhood illnesses I was supposed to have, only dreadful colds that returned every winter. Those winter colds had become a family tradition, something nothing could prevent. Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles tried everything. One winter, they kept me inside from November to May, confined to the warm sitting room, not even allowed to attend church. Yet I caught cold after cold, finally ending up with bronchitis in June. Mrs. Frederick would remark, with a hint of accusation, that no one in her family had ever been like that, implying it must be a Stirling flaw. Cousin Stickles, herself a Stirling, would protest that the Stirlings seldom caught colds. My mother insisted that if a person simply made up her mind not to have colds, she would not have colds. So, it seemed, the fault lay with me. The rain continued without pause through the entire forenoon, the steady drumming against the windows a constant reminder of confinement. I spent the morning piecing a quilt, a task I despised, made worse by the knowledge that it was utterly unnecessary. The house was already overflowing with Quilt's 3 large chests in the attic packed tightly with them, each one a relic of years gone by. Mrs. Frederick had begun storing away quilts when I was 17, and she never stopped, even though it seemed unlikely I would ever need them. Still, I was expected to keep busy, since embroidery materials were too expensive and idleness was considered a cardinal sin in the Stirling household. As a child, I had been made to record every minute of idleness in a small, hated black notebook, tallying up the wasted time each Sunday and praying over it at my mother's insistence. The lesson was clear. There was no forgiveness for wasted time. On this particular morning, the day that felt so heavy with fate, I allowed myself only 10 minutes of what Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles would have called idleness. I went to my room, supposedly to find a better thimble, but instead I opened Thistle Harvest, my heart pounding with a guilty thrill. John Foster's words unfolded before me, describing the woods as living, breathing companions, places that could only be truly known through patient, loving visits at every hour and in every season. He wrote of the futility of seeking out the woods for any reason other than love, of the way the forest would hide its secrets from those who approached as strangers, but would open its heart to those who came with reverence and humility. The passage spoke of treasures that could not be bought or sold, of music and fragrance, of ancient dreams and legends lingering in the wild places. Foster's vision of the woods was one of deep kinship, a bond that would draw the true worshipper back again and again, no matter how far they wandered. Immersed in these words, I felt for a brief moment as if the rain and the grayness outside had faded away, replaced by the living pulse of the forest. But the illusion was shattered by the sound of my mother's voice calling up from the hall, demanding to know what I was doing alone in my room. Valancy dropped Thistle Harvest as if it burned her fingertips, hurrying back downstairs to her patchwork, yet the brief exhilaration she always felt after reading John Foster lingered in her chest. She knew little about real forests other than the haunted groves of oak and pine. She wandered in her imagination around the blue castle, but she had always yearned for them. And a Foster book about the woods was the closest she could come to the real thing. By noon, the rain finally ceased, though the sun did not break through the clouds until 3. When the light finally returned, she quietly suggested that she would like to go uptown. Her mother's voice cut through the calm, demanding to know her reason. Valancy explained her wish to visit the library for a new book, but her mother immediately insisted she had only just borrowed one. Valancy tried to correct her, pointing out that it had been 4 weeks, but her mother dismissed this as nonsense, refusing to believe it could have been more than 2. She made it clear she disliked contradiction and questioned the point of getting another book, insisting that Valancy wasted too much time reading. A bitter thought slipped out. What value did her time truly hold? Her mother rebuked her for her tone, and Cousin Stickles interjected, suggesting that if Valancy wanted a walk, she might fetch some tea, though the damp weather was sure to be bad for her colds. The debate dragged on for 10 more minutes, every point weighed and resisted, until at last Mrs. Frederick, with obvious reluctance, gave her permission for Valancy to go. Chapter 4. As I stepped out of the house, Cousin Stickles' familiar question followed me, a ritual never forgotten on damp days. She always wanted to be sure I wore my rubbers, and today was no exception. My mother's voice soon joined in, sharp and anxious, asking about my flannel petticoat. I admitted I hadn't put it on, insisting that my sateen one was warm enough, but she wouldn't hear of it. The memory of bronchitis 2 years ago was wielded like a weapon, and I was sent upstairs to change, my compliance masking a surge of silent rebellion. No one would ever know how close I came to hurling the rubber plant into the street before obeying. I loathed that gray flannel petticoat more than any other garment I owned. Olive never had to wear such things. She wore ruffled silk, sheer lawn, and delicate laced flounces. But Olive's father had married money, and Olive never had bronchitis. That was the difference. My mother's voice pursued me again, questioning whether I had left the soap in the water, but by then I was already gone. At the corner, I turned back to look down the prim, ugly street where I lived. The Stirling house was the ugliest of alike, a red brick box, too tall for its width, made even more awkward by the bulbous glass cupola perched on top. Around it lay the barren peace of an old house whose best years had long since passed. Just around the corner stood a pretty little house, new and inviting, with leaded casements and quaint gables. Clayton Markley had built it for his bride, Jenny Lloyd, who would soon move in. The house was said to be furnished from attic to cellar, perfectly ready for its mistress. I felt no envy for Jenny's fiancé. Clayton Markley was not among my ideals, but I did envy her the house, so young and full of promise. If only I could have a home of my own, no matter how small or poor, but truly mine. Yet I knew there was no use longing for the moon when I couldn't even hope for a tallow candle. In my dreams, only a castle of pale sapphire would do, but in reality, a little house would have satisfied me completely. Today, I envied Jenny Lloyd more fiercely than ever. She was not much prettier than I, nor much younger, yet she would have this delightful house, the lovely Wedgwood teacups I had seen, an open fireplace, monogrammed linen, hem-stitched tablecloths, and china closets. Why did some girls receive everything while others got nothing? It seemed so unfair. Rebellion simmered within me as I walked along, a prim, dowdy little figure in my shabby raincoat and 3-year-old hat, sometimes splashed by the mud of passing motor cars whose shrill horns seemed to mock me. Motor cars were still a novelty in Deerwood, though common in Port Lawrence and among the summer residents of Muskoka. In Deerwood, only the smart set had them, and even here, society was divided into sets: the smart set, the intellectual set, the old family set to which the Stirlings belonged, the common run, and a few outcasts. Not one of the Stirling clan had yet stooped to owning a motor, though Olive was pestering her father for one. I had never even ridden in a motor car, nor did I particularly want to. Truthfully, they made me uneasy, especially at night, seeming like great purring beasts that might suddenly turn and crush me, or leap savagely into the darkness. In the steep, wild trails around my blue castle, only gaily decorated horses would have been allowed to prance with pride. In real life, I would have been content with a buggy ride behind a gentle horse, but even that was rarely a treat thrown my way by some uncle or cousin, as if tossing a bone to a dog. Chapter 5. The unwritten law of the family dictated that I must buy tea at Uncle Benjamin's grocery store. To shop anywhere else was unthinkable, a breach of loyalty that would never be forgiven. Yet, on my 29th birthday, I dreaded stepping into that store, knowing there was no chance Uncle Benjamin would forget the date. He greeted me with a sly, knowing look as he wrapped up the tea, launching into one of his tiresome riddles about young ladies and bad grammarians. With the ever-present threat of his will hovering in my mind, I responded meekly, playing along with his joke. His answer, delivered with a self-satisfied chuckle, was that young ladies can't decline matrimony. The two clerks, Joe Hammond and Claude Bertram, joined in the laughter, and I felt my dislike for them deepen. I remembered the first time Claude had seen me in the store, whispering to Joe about the Deerwood old maid and snickering over whether I was curable or incurable. The sting of that memory was as sharp as ever. Uncle Benjamin continued, reminding me pointedly that I was dangerously near the second corner and still not thinking of marriage. He seemed genuinely bewildered that I had reached 29 without a single prospect. Then, as if to top off his performance, he remarked on how time flies an original observation, he believed. A surge of passion broke through my usual reserve, and I replied that I thought time crawled. The force of my words seemed to unsettle him, and to cover his confusion, he launched into another riddle as he wrapped up the beansan afterthought from Cousin Stickles, who always insisted on beans for their thrift. He asked about two ages that are apt to prove illusory, answering his own question with mirage and marriage. For once, I retorted sharply, correcting his pronunciation, and for a fleeting moment, I didn't care if he cut me out of his will. I left the store with my tea and beans, feeling Uncle Benjamin's astonished gaze on my back. He muttered to himself that poor Doss is taking it hard. Regret caught up with me at the next crossing. Why had I lost my patience? Now, Uncle Benjamin would be annoyed and likely tell my mother that I had been impertinent, which would earn me a week of lectures. I wondered why, after 20 years of holding my tongue, I couldn't have managed it just once more. It had been exactly 20 years, I realized, since I was first teased about having no sweetheart. The memory was vivid. I was 9 years old, standing alone on the school playground, while the other girls played a game that required being chosen by a boy as a partner. No one chose Meppel, black-haired, prim little Valancy with her long-sleeved apron and slanted eyes. A pretty girl had approached, expressing pity that I had no beau. I had replied defiantly, as I would for the next 20 years, that I didn't want one. But this afternoon, for the first time, I stopped telling myself that lie. I could no longer deny the truth that Uncle Benjamin's riddles struck a painful chord within me. I yearned for marriage, a home of my own, a husband to call mine, and sweet, chubby little children to fill my life with love and laughter. The recklessness of these thoughts startled me into silence, for at that very moment, Reverend Dr. Stirling passed by, and I was certain he saw through my inner turmoil and disapproved deeply. My fear of Dr. Stirling had lingered since that fateful Sunday 23 years ago, when he first arrived at St. Albans. I had been late for Sunday school and slipped quietly into the church, finding a seat alone in the vast, empty space. The only other presence was the new rector, Dr. Stirling, who stood sternly by the choir door. His piercing blue glasses fixed on me, he beckoned with a sharp finger and commanded, in a voice that left no room for disobedience, that the little boy come forward. Confused and frightened, I looked around, seeing no little boy, no one but myself, in the enormous church. Surely, this man could not mean me. I was not a boy. Yet his voice grew sterner, his finger wagging fiercely as he repeated the command. Hypnotized by fear, I rose and walked the aisle, dread gripping me. What terrible fate awaited? Had I somehow transformed into a boy? I stopped before him, trembling as he shook his long, knuckly finger and ordered me to remove my hat. Obediently, I took off my hat, aware of the scrawny little pigtail trailing down my back, unnoticed by the short-sighted rector. He instructed me to return to my seat and always remember to take off my hat in church. I returned to my seat like an automaton, clutching my hat, my heart pounding with fear. Soon after, my mother entered, her voice sharp and commanding, questioning why I had removed my hat and ordering me to put it on instantly. I obeyed immediately, chilled by the fear that Dr. Stirling might summon me again. The thought of disobeying the rector never crossed my mind, especially with the church now filled with people. The terror of that long stabbing finger wagging at me before the congregation haunted me throughout the service, and I was ill for a week afterward. No one knew why, though Mrs. Frederick lamented her delicate child's suffering. Eventually, Dr. Stirling realized his mistake and laughed it off with me, but my dread of him never faded. And now, to be caught by him on the street corner, lost in such forbidden thoughts, was a torment I could scarcely bear. With Magic of Wings John Foster's latest, all about birds stuck under her arm, Valancy felt her resolve falter. She almost turned toward home, letting her courage slip away. The prospect of offending Uncle James, angering her mother, or facing the blunt, intimidating Dr. Trent filled her with dread. She imagined the old doctor, with his shaggy brows and gruff manner, dismissing her symptoms as imaginary, just as he had done with Cousin Gladys, insisting she suffered only because she wanted to. The thought made her shrink from the idea of a visit. Instead, she considered buying a bottle of Redfern's Purple Pills, the Stirling clan's universal remedy, famed for curing second cousin Geraldine when 5 doctors had given up hope. Valancy doubted the pills' effectiveness, but it was easier to take them than to brave Dr. Trent's office alone. She lingered in the library, intending to glance through a few magazines before heading home. Trying to distract herself, she attempted to read a story, but every page seemed to mock. Here each illustration showed the heroine surrounded by admiring men, a sharp contrast to her own solitary existence. Frustrated, she snapped the magazine shut and opened Magic of Wings instead. Her eyes landed on a passage that would alter the course of her life. John Foster's words leapt from the page, declaring that fear was the original sin, the root of nearly all evil, a cold, slimy serpent that coils around the soul, making life unbearable and degrading. The truth of those words struck her with such force that she closed the book and rose to her feet. She would not allow fear to dictate her actions any longer. She would go and see Dr. Trent. Chapter 6. The ordeal of visiting Dr. Trent turned out to be less dreadful than I had feared. He was as gruff and abrupt as ever, yet he did not dismiss my symptoms as imaginary. After listening to my complaints, asking a few questions, and conducting a quick examination, he sat for a moment, studying me with an intensity that made me uneasy. For a fleeting instant, I thought I saw genuine sympathy in his eyes, and my breath caught. Was my condition truly serious? It couldn't be, surely not. It had only troubled me a little, though lately it had grown worse. Dr. Trent opened his mouth to speak, but before a word could leave his lips, the telephone at his elbow rang sharply. As he answered, I watched his face change, his expression shifting rapidly as he listened to the voice on the other end. Brief, tense words passed, then a sudden exclamation, "My God!" Without another glance in my direction, Dr. Trent dropped the receiver and rushed out of the room, pounding up the stairs. I heard him moving frantically above, barking orders presumably to his housekeeper. Moments later, he thundered back down, a club bag in hand, snatched his hat and coat, and burst out the front door, racing toward the station. Left alone in the little office, I felt more foolish and insignificant than ever before. All my resolve to live bravely, to cast fear aside in the spirit of John Foster, seemed to have come to nothing. Not only was I a failure as a relative, invisible as a sweetheart or friend, but now I was of no consequence even as a patient. Dr. Trent had forgotten me entirely in his excitement over the urgent message. My defiance of Uncle James and family tradition had accomplished nothing. For a moment, I feared I might cry. The whole situation so utterly absurd. Then I heard Dr. Trent's housekeeper coming down the stairs. Rising, I met her at the office door, managing a twisted smile as I explained that the doctor had forgotten all about me. She responded with genuine sympathy, explaining that a telegram had come through from the port doctor. Trent's son had been terribly injured in an accident in Montreal, and the doctor had only 10 minutes to catch the train. She added that Dr. Trent was devoted to his son and urged me to come again, hoping my condition was nothing serious. I assured her it was nothing serious, feeling a bit less humiliated. It was understandable that Dr. Trent had forgotten me in such a crisis. Still, as I walked down the street, I felt flat and discouraged. Taking the shortcut home through Lover's Lane, I hurried, knowing it was nearly supper time and I could not afford to be late. Lover's Lane wound behind the village, shaded by great elms and maples, its name well deserved. It was rare to pass through without encountering a couple lost in each other or young girls walking arm in arm, sharing secrets. I never knew which sight made me feel more self-conscious and alone. This evening, I found myself confronted by both kinds of company in Lover's Lane. Connie Hale and Kate Bailey appeared before me, radiant in new pink organdy dresses, their glossy hair adorned with coquettish flowers. I had never owned a pink dress, nor had I ever worn flowers in my hair. As I hurried on, I passed a young couple I didn't recognize, strolling along, utterly absorbed in each other. The young man's arm was draped shamelessly around the girl's waist, and I realized I had never walked with a man's arm about me. A part of me felt I ought to be shocked. Such displays should surely be reserved for the shelter of twilight, but I wasn't. In a moment of raw honesty, I admitted to myself that what I felt was envy, not disapproval. As I passed them, I was seized by the certainty that they were laughing at me, pitying me. There's that queer little old maid, Valancy Stirling. They say she's never had a beau in her life. Humiliated, I nearly ran to escape Lover's Lane, feeling more colorless, scrawny, and insignificant than ever before. Just where Lover's Lane met the street, an old car was parked. I recognized it instantly by sound, if not by sight, and so did everyone in Deerwood. This was before the term Tin Lizzie had become common, at least in Deerwood, but if anyone deserved the name, it was this battered old gray Slosson. Nothing more dilapidated or disreputable could be imagined. Barney Snaith's car. And there was Barney himself, scrambling out from under it, his overalls caked with mud. I glanced at him quickly, furtively, as I hurried by. It was only the second time I had ever seen the notorious Barney Snaith, though I had heard endless stories about him during the 5 years he had lived up back in Muskoka. The first time had been nearly a year ago, on the Muskoka Road, when he had been crawling out from under his car then, too, and had given me a cheerful, whimsical grin that made him look like an amused gnome. He didn't look bad, truthfully. I couldn't believe he was bad, despite all the wild tales that circulated about him. Of course, he was known for racing through Deerwood in that terrible old gray Slauson at hours when decent people were in bed, often with old roaring Abel, whose howls made the night hideous, both of them dead drunk. My dear. And everyone said he was an escaped convict, a defaulting bank clerk, a murderer in hiding, an infidel, the illegitimate son of Roaring Abel Gay, the father of Roaring Abel's illegitimate grandchild, a counterfeiter, a forger, and a host of other dreadful things. But still, I didn't believe he was bad. Nobody with a smile like that could truly be bad, no matter what he had done. That night, the prince of my blue castle underwent a transformation. He was no longer the grim-jawed hero with a hint of premature gray in his hair, but instead became a rakish figure with overlong tawny hair streaked with red, dark brown eyes, and ears that stuck out just enough to give him an alert, mischievous look, never quite enough to be called flying jibs. Yet, he still retained a certain grimness about the jaw, a trace of his former self. Barney Snaith, in reality, looked even more disreputable than usual that evening. It was clear he hadn't shaved for days, and his bare arms, exposed up to the shoulders, were black with grease. But he was whistling cheerfully to himself, radiating a happiness that made me ache with envy. I envied his lightheartedness, his freedom from responsibility, his mysterious little cabin on the island in Lake Mistaus, and even his battered old gray Slauson. Neither he nor his car had to be respectable or conform to tradition. When he rattled past me a few minutes later, bareheaded and leaning back in his Lizzie at a rakish angle, his long hair blowing in the wind, a villainous old black pipe clenched in his mouth, I envied him all over again. There was no doubt man had the best of it. This outlaw, whatever else he might be, was happy. I, Valancy Stirling, respectable and well-behaved to the last degree, was unhappy and always had been. I arrived home just in time for supper. The sun had disappeared behind clouds, and a dismal, drizzling rain had begun to fall once more. Cousin Stickles was suffering from neuralgia, so the family darning fell to me, leaving no time for magic of wings. I pleaded for the darning to wait until tomorrow, but my mother was unyielding, insisting that tomorrow would bring its own duties. So I spent the evening darning, listening to the endless petty gossip of the clan as Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles knitted interminable black stockings. They discussed every detail of second cousin Lillian's upcoming wedding, ultimately approving Lillian, it seemed, was doing well for herself. Cousin Stickles noted that Lillian hadn't hurried since she must be 25. Mrs. Frederick, with a bitter edge, remarks that fortunately there had not been many old maids in the family. The words stung, and I flinched, pricking my finger with the darning needle. They moved on to third cousin Aaron Gray, who had developed blood poisoning after being scratched by a cat. "Cats are most dangerous animals," my mother declared, glaring at me through her formidable glasses. 5 years ago, I had once asked if I might have a cat. I had never mentioned it again, but she still suspected I harbored the unlawful desire. Later, I sneezed an unforgivable breach of the Stirling Code. My mother rebuked me, reminding me that one could always repress a sneeze by pressing a finger to the upper lip. At 9:30, as Mr. Pepys would say, it was time for bed. But before I could retire, Cousin Stickles' neuralgic back had to be rubbed with Redfern's liniment. This was always my task, and I hated the smell of the liniment, as well as the smug, beaming, portly, bewhiskered, bespectacled picture of Dr. Redfern on the bottle. No matter how much I scrubbed, the stench lingered on my fingers as I slipped into bed. So ended my day of destiny. I finished it as I had begun, alone, in tears. Chapter 7. There was a single rosebush on the little Stirling lawn, growing beside the gate, and everyone in the family called it mine. Cousin Georgiana had given it to me 5 years ago, and I had planted it with hope and affection, believing that roses could bring a touch of beauty to my world. But, as seemed to happen with everything I loved, the rosebush never bloomed. I tried every remedy and followed every bit of advice offered by the clan, but not a single bud ever appeared. The bush grew lush and green, its branches healthy and untouched by rust or spider, but it remained stubbornly barren. 2 days after my birthday, I stood before it and felt a surge of frustration and resentment. If it would not bloom, I decided, then I would cut it down. I marched to the barn, fetched my garden knife, and attacked the rose bush with a kind of desperate energy. A few minutes later, my mother appeared on the veranda, her face a mask of horror as she saw what I was doing. Half the bush already lay scattered on the walk, and what remained looked pitiful and broken. She demanded to know if I had lost my mind, her voice sharp and incredulous. I tried to answer with defiance, but old habits were too strong, and my words came out apologetic. I explained that I had simply decided to cut the bush down. It was no good. It never bloomed and never would. She scolded me sternly, insisting that was no reason to destroy it, that it was beautiful and ornamental, and that I had ruined it. I muttered that rose trees should bloom, but she cut me off, ordering me to clear up the mess and leave the bush alone. She wondered aloud what Cousin Georgiana would say when she saw the damage, expressing disappointment and surprise that I had acted without consulting her. I tried to assert that the bush was mine, but my mother demanded I repeat myself, and I did so, more humbly. She turned without another word and marched back into the house. The damage was done. I knew I had deeply offended her and would now be subjected to days of icy silence. Cousin Stickles would take over my upbringing, while my mother maintained the stony quiet of injured majesty. I sighed and put away my garden knife, hanging it carefully on its nail in the tool shop. I cleared away the severed branches and swept up the leaves, my lips twitching as I glanced at the battered bush. It bore a strange resemblance to its donor, little Cousin Georgiana Shaken, scrawny and forlorn. I couldn't help thinking I had made an awful thing of it, but I felt no real regretly sorrow that I had angered my mother. Life would be uncomfortable until forgiveness came. My mother was one of those women whose anger seeped through every wall and door in the house. When I went inside, Cousin Stickles suggested I go uptown to get the mail, explaining that she felt peaky and piney this spring and needed a bottle of Redfern's Blood Bitters from the drugstore. She insisted nothing built up the body like Redfern's Bitters, despite Cousin James's preference for the purple pills. Her late husband, she reminded me, had taken Redfern's Bitters right up to the day he died. She warned me not to pay more than 90 cents and asked what I had said to upset my mother, reminding me pointedly that one can only have one mother. As I set out for town, I felt a rebellious spark inside, thinking that one mother was more than enough for me. She picked up the bottle of bitters for Cousin Stickles and made her way to the post office, stepping up to the general delivery window to ask for any mail. There was no reason for her mother to keep a box. They received so little mail that it hardly seemed worth the trouble. Valancy expected nothing, except perhaps the Christian Times, the only paper they subscribed to. Letters were rare in their household, but she found a quiet pleasure in standing inside the post office, watching Mr. Curry, the gray-bearded, Santa Claus-like clerk, as he handed out envelopes to the lucky recipients. He did so with an air of Olympian detachment, as if it made no difference to him whether the letters he dispensed brought joy or heartbreak to those who received them. Letters had always held a special fascination for Valancy, perhaps because she so seldom received any herself. In her blue castle, thrilling letters bound with silk and sealed with crimson wax were always delivered by pages in gold and blue livery, but in real life, her only correspondence consisted of the occasional perfunctory note from a relative or an advertising circular. So it was a genuine shock when Mr. Curry, looking more Olympian than ever, pushed a letter across the counter to her. It was addressed to her in bold black handwriting, Miss Valancy Stirling, Elm Street, Deerwood, and the postmark was from Montreal. Valancy picked it up, her breath catching with a mixture of surprise and anticipation. Montreal. It must be from Dr. Trent. He had remembered her after all. As she was leaving, she encountered Uncle Benjamin entering the post office and felt a surge of relief that the letter was safely hidden in her bag. Uncle Benjamin, ever the Riddler, stopped her with another of his jokes, asking the difference between a donkey and a postage stamp. Dutifully, she played along, and he delivered his punchline with great satisfaction before striding inside, clearly pleased with himself. When Valancy returned home, Cousin Stickles immediately seized the Christian Times, but didn't think to ask about any letters. Mrs. Frederick would have asked, but her lips were sealed in silent disapproval. Valancy was grateful for this. Had her mother asked, she would have had to admit the letter's existence, and then would have been obliged to let her mother and Cousin Stickles read it as well. Her heart fluttered strangely as she climbed the stairs, and she sat by her window for a few moments before opening the letter. A sense of guilt and deception weighed on her. She had never before kept a letter secret from her mother. Every letter she had ever received or written had been read by Mrs. Frederick, but it had never mattered before. Valancy had never had anything to hide. This time, though, it mattered deeply. She knew she could not let anyone see this letter. Her fingers trembled as she broke the seal, aware of her own wickedness and lack of filial piety, and trembling too, perhaps with a touch of fear. She was almost certain there was nothing seriously wrong with her heart. Button could never be sure. Dr. Trent's letter arrived with the same bluntness and brevity that characterized the man himself. There was no preamble, no gentle phrasing, just a page of stark, black writing addressed to me. I seemed to absorb its meaning in a single glance, the words burning themselves into my mind as the letter slipped from my fingers and landed in my lap. My face turned ghostly pale. He told me, with no attempt at comfort or evasion, that I had a dangerous and fatal form of heart disease angina pectorissa, apparently complicated by an aneurysm, whatever that was, and that my condition was in its final stages. There was nothing to be done, he wrote. If I took great care of myself, I might live for a year, but I might also die at any moment. I was to avoid all excitement, all strenuous physical effort. I must eat and drink moderately, never run, and take great care when climbing stairs or hills. Any sudden shock or jolt could be fatal. He enclosed a prescription and instructed me to have it filled and carry it with me at all times, taking a dose whenever an attack came on. The letter ended with his signature, as matter-of-fact as the diagnosis itself. For a long time I sat by my window, unmoving. Outside, the world was awash in the golden light of a spring afternoon, blue skies, perfumed breezes, soft hazes at the end of every street. At the railway station, a group of girls waited for a train, their laughter drifting up to me. The train thundered in and out, but none of it seemed real. The only thing that felt real was the knowledge that I had, at most, a year left to live. When I grew weary of the window, I lay down on my bed and stared at the cracked, discolored ceiling. A strange numbness settled over me, the kind that follows a devastating blow. I felt nothing but boundless surprise and disbelief, though beneath it all was the certainty that Dr. Trent was right, and that I, Valancy Stirling, who had never truly lived, was about to die. When the gong sounded for supper, I went downstairs by force of habit, moving mechanically. It surprised me that I had been left alone for so long, but I understood my mother was still ignoring me, and for that, I was grateful. The quarrel over the rosebush now seemed almost providential, as my mother might have said. I could not eat, but Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles attributed my lack of appetite to my supposed unhappiness over my mother's attitude, and said nothing. I forced myself to drink a cup of tea and sat watching the others eat, feeling as if years had passed since I had last sat at the table with them. I almost smiled at the thought of the commotion I could cause if I simply told them what was in Dr. Trent's letter. There would be an uproar, as if so I thought. With a bitter twist, they truly cared what happened to me. The conversation at the table shifted abruptly when Cousin Stickles mentioned that Dr. Trent's housekeeper had received word from him earlier that day. The news startled me, and for a moment I wondered if my guilty thoughts could somehow be detected. Mrs. Judd had spoken with the housekeeper uptown, and apparently Dr. Trent's son was expected to recover, but Dr. Trent had written that if his son did, he planned to take him abroad as soon as he was well enough to travel and would not return for at least a year. Mrs. Frederick responded with her usual majestic indifference, declaring that it would make little difference to us since Dr. Trent was not our doctor. She added, with a pointed look that seemed to pierce right through me, that she would not trust him to doctor a sick cat. I asked quietly if I might go upstairs and lie down, claiming a headache. Mrs. Frederick said nothing, but Cousin Stickles, unable to let such a thing pass, pressed for an explanation. She reminded me that I was not in the habit of having headaches and worried aloud that I might be coming down with the mumps, insisting I try a spoonful of vinegar. A surge of rebellion rose within me, and for once I dismissed her suggestion with a blunt retort, not caring if I was rude. I had spent my entire life being polite. If it had been possible for Cousin Stickles to turn pale, she would have. Instead, her complexion took on a deeper yellow. She asked if I was sure I wasn't feverish, insisting that I go straight to bed so she could come up and rub my forehead and the back of my neck with Redfern's liniment. I had already reached the door, but I turned back to tell her firmly that I would not be rubbed with Redfern's liniment. She stared at me in astonishment, demanding to know what I meant. I repeated my refusal, explaining that the liniment was horrid and sticky, with the vilest smell of any I had ever encountered, and that it did no good. All I wanted was to be left alone. Without another word, I left the room, leaving Cousin Stickles aghast. She muttered to herself that I must be feverish, deeply alarmed by my uncharacteristic defiance. Mrs. Frederick continued eating her supper, unmoved by the commotion. Whether I was feverish or not was of no consequence to her. What mattered was that I had dared to be impertinent. Chapter 8. Valancy lay awake through the long, silent hours of the night, her mind whirling with thoughts that would not let her rest. She discovered something that surprised her. After a lifetime of fearing almost everything, she was not afraid of death. The idea of dying held no terror for her now. And with that realization, she felt the old fears begin to fall away. Why had she ever been afraid? It was always because of life, because of the future, because of what others might think or do. She had feared Uncle Benjamin because of the threat of poverty in old age, but now she would never grow old, never be left neglected or merely tolerated. She had dreaded the prospect of being an old maid all her life, but that, too, was no longer a concern. She had always been afraid to offend her mother and the clan because she had to live among them, and peace was only possible if she gave in. Now, she realized, she didn't have to. A strange sense of freedom began to blossom inside her. Yet one fear remained, sharp and overwhelming the commotion her family would make if she told them the truth. The thought of it made her shudder. She knew exactly how it would unfold. There would be indignation. Uncle James would be outraged that she had seen a doctor, any doctor, without consulting him first. Her mother would be furious at her secrecy, and deceit reminding her that such behavior was unthinkable toward one's own mother. The entire clan would be offended that she hadn't gone to Dr. Marsh. Then would come the anxious concern. She would be taken to Dr. Marsh, and when he confirmed Dr. Trent's diagnosis, they would whisk her off to specialists in Toronto and Montreal. Uncle Benjamin would pay the bills with a grand gesture, forever after complaining about the outrageous fees charged by specialists for looking wise and admitting they could do nothing. When the specialists could do nothing, Uncle James would insist on purple pills she'd known them to cure hopeless cases before. Her mother would press Redfern's blood bitters, and Cousin Stickles would insist on rubbing her chest every night with Redfern's liniment, just in case it might help. Everyone else would have their own favorite remedy for her. Dr. Stirling would visit and ask solemnly if she was prepared for what might lie ahead, his finger as long and knobbly as ever, ready to admonish. She imagined being watched and checked like a child, never allowed to do anything or go anywhere alone. Perhaps she would not even be permitted to sleep alone, for fear she might die in her sleep. Cousin Stickles or her mother would insist on sharing her room and her bed. There was no doubt in her mind they absolutely would. It was this last thought, the certainty that her family would insist on watching over her, never letting her out of their sight, perhaps even sharing her bed, that finally made up Valancy's mind. She realized she could not and would not endure such a fate. As the clock in the hall struck midnight, she made a sudden and definite decision. She would not tell anyone about her diagnosis. All her life, she had been told to hide her feelings, that it was not ladylike to display emotion. Cousin Stickles had once scolded her for having feelings at all. Now Valancy resolved she would hide them more thoroughly than ever before. Yet even though she was not afraid of death, she could not bring herself to be indifferent to it. She found herself resenting it deeply. It seemed so unfair to die when she had never truly lived. As the dark hours passed, rebellion burned within her, not because her future was gone, but because she had never had a past worth remembering. A bitter self-assessment rose in her mind. She was poor, unattractive, a failure, and now close to death. She could almost see her own obituary in the Deerwood Weekly Times, reprinted in the Port Lawrence Journal predictable phrases about gloom and a large circle of mourning friends, all of it lies. No one would miss her. Her death would not matter to anyone. Not even her mother loved her. Her mother, who had always been disappointed that Valancy was not a boy, or at least a pretty girl. Between midnight and the early spring dawn, Valancy reviewed her entire life. It was a colorless existence, but here and there, certain incidents stood out with an importance that far outweighed their actual significance. Each memory was unpleasant in its own way. Nothing truly joyful had ever happened to her. She realized she had never experienced a single wholly happy hour in her life. She remembered reading somewhere that there is an hour in which a woman might be happy for her whole life, if only she could find it. Valancy had never found her hour, and knew now that she never would. If she could have experienced that 1 hour, she thought, she would be willing to die. Those memorable, humiliating incidents kept surfacing in her mind, unbidden and out of order. There was the time at 16 when she had blued a tub of laundry too deeply, and the time at 8 when she had stolen raspberry jam from Aunt Wellington's pantry. These two misdeeds were never forgotten. At every family gathering, they were brought up as jokes. Uncle Benjamin especially loved to retell the raspberry jam story, having been the one to catch her, her face stained and streaked. She reflected that she had done so few bad things in her life that the family had to keep harping on the old ones. She had never even quarreled with anyone, had not a single enemy. What a spineless creature she must be, she thought, not to have even one enemy. Another memory surfaced, the dust pile incident at school when she was 7. She always recalled it when Dr. Stirling preached on the text, "To him that hath shall be given, and from him that hath not shall be taken even that which he hath." Others might puzzle over that passage, but Valancy never did. Her entire relationship with Olive, dating from that day, seemed a living commentary on it. She had been at school for a year, but Olive, a year younger, had only just started, surrounded by the allure of being the new girl, and a strikingly pretty one at that. During recess, all the girls, big and little, gathered on the road in front of the school to make dust piles, each one hoping to build the largest. I took pride in my skill at dust pile making. There was a real art to it, and secretly hoped to come out on top. But Olive, working quietly by herself, was suddenly discovered to have built a pile larger than anyone's. I felt no jealousy. My own dust pile was big enough to satisfy me. Then one of the older girls had an idea to combine all their dust with Olive's and create a massive pile. A frenzy swept over the group. The girls rushed at the piles with pails and shovels, and in moments Olive's pile became a true pyramid. I tried to protect mine, stretching out my thin arms, but I was pushed aside, and my pile was scooped up and dumped onto Olive's. I turned away, determined, and began building a new dust pile. Again, a bigger girl descended on it. I stood in front of it, flushed and indignant, arms spread wide, pleading for them not to take it. All I wanted was my own little dust pile. But my plea was ignored. While I argued with one girl, another scraped up my pile. I turned away, my heart swelling, eyes brimming with tears, as the others mocked me for being jealous. That night, when I told my mother what had happened, she coldly called me selfish. It was the first and last time I ever tried to confide my troubles to her. I had never been jealous or selfish. I only wanted something of my own, no matter how small. Soon, a team of horses came down the street, scattering Olive's dust pile. The bell rang. The girls went back to class, and the incident was forgotten by everyone else before they reached their seats. But I never forgot. Even now, I resented it in some quiet corner of my soul. Wasn't it a perfect symbol for my life? I had never been allowed to have my own dust pile. The memory of the enormous red moon rising at the end of the street one autumn evening when I was 6 still lingered in my mind. I had been filled with a sick, cold horror at the sight of it so close, so huge. Trembling, I had run to my mother for comfort, but she only laughed. That night I hid my face under the bedclothes, terrified that I might see that monstrous moon glaring in through the window. There was the boy who tried to kiss me at a party when I was 15. I hadn't let him. I had slipped away and run. He was the only boy who had ever tried to kiss me. Now, 14 years later, I found myself wishing I had let him. I remembered the time I was forced to apologize to Olive for something I hadn't done. Olive claimed I had pushed her into the mud and ruined her new shoes on purpose. I knew it wasn't true, it had been an accident, and even that wasn't really my fault, but no one believed me. I had to apologize and kiss Olive to make up. The injustice of it burned in me even now. That summer, Olive had the most beautiful hat-creamy yellow net, a wreath of red roses, and little ribbon bows under the chin. I wanted a hat like that more than I had ever wanted anything. I pleaded for one, but was laughed at. All summer, I had to wear a dreadful little brown sailor hat with elastic that cut behind my ears. None of the girls wanted to be seen with me because I looked so shabby, no one but Olive. People thought Olive was sweet and unselfish. I realized I had been the perfect foil for her, and even then, she must have known it. Once, I tried to win a prize for Sunday school attendance, but Olive won instead. There were so many Sundays I had to stay home with colds. I had tried to recite a piece in school one Friday afternoon, but broke down halfway through. Olive was a good reciter and never faltered. I remembered the night I spent in Port Lawrence with Aunt Isabel when I was 10. Byron Stirling was there, visiting from Montreal, 12 years old, clever and conceited. During family prayers the next morning, Byron reached across and pinched my thin arm so hard that I cried out in pain. After prayers, I was summoned to Aunt Isabel's judgment. When I explained what had happened, Byron denied it, claiming I had cried out because the kitten scratched me, and that I had been playing with the kitten instead of listening to Uncle David's prayer. He was believed, of course. In the Stirling clan, the boys were always believed before the girls. I was sent home in disgrace and wasn't invited back for many months. There was the time Cousin Betty Stirling was married. Somehow, I learned that Betty was planning to ask me to be one of her bridesmaids. Secretly, I was elated. It would be wonderful to be a bridesmaid, and of course, I would need a new dresser, pretty pink one, as Betty wanted her bridesmaids to wear pink. Betty never did ask me to be her bridesmaid after all. I never understood why, but long after my secret tears of disappointment had dried, Olive told me the reason. Betty, after much consultation and reflection, had decided that I was too insignificant and would spoil the effect. That was 9 years ago, but even tonight, the old pain and sting of it caught in my breath. I remembered the day in my 11th year when my mother had badgered me into confessing something I had never done. I denied it for a long time, but eventually, to keep the peace, I gave in and pleaded guilty. Mrs. Frederick always seemed to push people into situations where they had to lie. Afterward, she made me kneel on the parlor floor between herself and Cousin Stickles and recite a prayer asking God to forgive me for not telling the truth. I said the words, but as I rose from my knees, I muttered under my breath that God knew I had spoken the truth. I hadn't heard of Galileo then, but my fate felt similar to his, punished just as severely as if I hadn't confessed and prayed. There was the winter I went to dancing school. Uncle James had decreed that I should go and paid for the lessons. I had looked forward to it so much, but I ended up hating every moment. I never had a voluntary partner. The teacher always had to assign some boy to dance with me, and usually he was sulky about it. Yet I was a good dancer, light on my feet as thistledown. Olive, who never lacked eager partners, was heavy. There was the affair of the button string when I was 10. All the girls at school had button strings. Olive's was long and adorned with many beautiful buttons. Mine was much plainer, but I had 6 exquisite buttons from Grandmother Stirling's wedding gown, sparkling gold and glass, more beautiful than any Olive had. Their possession gave me a certain distinction, and I knew every girl in school envied me for them. When Olive saw them, she looked closely, but said nothing at the time. The next day, Aunt Wellington came to Elm Street and told Mrs. Frederick that Olive should have some of those buttons after all. Grandmother Stirling was as much Wellington's mother as Frederick's plains. Mrs. Frederick agreed, unwilling to fall out with Aunt Wellington, and besides, the matter seemed trivial to her. Aunt Wellington took 4 of the buttons, generously leaving 2 for me. I tore them from my string and flung them on the floor. I hadn't yet learned that it was unladylike to have feelings and was sent to bed without supper for my display. The memory of Margaret Blunt's party lingered with a sting that felt as fresh as yesterday. That night, I had made such earnest, almost pitiful efforts to be pretty. Rob Walker was supposed to be there, and only 2 nights before, on Uncle Herbert's moonlit veranda at Mistowes, he had seemed genuinely interested in me. But at Margaret's party, Rob never even looked my way, never asked me to dance. I was a wallflower, as always. Of course, that was years ago, and by now people in Deerwood had long since stopped inviting me to dances. But for me, the humiliation and disappointment felt as sharp as if it had happened only yesterday. My face flushed in the darkness as I remembered sitting there, my thin hair desperately crimped, my cheeks sore from pinching them for an hour, hoping for a flush of color. All that effort only led to a wild rumor that I had worn rouge at Margaret Blunt's party. In those days, such a rumor could ruin a girl's reputation forever in Deerwood. It didn't ruin mine or even damage it. People knew I couldn't be fast if I tried. They only laughed at me. I realized my whole life had been nothing but second-hand. All the great emotions had passed me by. I had never even experienced true grief. Had I ever really loved anyone? Did I love my mother? The honest answer was no, I didn't, and I never had. Worse, I didn't even like her. I knew nothing about any kind of love. My life had been empty, utterly empty. Nothing is worse than emptiness. The force of that thought escaped my lips in a passionate whisper. Then a wave of pain swept over me, and I stopped thinking for a while, overcome by one of my attacks. When the pain subsided, I sensed something had changed within me, perhaps the final step in a transformation that had been building since I read Dr. Trent's letter. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, that strange, accursed hour, when sometimes, unexpectedly, we are set free. I admitted to myself that I had spent my whole life trying to please others and failing. From this moment, I would try to please myself. I would never pretend again. I had lived in an atmosphere of fibs, pretenses, and evasions for so long. What a relief it would be to finally tell the truth. Maybe I wouldn't be able to do everything I wanted, but I would never again do what I didn't want. My mother could sulk for weeks and I would not let it trouble me. Despair is a free man, hope is a slave. The sense of freedom deepened as I got up and dressed. When I finished with my hair, I opened the window and hurled the jar of potpourri out into the next lot. It shattered gloriously against the faded paint of the old carriage shop. I was tired of the fragrance of dead things. Chapter 9. Uncle Herbert and Aunt Alberta's silver wedding became a quiet code among the Stirlings for the moment when everyone first noticed that something about me had changed, a subtle, unspoken acknowledgement that I was no longer quite the same. No one dared say outright that I had lost my mind, not at first. Uncle Benjamin, always the boldest, went too far when he declared that I was dippy and was only excused because my behavior at the wedding dinner had been so outrageous by Stirling standards. But the truth was, Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles had already begun to notice things that made them uneasy, even before the dinner. It had started with the rosebush, of course, and from that point on, I never seemed quite right again. I showed no concern over my mother's silent treatment, as if I hardly noticed it. I flatly refused to take either purple pills or Redfern's bitters. I announced, with a new calmness, that I would no longer answer to the name Doss. I told Cousin Stickles that I wished she would stop wearing that brooch with Cousin Artemis Stickles' hair in it. I moved my bed to the opposite corner of my room. I read Magic of Wings on Sunday afternoon, and when Cousin Stickles rebuked me, I simply said I had forgotten it was Sunday and continued reading. Cousin Stickles had even caught me sliding down the Banistera site so shocking that she kept it from Mrs. Frederick, who was already worried enough. But it was my announcement on Saturday night that I would no longer attend the Anglican church that finally shattered my mother's stony silence. She demanded to know if I had lost my senses, but I replied, almost playfully, that I would still go to church, just not the Anglican one. I would go to the Presbyterian church instead. This was even worse in her eyes, and she resorted to tears, her outrage having lost its power. She sobbed, asking what I had against the Anglican church, and I replied that I had nothing against it, except that she had always made me go there. If she had forced me to go to the Presbyterian church, I would probably want to go to the Anglican. She accused me of being thankless, sharper than a serpent's tooth, and I found myself calmly asking if that was a kind thing to say to a daughter. So my behavior at the silver wedding was not quite the shock to Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles that it was to the rest of the family. They debated whether or not to bring me, but decided it would only create more talk if they left me at home. Perhaps I would behave myself, and so far, no outsider suspected anything was wrong. By a stroke of luck, it poured rain on Sunday morning, so I did not carry out my threat to attend the Presbyterian church. Valancy would not have minded at all if they had left her at home. These family celebrations always felt hopelessly dull, yet the Stirlings marked every occasion with relentless regularity. Even Mrs. Frederick hosted a dinner party for her wedding anniversary, and Cousin Stickles invited friends for supper on her birthday. Valancy disliked these gatherings, knowing they would have to pinch and save for weeks afterward to pay for them. Still, she wanted to go to the silver wedding. It would hurt Uncle Herbert's feelings if she stayed away, and she found herself rather fond of him. Besides, she was curious to look over all her relatives from her new perspective. If the opportunity arose, it might even be the perfect place to make her Declaration of Independence public. Mrs. Stirling instructed her to put on the brown silk dress. As if there were any other option, Valancy owned only the one festive dress, a snuffy brown silk Aunt Isabel had given her. Aunt Isabel had decreed that Valancy should never wear colors, as they did not suit her. When she was younger, she had been allowed to wear white, but even that had been quietly abandoned in recent years. Valancy put on the brown silk, with its high collar and long sleeves. She had never owned a dress with a low neck and elbow sleeves, though such styles had been worn in Deerwood for over a year. For her hair, she chose not to do it pompadour, but knotted it at her neck and pulled it out over her ears, thinking it suited her, though the knots seemed absurdly small. Mrs. Frederick resented the hairstyle, but decided it was wisest to say nothing on the eve of the party. It was important to keep Valancy in good humor until the event was over. Mrs. Frederick did not realize this was the first time in her life she had ever considered Valancy's moods. But then, Valancy had never been queer before. On the way to Uncle Herbert's, Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles walked in front, while Valancy trotted meekly behind. Roaring Abel passed them in his cart, drunk as usual, but not yet in the roaring stage, just drunk enough to be excessively polite. He raised his battered tartan cap with the air of a monarch and swept them a grand bow. Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles dared not snub Roaring Abel completely. He was the only person in Deerwood willing to do odd jobs of carpentry and repairs, so they could not afford to offend him. They responded with only the stiffest, slightest of bows, determined to keep Roaring Abel in his place. Valancy, walking behind Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles, did something they were fortunately spared from witnessing. She smiled brightly and waved at Roaring Abel, feeling no reason to hide her friendliness. She had always liked him. There was something jolly and picturesque about the old sinner, so unashamed and vivid against the dull respectability of Deerwood and its rigid customs. To Valancy, Roaring Abel was like a flame-red banner of rebellion and protest. Only a few nights before, he had galloped through Deerwood in the early hours, shouting oaths at the top of his powerful voice, his horse thundering down prim Elm Street. At the breakfast table, Cousin Stickles had shuddered over Abel's wild antics, describing him as yelling and blaspheming like a fiend. Mrs. Frederick, with a petulant sigh, wondered aloud why the judgment of the Lord had not yet fallen on him, as if Providence needed a reminder. Cousin Stickles had reassured everyone that Abel would surely be found dead one morning, trampled under his own horse's hooves. Valancy had said nothing, but she wondered if Roaring Abel's wild sprees weren't his way of protesting against the poverty, drudgery, and monotony of his life. She escaped into dream sprees in her blue castle, but Abel, lacking imagination, had to make his escapes concrete. Today, she waved at him with a sudden sense of kinship, and Abel, not too drunk to be surprised, nearly toppled from his seat in astonishment. By the time they reached Maple Avenue and Uncle Herbert's house, a large, pretentious building cluttered with meaningless bay windows and awkward porches, Valancy couldn't help but see it as a monument to self-satisfaction. To her, the house looked like a smug, prosperous man with warts on his face. She found herself thinking solemnly that a house like that was a blasphemy. Mrs. Frederick was deeply shaken by Valancy's remark, unsure if it was profane or merely odd. In Aunt Alberta's spare room, her hands trembled as she removed her hat. She made one last feeble attempt to avert disaster, holding Valancy back on the landing as Cousin Stickles went downstairs. She pleaded with Valancy to remember that she was a lady. Valancy, weary, could only wish there were any hope of ever forgetting it. Mrs. Frederick felt, with a sense of cosmic injustice, that she did not deserve this from Providence. Chapter 10. Uncle Herbert spoke briskly, offering a short blessing over the meal, asking that the food be blessed for their use and their lives consecrated to service. Aunt Wellington, however, disapproved of his brevity, believing that a proper grace required at least 3 minutes and should be delivered in a tone somewhere between a groan and a chant. As a silent protest, she kept her head bowed noticeably longer than the others. When she finally raised her head, she noticed Valancy watching her. From that moment on, Aunt Wellington would insist that she had sensed something amiss with Valancy. There was a peculiar gleam in those slanted eyes, an odd flicker of mockery and amusement, as if Valancy were laughing at her. The notion was unthinkable, and Aunt Wellington promptly dismissed it. Valancy found herself enjoying the gathering, an experience entirely new to her at a family reunion. In social settings and childhood games alike, she had always been a mere filler, never the center of attention. Her relatives considered her dull, lacking any parlor tricks or engaging presence. She had often retreated into her blue castle, escaping the tedium of family events, which only deepened her reputation for absent-mindedness and dullness. Aunt Wellington had once decreed that Valancy possessed no social presence whatsoever. No one realized that Valancy's silence stemmed from fear. But now, that fear had vanished. The chains around her spirit had been broken. She felt ready to speak if the occasion arose, but for now she reveled in a newfound freedom of thought, allowing herself an inner wildness as Uncle Herbert carved the turkey. Uncle Herbert glanced at Valancy a second time that day. He couldn't pinpoint what had changed about her, but he found himself surprised to think that Doss was not such a bad-looking girl after all, and he placed an extra piece of white meat on her plate. To spark conversation, Uncle Benjamin posed a riddle, asking which herb was most injurious to a young lady's beauty. It was Valancy's usual role to respond with a prompt, but she remained silent. No one else answered, so Uncle Benjamin, after an awkward pause, supplied the answer himself time and felt his attempt at humor had fallen flat. He looked at Valancy with some resentment, for she had never failed him before, but she seemed oblivious to him, her gaze wandering around the table. She examined each member of this somber gathering of sensible people, watching their little discomforts with a detached, amused smile. For the first time, she saw these people whom she had always revered and feared with new eyes. There was Aunt Mildred, Big, capable, patronizing, and endlessly talkative, convinced of her own cleverness, her husband's near-angelic status, and the exceptional nature of her children. Hadn't her son Howard endured teething at just 11 months? And didn't she claim to know the best way to do everything, from cooking mushrooms to picking up a snake? What a bore she seemed now, and how unattractive those moles appeared on her face. Cousin Gladys represented one of the most exasperating figures in the family constellation, a woman who had perfected the art of using her ailments as shields against unwanted obligations. She lived in a perpetual state of mourning for her son who had died in his youth, elevating his memory to sainthood while simultaneously waging an endless war with her surviving child. Her neuritis had become something of a family legend, not because of its severity, but because of its remarkable mobility and impeccable timing. The condition seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to migrate throughout her body, settling precisely where it would prove most advantageous to her current needs. When social obligations beckoned that held no appeal, the neuritis would conveniently establish itself in her legs, rendering travel impossible. Should any situation arise that demanded mental exertion or careful thought, the ailment would promptly relocate to her head, providing an unassailable excuse for avoiding intellectual effort. After all, as she would explain with practiced martyrdom, one simply cannot think clearly with neuritis clouding the mind. Valancy found herself thinking, with a flash of irreverent clarity, what an accomplished fraud the woman truly was. Aunt Isabel commanded attention through sheer physical presence and the weight of her accumulated chins. Valancy could not help but count them as her aunt settled into her usual position of judgment. Isabel had appointed herself the family's chief critic, a role she fulfilled with devastating efficiency, moving through their ranks like a general inspecting troops and finding each one wanting. Her reputation for crushing spirits was so well established that even those beyond Valancy's immediate circle felt the chill of her disapproval. The family had long acknowledged with a mixture of fear and grudging respect that Isabel possessed a tongue sharp enough to flay skin from bone. Valancy wondered, with characteristic boldness, what miraculous transformation might occur if those stern features ever attempted something as foreign as a smile. Second, Cousin Sarah Taylor sat with the stillness of a pond on a windless day, her large, pale eyes reflecting nothing of the thoughts behind them. Her claim to distinction rested entirely on her extensive collection of pickle recipes, a talent that had somehow become her defining characteristic in the absence of any other notable qualities. Fear of speaking inappropriately had rendered her conversation so cautious and colorless that listening to her had become an exercise in patience. Her propriety had reached such extremes that she blushed crimson at the sight of corset advertisements and had gone so far as to drape her Venus de Milo statuette in modest clothing, transforming the classical beauty into something she described as looking quite wholesome. Little cousin Georgiana possessed a gentleness that might have been endearing if it weren't so thoroughly overshadowed by her oppressive dullness. She maintained the appearance of someone who had been carefully pressed and creased into submission, every aspect of her being held in rigid check against the possibility of spontaneous expression. The only occasions that brought genuine animation to her features were funerals, events that offered the comfort of absolute certainty. In her mind, the dead represented perfect safety. They had reached a state where no further surprises or disappointments could disturb the peace. But the living remained sources of constant anxiety, carrying within them the terrible potential for unpredictable behavior. Uncle James cut an imposing figure with his striking dark features, his mouth set in lines that suggested perpetual sarcasm, and iron-gray whiskers that framed his face like a portrait of Victorian authority. His greatest pleasure lay in composing heated letters to the Christian Times, where he could unleash his fury against the perceived threats of modernism to traditional faith. Valancy often found herself wondering whether sleep brought any softening to those stern features, or if he maintained his judicial solemnity even in dreams. The early death of his wife seemed less mysterious when one considered the suffocating atmosphere he had created in their home. Valancy retained clear memories of the womana creature of beauty and sensitivity who had withered under her husband's relentless denial of her desires and his insistence on providing everything she neither wanted nor needed. He had achieved her destruction through perfectly legal means, slowly starving her spirit while smothering her dreams. Uncle Benjamin wheezed through conversations with lips that seemed perpetually pursed in disapproval, great bags of flesh hanging beneath eyes that regarded the world with profound cynicism. Uncle Wellington presented a study in pallor and disappointment, his elongated face topped with thin yellowish hair that marked him as one of the fair Stirlings. His stooped frame supported an abnormally high forehead crossed with deeply etched lines that spoke of chronic dissatisfaction. Valancy thought his eyes held no more intelligence than those of a fish displayed on ice, and his overall appearance suggested a caricature of himself drawn by an unkind artist. Aunt Wellington, born Mary but known by her husband's surname to distinguish her from the family's great Aunt Mary, commanded respect through sheer magnitude and dignity. Her iron-gray hair had been arranged with the precision of a military formation, and her fashionable beaded dress proclaimed her status within the family hierarchy. She had scandalized Aunt Mildred by having her moles removed through electrolysis, a procedure that Mildred viewed as a deliberate attempt to circumvent divine intention. Uncle Herbert sat with his spiky gray hair standing out in all directions, a familiar sight at family gatherings. Aunt Alberta, beside him, twisted her mouth in that peculiar way she always did when speaking, a habit that never failed to make her words sound less pleasant than intended. She was known throughout the family for her unselfishness, though Valancy had long suspected this reputation was built on her tendency to give up things she never actually wanted in the first place. Despite these quirks, Valancy found she could not judge them harshly, for she liked them both, even if they fit Milton's phrase stupidly good. Yet, she could not help but wonder what mysterious impulse had led Aunt Alberta to tie a black velvet ribbon around each of her plump arms, just above the elbow. Her gaze drifted across the table and settled on Olive. Olive had always been held up as the ideal, beautiful, well-behaved, successful. Valancy had grown up hearing endless comparisons. Why couldn't she carry herself like Olive? Why couldn't she stand, speak, or even try as Olive did? The litany echoed in her memory, each repetition another small wound. A sudden shift came over Valancy's expression. The mischievous glint faded from her eyes, replaced by a pensive, almost sorrowful look. No one could ignore or dismiss Olive. It was undeniable. Olive was beautiful, effective, and, on occasion, even a little clever. Perhaps her mouth was a bit too full, perhaps she displayed her perfect teeth a little too broadly when she smiled, but when all was considered, Olive fit Uncle Benjamin's assessment. She was a stunning girl. Valancy had to admit it, even if only to herself. Olive's hair, a rich golden brown, was styled with elaborate care, held in place by a sparkling bandeau that caught the light. Her large, brilliant blue eyes, framed by thick, silky lashes, seemed to command attention. Her face glowed with the color of roses, and her bare neck, white as snow, rose elegantly above her gown. Great pearls adorned her ears, and a blue-white diamond blazed on her long, smooth finger, the nail perfectly shaped and rosy. Through the green chiffon and shadowy lace of her dress, her marble arms gleamed. Valancy felt a sudden, quiet gratitude that her own thin arms were safely hidden beneath brown silk. Still, she continued her mental catalogue of Olive's charms. Tall, queenly, confident everything Valancy was not. And then there were the dimples in both cheeks and chin. Valancy could not help but feel a recurring sting of bitterness at the fate that had denied her even a single dimple, convinced that a woman with dimples always managed to get her own way. Olive was only a year younger than Valancy, yet to any stranger, the difference might have seemed a decade or more. No one ever worried about Olive becoming an old maid. Since her early teens, she had always been surrounded by a devoted circle of admirers, just as her mirror was always framed by cards, photographs, programs, and invitations. At 18, upon graduating from Havergal College, Olive had been engaged to Will Desmond, a young man destined for law. When Will died, Olive mourned him with proper decorum for 2 years. At 23, she had thrown herself into a passionate affair with Donald Jackson, but Aunt and Uncle Wellington disapproved, and in the end, Olive dutifully let him go. Within the Stirling clan, no one ever suggested whatever outsiders might whisper that Donald's own interest had begun to cool first. Whatever the truth, Olive's third engagement met with universal approval. Cecil Price was clever, handsome, and belonged to the distinguished Port Lawrence Prices. Olive had been engaged to him for 3 years. He had just finished his degree in civil engineering, and their wedding was to take place as soon as he secured a contract. Her hope chest overflowed with exquisite treasures, and she had already described her wedding dress to Valancy in loving detail-livery silk draped with lace, a white satin court train lined with pale green georgette, and a Brussels lace heirloom veil. Valancy also knew, though Olive had not confided it, that the bridesmaids had been chosen, and she was not among them. Valancy had always, in a way, been Olive's confidant, perhaps because she was the only girl in the family who could not bore Olive with confidences of her own. Olive had shared every detail of her love affairs from the days when schoolboys had persecuted her with love letters. There was no comfort for Valancy in pretending these stories were imaginary. Olive truly lived them. Many men had lost their heads over Olive, not just the 3 lucky ones. Olive often mused that she could never understand what drove those poor fools to make even greater fools of themselves over her. Valancy sometimes longed to reply that she didn't understand either, but both honesty and diplomacy always held her tongue. Deep down, she knew perfectly well. Olive Stirling was one of those women who made men lose their senses just as surely as Valancy herself was the kind of woman no man ever looked at twice. And yet, as Valancy regarded Olive now, she felt a new, merciless clarity settle over her thoughts. There was something missing about Olive, something essential, as if she were a morning without dew. Chapter 11. The dinner dragged on in its usual Stirling fashion, each course creeping along with a sense of inevitability. The room felt chilly, despite what the calendar claimed, and Aunt Alberta had the gas logs burning, their artificial glow flickering in the grate. Everyone in the family envied her those gas logs, everyone, that is, except Valancy. In her blue castle, glorious open fires blazed in every room when autumn nights grew cool, and she would have frozen before ever committing the sacrilege of a gas log. Uncle Herbert, ever the perennial jester, made his usual joke as he served Aunt Wellington some cold meat, drawing a tired smile from the table. Aunt Mildred launched into her familiar story about finding a lost ring in a turkey's crop, while Uncle Benjamin recounted, for perhaps the 100th time, his tale of chasing and punishing a now famous man for stealing apples. Second Cousin Jane described in excruciating detail her sufferings with an ulcerating tooth. Aunt Wellington admired the pattern of Aunt Alberta's silver teaspoons and lamented the loss of one of her own, mourning the fact that it had ruined her set and could never be matched again. Especially since it had been a wedding present from dear old Aunt Matilda. Aunt Isabel mused that the seasons seemed to be changing, unable to imagine what had become of the good old-fashioned springs of her youth. Cousin Georgiana, as always, brought up the latest funeral, wondering aloud which of them would be the next to pass away, never blunt enough to use the word die. Valancy felt certain she could provide an answer, but refrained. Cousin Gladys, too, had her usual complaint. Her visiting nephews had nipped all the buds off her houseplants and tormented her fancy chicken. Some of them, she insisted, had actually been squeezed to death. Uncle Herbert, ever tolerant, reminded her that boys would be boys. But Cousin Gladys, seeking appreciation for her wit, retorted that they needn't be rampaging animals, scanning the table for approval. Everyone smiled, everyone except Valancy, and Cousin Gladys took note of that. Moments later, when the conversation turned to Ellen Hamilton, Cousin Gladys made a pointed remark about shy, plain girls who can't get husbands, glancing significantly at Valancy. Uncle James, sensing the conversation had sunk to a low level of personal gossip, attempted to elevate it by proposing a discussion on the greatest happiness. Each person was asked to share their idea of what constituted the greatest happiness. Aunt Mildred, when asked about the greatest happiness for a woman, declared that it was to be a loving and beloved wife and mother. Aunt Wellington, on the other hand, believed true happiness would be found in traveling through Europe. Olive, with her usual ambition, thought the height of happiness would be to become a great singer like Tetrazzini. Cousin Gladys, in her usual mournful tone, said her greatest happiness would simply be to be free completely, free from neuritis. Cousin Georgiana, ever sentimental, wished for nothing more than to have her dear departed brother Richard back. Aunt Alberta, vague as ever, insisted that happiness was to be found in the poetry of life, and quickly diverted attention by giving instructions to her maid, lest anyone ask her what she meant. Mrs. Frederick asserted that the greatest happiness was to spend one's life in loving service for others, and both Cousin Stickles and Aunt Isabel agreed, though Aunt Isabel did so with a touch of resentment, as if Mrs. Frederick had stolen her thunder by saying it first. Mrs. Frederick, determined to seize the moment, continued, insisting that everyone was too prone to live in selfishness, worldliness, and sin. The other women, feeling chastened by this, fell silent, while Uncle James felt certain that the conversation had finally been elevated. Then, quite suddenly and clearly, Valancy announced that the greatest happiness was to sneeze when you wanted to. The entire table stared at her, struck dumb. No one dared to respond, unsure whether Valancy was attempting to be funny, a thought that seemed almost unbelievable. Mrs. Frederick, who had been relaxing as the dinner progressed without incident, now began to tremble again, but decided it was wiser to say nothing. Uncle Benjamin, however, was not so prudent. He jumped in eagerly, asking Valancy what the difference was between a young girl and an old maid. Valancy replied, without hesitation, that one was happy and careless, and the other was cappy and hairless. She reminded Uncle Ben that he had asked that riddle at least 50 times, and suggested that if he must tell riddles, he ought to find some new ones. She added that it was a fatal mistake to try to be funny if you didn't succeed. Uncle Benjamin stared at her in shock, never in his life having been spoken to in such a way, especially not by Valancy. He glanced around the table, seeking support, but everyone looked blank. Mrs. Frederick had closed her eyes, her lips moving as if in silent prayer. The situation was so unprecedented that no one knew how to respond. Meanwhile, Valancy calmly continued eating her salad, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Aunt Alberta, desperate to steer the dinner back toward safer ground, launched into a story about a dog that had bitten her recently. Uncle James, always ready to support her, asked with mock seriousness where the dog had bitten her. Aunt Alberta replied that it had happened just a little below the Catholic Church. At that, Valancy couldn't help herself. Laughter bubbled up, clear and bright. No one else joined in. The silence that followed was thick and uncertain. What could possibly be so funny about that? Valancy, still amused, wondered aloud if that was a vital part, her tone light but edged with mischief. Aunt Alberta, completely bewildered, asked what she meant, while Mrs. Frederick, sitting rigidly at the table, felt herself teetering on the edge of despair, as if all her years of striving to serve God had come to nothing. Aunt Isabel, feeling it was her duty to restore order, turned on Valancy with a critical eye. She remarked that Valancy was horribly thin, all sharp angles and corners, and wondered if she ever tried to put on a little weight. Valancy, unflinching, replied that she did not, but could offer directions to a beauty parlor in Port Lawrence that specialized in reducing the number of chins. Mrs. Frederick, unable to contain herself, uttered Valancy's name in protest. She intended her tone to be dignified and majestic, as always, but it came out as a pleading whine. And for once she did not call her Doss. Cousin Stickles, whispering in agony to Uncle Benjamin, insisted that Valancy must be feverish, and that she had seemed so for several days. Uncle Benjamin, grumbling, declared that Valancy had gone dippy and deserved a spanking, yes, a good spanking. Cousin Stickles, clearly agitated, pointed out that Valancy was 29 years old now, and so, at least, that was one advantage of being that age. Valancy, having caught this aside, couldn't help but agree with a wry amusement. Uncle Benjamin, determined to reassert his authority, told Valancy that she could say whatever she pleased once he was dead, but while he lived, he demanded respect. Valancy, with a strange calm, replied that they were all dead, the entire Stirling clansome buried, some not yet, and that was the only real difference. Uncle Benjamin, trying to shame her, brought up the old raspberry jam incident. Valancy flushed, not with shame, but with suppressed laughter, having expected that he would drag out that story sooner or later. She admitted to remembering it well, and even confessed that she regretted not having more time to eat the jam before being caught. Then, with a sudden shift, she pointed out Aunt Isabel's profile on the wall, asking if anyone had ever seen anything so funny. Everyone looked, including Aunt Isabel herself, which of course ruined the effect. Uncle Herbert, trying to be kind, gently suggested that Valancy stop eating not because he begrudged her the food, but because he thought it might be better for her, given that her stomach seemed a bit out of order. Valancy, unfazed, told him not to worry about her stomach, assuring him it was perfectly fine. She intended to keep on eating, since it was so rare that she had the chance to enjoy a truly satisfying meal. It was a moment that unsettled everyone at the table, for no one in Deerwood had ever heard the phrase "old dear" before. The Stirlings, startled by this unfamiliar expression, found themselves glancing at Valancy with a new wariness, as if she had conjured something uncanny into their midst. Mrs. Frederick, sitting rigid and wounded, could not imagine anything more disgraceful than Valancy's casual reference to a satisfying meal. For years, Valancy had been a disappointment, but now, in her mother's eyes, she had crossed the line into disgrace. The urge to leave the table pressed hard on Mrs. Frederick, yet she could not bring herself to abandon Valancy in front of the assembled family. Aunt Alberta's maid entered, quietly removing the salad plates and setting down the dessert. The interruption was a relief, and a subtle brightness returned to the room as everyone silently agreed to ignore Valancy, speaking and laughing as if she were not there at all. Uncle Wellington, determined to steer the conversation elsewhere, brought up Barney Snaith. Valancy, observing the familiar pattern, reflected that Barney Snaith inevitably surfaced at every Stirling gathering, his presence impossible to ignore. She let herself listen, feeling an odd, unacknowledged fascination as the topic took hold. Her pulse quickened, the sensation reaching her fingertips. The conversation, as always, turned against Barney Snaith. No one ever had a kind word for him. All the old rumors were revived. Tales of embezzlement, counterfeiting, infidelity, even murder. Uncle Wellington's indignation grew as he insisted it was outrageous for such a person to live anywhere near Deerwood. He wondered aloud what the police in Port Lawrence could be thinking, warning darkly that one day everyone would be murdered in their beds. The very idea that Barney Snaith remained at large after all he had supposedly done was, to him, a travesty. Valancy, unable to remain silent, asked what exactly Barney Snaith had done. Uncle Wellington, momentarily forgetting his resolve to ignore her, stared in surprise. He insisted that Barney had done every crime imaginable. Valancy pressed him, her voice calm and relentless, wanting to know what anyone actually knew for certain. Why was he always condemned, and what had ever truly been proven against him? Uncle Wellington, bristling with irritation, declared that he did not argue with women and did not need proof. The very fact that a man hid himself away on an island in Muskoka year after year, with no one knowing where he came from or how he lived, was proof enough for him. Where there was mystery, he reasoned, there must be crime. Second, Cousin Sarah added her voice, insisting that even the name Snaith was enough to condemn him. Cousin Georgiana, shivering, admitted she would never want to meet him in a dark lane. Valancy, with a flicker of mischief, wondered what he would do to her. Georgiana, in all seriousness, believed he would murder her, simply for the fun of it. She insisted that where there was so much smoke, there must be some fire, and she had always felt he had something to hide. She was rarely wrong in her intuitions. Uncle Wellington, glaring at Valancy, affirmed that everyone knew Barney was a criminal. He repeated rumors that Barney had served time for embezzlement and was involved with a gang responsible for bank robberies in the area. Valancy, undeterred, asked who had actually said these things. Uncle Wellington, his brow furrowed in frustration, refused to answer, choosing instead to ignore her question. Uncle Benjamin, with a sharp tone, insisted that Barney Snaith had the unmistakable look of someone who belonged in jail. He remembered noticing it the very first time he had seen him. Uncle James, seizing the opportunity, managed to recite a line he had long been waiting to use, feeling a deep satisfaction at finally weaving it into conversation. The moment seemed to validate years of anticipation for him. Valancy, observing quietly, remarked that one of Barney's eyebrows formed an arch while the other shaped into a triangle. She wondered if this was the reason everyone found him so villainous. Uncle James, usually able to silence a room with the mere raising of his eyebrows, found the world carrying on as usual despite his dramatic gesture. Olive, with a hint of malice, questioned how Valancy could know Barney's eyebrows so well. Such a comment would have left Valancy flustered just weeks before, and Olive seemed to know it. Aunt Wellington echoed the question, pressing for an answer. Valancy responded calmly, explaining that she had seen Barney twice and had looked at him closely. She admitted to finding his face the most interesting she had ever seen. Olive, beginning to feel excluded from a conversation that had unexpectedly centered on Valancy, conceded that there was likely something questionable in Barney's past. However, she doubted that he could be guilty of every accusation leveled against him. Valancy felt a twinge of annoyance at Olive's words, wondering why Olive would defend Barney Snaith, even in such a qualified way. What did Olive have to do with him? For that matter, what did Valancy herself have to do with him? Yet, she chose not to pursue these questions. Second cousin Sarah Taylor, eager not to appear entirely ignorant of the subject, mentioned that people said Barney kept dozens of cats in his hut on Mistawis. The thought of cats, especially in the plural, struck Valancy as oddly appealing. She imagined an island in Muskoka filled with playful felines. Aunt Isabel, however, saw this as further proof that something was wrong with Barney. Valancy, savoring her dessert, reflected that people who disliked cats always seemed to believe there was some peculiar virtue in their aversion. Uncle Wellington pointed out that Barney had no friends except Roaring Abel. He suggested that if Roaring Abel had kept his distance, as everyone else did, things would have been better for certain members of his family. His statement trailed off, weakened by a marital glance from Aunt Wellington, reminding him that there were young women at the table. Valancy, with sudden passion, declared that if Uncle Wellington meant to imply Barney Snaith was the father of Cecily Gay's child, it was a wicked lie. Despite her indignation, Valancy found herself amused by the shocked expressions around the table. She had not seen such faces since the day, 17 years earlier, when it was discovered at Cousin Gladys's thimble party that she had lice in her hair. Valancy felt finished with euphemisms. Mrs. Frederick, nearly collapsing, clung to the belief or the pretense that Valancy still thought children were found in parsley beds. Cousin Stickles pleaded for silence, but Valancy stubbornly refused. She insisted she had spent her whole life being hushed and would scream if she wanted to. She urged them to stop spreading nonsense about Barney Snaith. Valancy found herself swept by a wave of indignation she could not fully explain. The accusations and rumors swirling around Barney Snaith's supposed crimes, his shadowy reputation should have meant nothing to her. Yet, amid all the tales of theft, forgery, and prison, what truly stung was the suggestion that he had been the false lover of poor, frail Cecily Gay. That, more than any other rumor, felt intolerable. She realized she could accept the idea of him as a thief or even a jailbird, but the thought of him betraying Cecily, of loving and ruining her, was unbearable. Images of Barney's face flitted through her mind moments from their 2 brief encounters. She recalled the enigmatic twist of his smile, the glint in his eyes, the thin, sensitive lines of his lips, and the air of daring honesty that seemed to surround him. A man with such a smile, with lips so ascetic and sensitive, might have committed a crime or taken a risk, but she could not believe he would ever betray someone who trusted him. Suddenly, she felt a surge of resentment toward everyone at the table who repeated or believed such a slander. Aunt Wellington, with a tone meant to crush, reminded Valancy that she herself had never thought or spoken of such matters as a young girl. But Valancy, unbowed, pointed out that she was no longer a young girl, and that this fact was constantly thrown in her face. She accused the family of being malicious, senseless gossips, and pleaded for them to leave Cecily Gay in peace. Cecily was dying, and whatever her sins, Valancy felt that fate god or the devil had already punished her enough. She insisted that the family's interference was unnecessary. As for Barney Snaith, Valancy declared that his only real crime was living quietly and minding his own business, which, in the eyes of her family's narrow-minded snobbery, was apparently unforgivable. The word snobocracy came to her suddenly, and she felt a spark of satisfaction at having coined it, convinced it captured the essence of the clan. In her mind, none of them were fit to judge the others. Mrs. Frederick, deeply wounded, insisted that Valancy's late father would be turning in his grave if he could hear her now. Valancy, with a boldness that surprised even herself, imagined that perhaps he would welcome the change. Uncle James, heavy with disapproval, reminded Valancy that the 10 Commandments, especially the 5th, were still relevant. Valancy, undeterred, countered that she suspected Uncle James himself had forgotten the 9th commandment and mused aloud about how dull life would be without the 10 Commandments. She reflected that it was only when things were forbidden that they became truly fascinating. The emotional strain proved too much for Valancy. She recognized the warning signs of another attack of pain approaching and knew she could not allow it to happen there at the table. Rising from her seat, she announced her intention to leave, stating that she had come only for the dinner. She complimented Aunt Alberta on the meal, though she could not resist mentioning that the salad dressing needed more salt and a dash of cayenne. The guests, stunned into silence, could not find words until the sound of the lawn gate echoed behind Valancy as she disappeared into the dusk. Only then did Cousin Stickles moan that she had always said Valancy was feverish. Uncle Benjamin, in a fit of frustration, pounded his own hand and insisted that Valancy had gone completely mad. Cousin Georgiana, ever the peacemaker, urged Benjamin not to judge too harshly, recalling Shakespeare's words about charity thinking no evil. Uncle Benjamin dismissed the idea of charity as utter nonsense, his irritation bubbling over as he claimed he had never heard a young woman speak such things as Valancy had just done. He seemed appalled that she would even think of such matters, let alone mention them, and accused her of blasphemy and insult. In his mind, what Valancy really needed was a generous dose of old-fashioned discipline, and he privately wished he could be the one to deliver it. He gulped down half a cup of scalding coffee, the heat doing little to quell his indignation. Cousin Stickles, her voice wavering with worry, wondered aloud if the mumps could affect a person's mind in such a way. Cousin Georgiana, recalling that she had opened an umbrella indoors the day before, took it as an omen of misfortune. Cousin Mildred, ever practical, asked if anyone had checked Valancy's temperature. Stickles lamented that Valancy had refused to let Amelia use the thermometer. Mrs. Frederick, her composure shattered, began to weep openly. She confessed through her tears that Valancy had been acting strangely for more than 2 weeks, nothing like her usual self. Christine could confirm it, she insisted, and though she had hoped it was merely the onset of a cold, she now feared something far worse. Cousin Gladys, pressing her hand to her head, complained that the situation was bringing on another attack of neuritis. Herbert, pulling nervously at his spiky gray hair, tried to comfort Amelia, urging her not to cry. He hated family quarrels, and found it inconsiderate of Valancy to cause such a scene at his silver wedding. Who could have imagined she was capable of such behavior? He suggested that Valancy should see a doctor, speculating that perhaps it was only a temporary mental disturbance, what people now called a brainstorm. Mrs. Frederick, her voice trembling, admitted she had suggested a doctor to Valancy the previous day, but Valancy had flatly refused. She wondered aloud if she had not already suffered enough. Cousin Stickles added that Valancy would not take Redfern's bitters, and Mrs. Frederick agreed that she refused all remedies. Stickles also mentioned that Valancy was determined to attend the Presbyterian church, though she refrained from sharing the story about the banister. Uncle Benjamin, growling, insisted that this alone proved Valancy was unbalanced. He claimed to have noticed something odd about her as soon as she arrived that day, and even before. Everything she had said, especially her question about whether it was a vital part, struck him as senseless. He was convinced that such things had never been heard among the Stirlings and concluded it must come from the Wansbara side of the family. Mrs. Frederick, too crushed to be angry, sobbed that she had never heard of anything like that among the Wansbaras. Uncle Benjamin, not to be deterred, pointed out that her father had been odd enough. Mrs. Frederick, through her tears, admitted that her father had been peculiar, but insisted that his mind was never affected. Uncle Benjamin recalled that Amelia's father had always spoken in much the same way Valancy had today. He insisted that the man had truly believed himself to be his own great-great-grandfather reborn, and Benjamin remembered hearing him say it more than once. In Benjamin's mind, a man who could believe such a thing could never have been entirely sane. He urged Amelia to stop her sniffling, assuring her that while Doss had certainly made a spectacle of herself, she wasn't to blame. Old maids, he asserted, were prone to such outbursts. If Doss had married at the proper age, she would never have ended up like this. Mrs. Frederick, feeling the sting of blame, pointed out that no one had ever wanted to marry Valancy. Benjamin, snapping, seemed relieved that no outsiders were present to witness the family's disgrace. He suggested that for now they could keep the matter private and proposed taking Valancy to see Dr. Marsh the next day. He felt confident in his ability to deal with stubborn people and sought James's agreement. Uncle James concurred, insisting that medical advice was necessary. With the matter settled, Benjamin advised Amelia to act as if nothing had happened and to keep a close watch on Valancy. Above all, she was not to let Valancy be alone, and especially not to let her sleep alone. Mrs. Frederick, overwhelmed, whimpered that she had already suggested Christine sleep with Valancy, but Valancy had refused and locked her door. She lamented that Valancy had changed so much she wouldn't work. At least not so, though she still did her usual housework. Mrs. Frederick seemed especially disturbed that Valancy had refused to sweep the parlor on Thursday, as was their custom, saying she would wait until it was actually dirty so her labor would be worthwhile. The family found this new logic baffling. Cousin Stickles added that the jar of potpourri had disappeared from Valancy's room, only for its shattered pieces to be found in the neighboring lot. Valancy would not explain what had happened to it. Uncle Herbert, reflecting on the day's events, admitted he would never have expected such behavior from Doss, who had always seemed so quiet and sensible if a bit backward. Uncle James, feeling clever, remarked that the only certainty in life was the multiplication table. Benjamin, determined to lighten the mood, offered a riddle about chorus girls and stock raisers, which Stickles dutifully prompted him to answer in Valancy's absence. His punchline, about exhibiting calves, struck Stickles as a bit indelicate, especially with Olive present, but she excused it on the grounds that he was a man. Uncle Herbert, meanwhile, found himself thinking that things felt rather dull now that Doss was gone. Chapter 12. Valancy moved quickly through the faint blue twilight, her steps hurried and uneven. Perhaps she moved too fast, driven by a need to reach the safety of her own room. When she finally arrived, the attack that seized her was the worst she had ever experienced. The pain was so intense that she wondered if she might die from it. The thought of dying in such agony filled her with dread. For a moment, she wondered if this was what death felt like. In that lonely, shivering moment, she felt utterly alone, more so than ever before. When she could think at all, she found herself longing for the comfort of another person, someone who could truly sympathize, someone who genuinely cared. She imagined how it would feel to have someone simply hold her hand, to offer quiet encouragement and understanding, not just fuss and alarm. Her mother and cousin Stickles never brought that kind of comfort. In the midst of her pain and isolation, the thought of Barney Snaith drifted into her mind. She wondered why, in this moment of suffering, she felt as if he would understand, as if he would feel sorry for anyone who was hurting. He seemed, somehow, like an old friend, familiar and kind. Perhaps it was because she had defended him earlier, standing up to her family on his behalf. At first, the pain was so overwhelming that she could not even reach for Dr. Trent's prescription. Eventually, she managed to take it, and relief came slowly. The pain faded, leaving her exhausted and drenched in cold perspiration. The experience had been terrible, and she knew she could not endure many more attacks like that. She thought that dying would not be so bad if only it could be instant and painless. But to die in such pain, that was almost unthinkable. Suddenly, a laugh escaped her. The memory of the dinner returned, and she realized it had been unexpectedly enjoyable. Everything had seemed so simple. She had merely spoken aloud the thoughts she had always kept hidden. The expressions on her relatives' faces, especially Uncle Benjamin's, amused her. She imagined him rewriting his will that very night, cutting her out and giving Olive her share, as had always seemed to happen. She remembered the dust pile incident from childhood, a symbol of Olive always receiving more. To laugh at her family, as she had always secretly wished, was the only satisfaction left to her now. Yet, she found it rather sad that this was all she had. She wondered if she might be allowed to pity herself a little, since no one else would. She stood and moved to her window. A moist, gentle wind from the groves of young-leafed wild trees brushed her face as if offering a wise and tender caress. She gazed across to Mrs. Treadgold's lawn, where the dark purple silhouettes of the Lombardy poplars stood against the clear sky. A milk-white, pulsating star hovered just above one of the trees, like a living pearl floating on a silver-green lake. Far beyond the station, the shadowy purple-hooded woods around Lake Mistawis lay shrouded in a white, filmy mist. Above it all, a faint, young crescent moon hung in the sky. Valancy looked at it over her thin left shoulder, her thoughts quiet and whimsical. She wished, with a bittersweet hope, for just one small dust pile of her own before she died. Chapter 13. Uncle Benjamin had not anticipated the resistance he would face when he so confidently declared he would take Valancy to a doctor. Valancy refused outright, meeting his insistence with laughter. She questioned why she should see Dr. Marsh, firmly stating there was nothing wrong with her mind, despite the family's belief that she had suddenly gone mad. She explained that she was simply tired of living to please others and had decided to please herself, suggesting this would finally give the family something new to talk about besides the raspberry jam incident. With that, she dismissed the matter. Uncle Benjamin, solemn and helpless, told Valancy she was not acting like herself. Valancy challenged him, asking who she was like, leaving him momentarily at a loss. In desperation, he replied that she resembled her grandfather Wansbara. Valancy accepted this as a compliment, recalling that Grandfather Wansbara was one of the few truly human beings she had known, almost the only one. She made it clear that no amount of scolding, pleading, or commanding would change her mind, nor would anguished glances exchanged between her mother and Cousin Stickles. She declared she would not go to any doctor, and if one was brought to her, she would simply refuse to see him. She challenged them to consider what they would do about it. There seemed to be no answer. Forcing Valancy to a doctor by physical means was neither proper nor possible, and no other method seemed viable. Her mother's tears and desperate pleas had no effect. Valancy reassured her mother lightly, though with respect, that she was unlikely to do anything truly terrible, but she did intend to have a little fun. Mrs. Frederick reacted to the word fun as if Valancy had announced she was going to contract a serious illness. Olive, sent by her mother to see if she could influence Valancy, returned with flushed cheeks and angry eyes, reporting that Valancy was beyond persuasion. Olive explained that she had spoken to Valancy as a sister would tenderly and wisely, but Valancy had only narrowed her eyes and remarked that she did not show her gums when she laughed. Olive noted that Valancy seemed to be talking more to herself than to anyone else, and throughout the conversation, Olive felt as if Valancy was not really listening. Finally, when Olive realized her words were having no effect, she pleaded with Valancy not to say anything odd in front of Cecil during his upcoming visit. Valancy's response was that she would rather enjoy shocking Cecil, since his mouth was too red for a man's. Olive confided to her mother that she could never feel the same about Valancy again. Aunt Wellington, hearing this, declared solemnly that Valancy's mind was clearly affected and that she could not be held responsible for her words. When Aunt Wellington relayed Valancy's comments to Mrs. Frederick insisted that Valancy should apologize. Valancy reminded her mother that she had been made to apologize to Olive 15 years ago for something she had not done, and suggested that old apology would suffice for now. Another grave family conference took place, with every member present except Cousin Gladys, who claimed that ever since Doss had started acting strangely, her neuritis had become unbearable, and she could not be expected to take responsibility for anything. The family, after much discussion, found themselves forced to accept the reality before them. The wisest course was to leave Valancy alone for a while. Uncle Benjamin described it as giving her her head, suggesting they should keep a careful watch, but otherwise let her be. The phrase watchful waiting had not yet been coined, but that was essentially the approach Valancy's anxious relatives decided to adopt. Uncle Benjamin insisted they must be guided by what happened next, and, in his most solemn tone, remarked that it was easier to scramble eggs than to unscramble them. He added that if Valancy were to become violent, they would have to reconsider. Uncle James decided to consult Dr. Ambrose Marsh, who approved of their decision. Doctor. Marsh pointed out to the frustrated Uncle James, who would have preferred to lock Valancy away somewhere that she had not actually done or said anything that could be considered proof of madness, and that in this modern age, people could not be locked up without evidence. Nothing Uncle James reported seemed alarming to Dr. Marsh, who had to hide a smile more than once. Of course, Dr. Marsh was not a Stirling, and he knew little of the old Valancy. Uncle James left the consultation dissatisfied, convinced that Ambrose Marsh was not much of a doctor after all, and that Adelaide Stirling could have chosen better. Chapter 14. Life pressed on, indifferent to sorrow, as it always did. Meals had to be prepared, even when hearts ached, and the sagging porch demanded repairs, regardless of the storm that had swept through the family. Mrs. Frederick, ever methodical, had long ago scheduled the second week of June for the front porch to be fixed, and so, as planned, Roaring Abel appeared on the appointed morning, ready to work. He arrived, as everyone expected, in his usual state of drunkenness, though still in the genial, talkative stage that made him almost likable. The sharp scent of whiskey on his breath was nearly unbearable for Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles at dinner, and even Valancy, for all her newfound freedom, found it unpleasant. Still, she liked Abel, drawn to his vivid stories and the boldness with which he disregarded the rules that bound everyone else. After she finished the dishes, Valancy slipped out to the steps to join him, ignoring her family's silent protests. Defiance had become easy now. The first act of rebellion was the only difficult one. When Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles called her inside, Valancy merely smiled, her resolve unshaken. They dared not push her further, fearing she might make a scene in front of Roaring Abel, whose tongue was as quick as his hammer and whose stories traveled fast through the county. The day was cold for June, but Valancy didn't care. The sharp wind felt exhilarating, a symbol of her new freedom. She breathed deeply, letting the clean air fill her lungs, and stretched out her arms, letting the wind tangle her hair. As Abel hammered, keeping time with his boisterous Scotch songs, he shared his troubles with Valancy between bursts of work. She listened, comforted by the rhythm of his hammer, each strike falling perfectly in tune, and found herself enjoying his company more than she had expected. Old Abel Gay, despite having reached 70 years, still possessed a striking appearance that carried the dignity of a patriarch. His massive beard, a blazing red that had never faded, spilled over the front of his blue flannel shirt, while the hair on his head had turned pure white. His eyes remained a fiery, youthful blue, and his enormous eyebrows so bushy and reddish white they resembled mustaches more than brows gave, his face a wild, memorable character. Perhaps this explained why he always kept his upper lip meticulously shaved. His cheeks were red, and though one might expect his nose to match, it was instead a proud aquiline shape, the kind that might have graced the face of a Roman senator. Abel stood 6'2" in his stockings, broad-shouldered and lean-hipped, a figure that must have cut an impressive silhouette in his youth. In his younger days, Abel had been a notorious lover, unable to settle for just one woman, finding them all too charming to bind himself to a single heart. His life had unfolded as a vivid panorama of wild adventures, follies, romances, fortunes, and misfortunes. It was not until he was 45 that he finally married a pretty, delicate girl whose spirit could not withstand the chaos of his ways and who died within a few years. Abel, deeply affected yet true to form, attended her funeral in a state of pious drunkenness, insisting on reciting the 55th chapter of Isaiah by heart, while the minister he disliked tried to pray. Abel knew most of the Bible and all the Psalms by memory. After his wife's death, his home was managed by a slovenly old cousin who cooked and kept the household running after a fashion. In this less-than-ideal environment, little Cecilia Gay was raised. Valancy remembered Sissy Gay from their days together at public school, though Sissy had been 3 years younger. After school, their paths diverged, and Valancy had not seen her since. Abel was, nominally, a Presbyterian, nay, made sure a Presbyterian preacher married him, baptized his child, and buried his wife. He prided himself on knowing more about Presbyterian theology than most ministers, which made him a formidable opponent in theological arguments. Yet, Roaring Abel never attended church. Every Presbyterian minister who had come to Deerwood had tried, once, to reform him, but none had succeeded. The current minister, Reverend Mr. Bentley, had been in Deerwood for 8 years, but after a single attempt during his first 3 months, he had never visited Abel again. On that occasion, Bentley had found Abel in the theological stage of drunkenness phase that always followed the sentimental, maudlin one and preceded the roaring, blasphemous stage. The final phase, in which Abel became prayerful and acutely aware of himself as a sinner in the hands of an angry God, was where he usually stopped. He would often fall asleep on his knees and wake up sober, but he had never been dead drunk in his life. Abel assured Mr. Bentley that he was a sound Presbyterian, confident of his election, and had no sins at least none that he was aware of that needed repenting. Roaring Abel, when pressed by Mr. Bentley about whether he had ever done anything in his life that he regretted, scratched his bushy white head and pretended to think deeply. Eventually, he admitted that his only real regrets were the women he might have kissed but didn't. Mr. Bentley, finding the conversation hopeless, left and returned home. Abel had made sure that Sissy was baptized, though he himself had been jovially drunk at the time. He insisted that she attend church and Sunday school faithfully. The church community took her in, and she became a member of the mission band, the Girls' Guild, and the Young Women's Missionary Society in turn. Sissy was always a quiet, sincere, and diligent worker, well liked and pitied by everyone. She was modest, sensitive, and possessed a delicate, fleeting beauty that seemed to require love and tenderness to survive. Yet, when disaster struck, the sympathy and affection of the community did not stop them from tearing her apart with gossip and judgment. 4 years earlier, Sissy had taken a job as a summer waitress at a Muskoka hotel. When she returned in the fall, she was a changed person, hiding herself away and refusing to go anywhere. The reason soon became clear, and scandal erupted throughout the town. That winter, Sissy gave birth to a baby, but she never revealed the father's identity, keeping her secret locked behind pale, silent lips. No one dared question Roaring Abel about it. Rumors and speculation soon pointed to Barney Snaith, since none of the other maids at the hotel had ever seen Sissy with a man. They resented her for keeping to herself, for thinking herself too good for their dances, and now, they said, look what had happened. The baby lived for a year before dying, and after that, Sissy faded away. 2 years ago, Dr. Marsh had given her only 6 months to live, her lungs hopelessly diseased, yet she was still alive. No one visited her. The women of the community refused to go to Roaring Abel's house. Mr. Bentley had tried once when he knew Abel was away, but an old cousin scrubbing the kitchen floor told him Sissy would not see anyone. That old cousin had since died, and Roaring Abel had gone through 2 or 3 disreputable housekeepers, the only kind willing to work in a house where a girl was dying of consumption. The last one had left, and now Abel had no one to care for Sissy or manage the house. This was the burden he poured out to Valancy, condemning the hypocrites of Deerwood and its neighboring communities with colorful language. Some of his oaths drifted into the hallway, reaching Cousin Stickles and nearly overwhelming her. She wondered in horror if Valancy was truly listening to such talk. Valancy barely registered Abel's coarse language, her mind consumed instead by the image of poor, suffering Sissy Gay, isolated and disgraced in that lonely old house along the Mistowus Road. The thought that Sissy, so ill and helpless, had no one to care for her or offer comfort, haunted Valancy deeply. It seemed almost unthinkable that such abandonment could happen in a community that prided itself on its Christian values in this supposedly enlightened age. The idea that Sissy was truly alone, with no one to tend to her needs, troubled Valancy. Abel tried to reassure her, explaining that Sissy could still move about a little and feed herself when she felt like it, but she was too weak to do any real work. He complained about the difficulty of working all day and then coming home tired and hungry, only to have to cook his own meals. Sometimes he regretted having sent old Rachel Edwards away, though he described her in vivid, unflattering Termshire face worn by 100 lifetimes, her mood perpetually gloomy, her habits unbearably slow and dirty. He recounted, with a kind of rough humor, how Rachel had once let the dog dip its paw in a jar of pumpkin jam and then simply wiped the syrup back into the jar before sealing it and putting it away. That had been the final straw for Abel, who had thrown both Rachel and the offending jars out of the house. Since then, Rachel had told everyone he was mad, so no one would come to work for him, no matter what he offered. Valancy, however, could think only of Sissy and insisted that someone had to look after her. She cared little for Abel's troubles, her heart aching for Cecilia Gay. Abel admitted that Sissy managed as best she could, but it was Barney Snaith who often stopped by, doing whatever chores Sissy needed, bringing her oranges and flowers and small comforts. Abel considered Barney a true Christian, though the respectable people of St. Andrews would not even walk on the same side of the road as him, convinced their own dogs would reach heaven before they did. Abel had little use for their minister, whom he found insufferably slick. Valancy, her tone severe, pointed out that there were plenty of good people in both St. Andrews and St. George's who would help Sissy if Abel behaved himself, but they were too afraid to visit his house. Abel, feigning innocence, asked if it was really because of his reputation as a sad old dog. He insisted he had never bitten anyone, that a few rough words never hurt anybody, and that he didn't want people nosing around his business anyway. What he really wanted, he said, was a housekeeper, He mused that if he shaved every Sunday and went to church, he could have all the housekeepers he wanted and be considered respectable. But, he argued, what was the point of church-going when everything was already settled by predestination? Valancy considered Abel's gruff philosophy and found herself reflecting on the nature of fate and freedom. Abel insisted that predestination was inescapable, wishing he could avoid it but admitting he could not. He confessed he did not want heaven or hell as a permanent state, wishing instead for a mixture of both in equal measure. Valancy, lost in thought, mused that perhaps that was exactly what life offered in this world, though her mind seemed to drift beyond theology to something more personal. Abel disagreed, striking a stubborn nail with force and declaring that there was far too much hell in this world. That, he explained, was why he so often sought refuge in drink. It gave him a fleeting sense of freedom, an escape from himself and even from the iron grip of predestination. He wondered if Valancy had ever tried it, but she replied, almost absently, that she had her own way of finding freedom. Her mind quickly returned to Sissy, insisting again that someone must care for her. Abel, somewhat irked, questioned why Valancy was so concerned about Sissy now, pointing out that she had never visited before, even though Sissy had once been fond of her. Valancy admitted she should have come, but she brushed aside further explanation, focusing instead on the practical need for a housekeeper. Abel lamented that he could not find a decent woman for the job, despite being able to pay fair wages, and grumbled about his aversion to hiring old hags. In that moment, Valancy surprised them both by quietly offering herself as the solution. Chapter 15. Uncle Benjamin's voice attempted to impose a sense of order on the unfolding chaos, urging everyone to be calm. He repeated the sentiment as if the very words could quell the rising panic, insisting that they all remain perfectly calm. But the word itself was an offense to Mrs. Frederick. Her voice was a sharp, incredulous cry. She wrung her hands together in a knot of pure anguish and frustration. She demanded to know how she, or anyone for that matter, could possibly be calm when faced with such a profound and public disgrace. Uncle James then directed a sharp question at her, his tone heavy with accusation. He wanted to know why in the world she had simply let the girl leave. The very idea of letting her go seemed absurd to Mrs. Frederick. She countered James with a rush of frantic explanation, detailing how powerless she had been to stop her. It appeared the girl had cleverly packed the large valise and arranged for Roaring Abel to take it away when he went home after supper. This all happened while she and Christine were occupied in the kitchen. Then Doss herself had descended the stairs with only her small satchel, already dressed for departure in her green serge suit. Mrs. Frederick recalled the terrible premonition that had seized her at that moment. She confessed that she couldn't explain the feeling, but an unshakable certainty had washed over her that Doss was about to do something truly dreadful. Uncle Benjamin remarked with a dry, cutting tone that it was a great pity she couldn't have had her premonition a little sooner. Ignoring him, Mrs. Frederick continued her breathless account. She described how she had confronted Doss asking where she was going, only to be met with the bewildering response that she was going to look for her blue castle. This odd statement prompted Uncle James to interject. He saw it as clear evidence of an unstable mind, something Dr. Marsh should be made aware of. Mrs. Frederick pressed on, recounting how she had demanded Valancy explain her meaning. The girl's answer had been shockingly direct. She had plainly announced her new employment. She was going to keep house for Roaring Abel and Nurse Sissy, for which he would pay her $30 a month. Mrs. Frederick confessed her astonishment that she hadn't simply dropped dead on the spot from the shock. Uncle James was adamant that she shouldn't have been allowed to leave the house. His voice was firm, filled with the certainty of a man who believed any problem could be solved by decisive action. In his view, Mrs. Frederick should have locked the door or done anything at all to prevent the catastrophe. But Mrs. Frederick painted a picture of unshakable resolve. She explained that Valancy had positioned herself between her and the front door. And her determination, Mrs. Frederick insisted, was something they couldn't possibly realize. She described her as being like a rock. That, to her, was the strangest thing of all. The girl who had always been so good and obedient was now utterly unmanageable, neither to behold nor bind. Still, she insisted she had said everything she could think of to bring her daughter to her senses. She had appealed to her sense of reputation, warning her with great solemnity that once a woman's character was smirched, nothing could ever make it spotless again. She had spelled it out clearly, stating that her character would be gone forever if she went to Roaring Abel's home to wait on a bad girl like Sis Gay. Valancy's reply had been stunning in its indifference. She first stated her disbelief that Sissy was a bad girl, but then added with finality that it didn't matter to her even if she was. Mrs. Frederick stressed those had been her very words, a complete dismissal of their values. This prompted an explosion from Uncle Benjamin, who declared that she had clearly lost all sense of decency. Mrs. Frederick continued, her voice trembling as she relayed Valancy's defense of Sissy. The girl had pointed out that Sissy Gay was dying, and that it was a shame and disgrace that she was dying in a Christian community with no one to do anything for her. She had insisted that whatever Sissy had been or done, she was still a human being. Uncle James, with the air of one making a splendid concession, admitted that when one put it that way, he supposed she was. With growing agitation, Mrs. Frederick recalled her final attempt to reason with her daughter by appealing to her regard for appearances. Valancy's response had been a total rejection of her entire life's principles. She claimed she had spent her whole life keeping up appearances, and now she was choosing to pursue realities instead. As for appearances, they could go hang. The vulgarity of the phrase seemed to echo in the room. It was an outrageous thing to say. Uncle Benjamin repeated the sentiment violently, his voice filled with indignation. But this outburst only seemed to relieve his own feelings, and it didn't help anyone else. A heavy air of despair settled in the room. Mrs. Frederick began to weep openly, and Cousin Stickles, between her own despairing moans, took up the sorrowful refrain. Mrs. Frederick recounted how they had both warned Valancy that Roaring Abel had certainly killed his wife in one of his drunken rages and would surely kill her too. But Valancy had merely laughed off the concern, stating confidently that she wasn't afraid of Roaring Abel. She dismissed the threat of violence and then added a peculiar comment about being too old for him to be a threat regarding his gallantries. The word hung in the air, leaving them to wonder in their present distress what, precisely, gallantries even meant. Mrs. Frederick realized she had to stop crying if she wanted to regain control of the conversation. She recalled her final plea, asking Valancy if she had any regard for her mother's feelings, even if she cared nothing for her own reputation or the family's standing. The response had been a single, cold word. None. Uncle Benjamin added that insane people never did have any regard for the feelings of others, calling it one of the symptoms. At this, Mrs. Frederick recalled breaking into tears, only for Valancy to tell her to be a good sport. The girl had framed her departure as an act of Christian charity. As for the damage to her reputation, she had flippantly pointed out that she had no matrimonial chances anyway, so what did it matter? And with that final, dismissive remark, she had turned and walked out. Cousin Stickles then added her own pathetic memory. She told them the last words she had said to Valancy were to ask who would rub her back at nights now. She hesitated then, unable to repeat Valancy's reply. But Uncle Benjamin was having none of it. He dismissed her hesitation as nonsense, telling her to get on with it and that this was no time to be squeamish. Cousin Stickles' voice dropped to little more than a whisper. She confessed that Valancy had simply said, "Oh, darn." The memory brought a fresh wave of sorrow to Mrs. Frederick. She sobbed at the thought that she should have lived to hear her own daughter swearing. Cousin Stickles, wanting to smooth things over, faltered that it was only imitation swearing. But she kept her knowledge of Valancy sliding down the banister to herself. Uncle James, however, took a sterner view. He declared it would be only a step from that to real swearing. Mrs. Frederick hunted for a dry spot on her handkerchief as she lamented the worst part of the situation. Now, everyone would know that her daughter was deranged. The secret could be kept no longer, and she felt she could not bear it. Uncle Benjamin suggested that she should have been stricter with Valancy when she was young. Mrs. Frederick replied, truthfully enough, that she didn't see how she possibly could have been. The worst feature of the case, according to Uncle James, was the fact that the Snaith scoundrel was always hanging around Roaring Abel's place. He would be thankful, he said, if nothing worse came of this mad freak than a few weeks at Roaring Abel's, since Sissy Gay couldn't live much longer anyway. And she didn't even take her flannel petticoat, Cousin Stickles lamented. Uncle Benjamin announced his intention to see Ambrose Marsh again about the matter meaning Valancy, not the flannel petticoat. Uncle James declared he would see Lawyer Ferguson. Meanwhile, Uncle Benjamin added, they should all try to be calm. Chapter 16. Valancy had walked out to Roaring Abel's house on the Mistawis Road. She moved under a sky of purple and amber, with a queer exhilaration and expectancy in her heart. Back there, behind her, her mother and Cousin Stickles were crying. She knew they were crying over themselves, not over her. But here the wind was in her face. It was soft, dew, wet, and cool, blowing along the grassy roads. Oh, she loved the wind. The robins were whistling sleepily in the firs along the way, and the moist air was fragrant with the tang of balsam. Big cars went purring past in the violet dusk, as the stream of summer tourists to Muskoka had already begun. But Valancy did not envy any of their occupants. Muskoka cottages might be charming, but her own vision was fixed elsewhere. Beyond, in the sunset skies, among the spires of the firs, her blue castle towered. She brushed the old years and habits and inhibitions away from her like dead leaves. She would not be littered with them. Roaring Abel's rambling, tumble-down old house was situated about 3 miles from the village. It stood on the very edge of Up Back, the name given to the sparsely settled, hilly, wooded country around Mistawis. It did not, it must be confessed, look much like a blue castle. It had once been a snug place enough, back in the days when Abel Gay had been young and prosperous. The punning arched sign over the gate, which read A. Gay, Carpenter, had been fine and freshly painted then. Now it was just a faded, dreary old place, with a leprous, patched roof and shutters hanging askew. Abel never seemed to do any carpenter jobs about his own house anymore. It had a listless air, as if it were tired of life. There was a dwindling grove of ragged, crone-like old spruces behind it, and the garden that Sissy used to keep neat and pretty had run wild. On 2 sides of the house were fields filled with nothing but mulleins. Behind it, a long stretch of useless barrens full of scrub pines and spruces ran back to a belt of timber on the shores of Lake Mistawis. Here and there, a blossoming bit of wild cherry offered a touch of defiant beauty. A rough, rocky, boulder-strewn lane cut through it all to the woods, a lane made white with pestiferous, beautiful daisies. Roaring Abel met Valancy at the door, his voice filled with incredulity. He confessed he never supposed that ruck of Stirlings would let her come. Valancy simply showed all her pointed teeth in a grin. She stated that they couldn't stop her. Roaring Abel looked at her with open admiration. He admitted he didn't think she had so much spunk. Then, as he stepped aside to let her in, he added a comment about her nice ankles. If Cousin Stickles had heard such a thing, she would have been certain that Valancy's doom, both earthly and unearthly, was sealed. But Abel's superannuated gallantry did not worry Valancy in the least. Besides, this was the first compliment she had ever received in her life, and she found herself liking it. She had sometimes suspected that she had nice ankles, but nobody had ever mentioned it before. In the Stirling clan, ankles were among the unmentionables. Roaring Abel took her into the kitchen. There, Sissy Gay was lying on the sofa, breathing quickly, with little scarlet spots on her hollow cheeks. Valancy had not seen Cecilia Gay for years. She remembered her as such a pretty creature, a slight blossom-like girl with soft golden hair, clear-cut, almost waxen features, and large, beautiful blue eyes. She was shocked at the change in her. An ache of pity filled her heart. Could this be sweet, Sissy? This pitiful little thing that looked like a tired, broken flower. It seemed she had wept all the beauty out of her eyes. They looked too big now, enormous in her wasted face. The last time Valancy had seen Cecilia gay, those faded, piteous eyes had been limpid, shadowy blue pools aglow with mirth. The contrast was so terrible that Valancy's own eyes filled with tears. She knelt down by Sissy and put her arms about her. She told Sissy, her voice soft with compassion, that she had come to look after her. She promised to stay with her for as long as she was wanted. Sissy let out a small cry, putting her thin arms about Valancy's neck. Through her weak breaths, she questioned if Valancy really would stay. She confessed how terribly lonely it had been. She could wait on herself for the most part, but the loneliness had been profound. Having someone like Valancy there, she whispered, would be just like heaven. She remembered how Valancy had always been so sweet to her, long ago. Valancy held Sissy close, and a sudden wave of happiness washed over her. Here was someone who needed her. Someone she could help. She was no longer a superfluity. In that moment, old things had passed away, and everything had become new. From his corner, roaring Abel complacently smoked his pipe. He observed that while most things are predestinated, some are just darn sheer luck. Chapter 17. When Valancy had lived for a week at Roaring Abel's, she felt as if years had separated her from her old life. All the people she had known in it were beginning to seem remote, dreamlike, and far away. As the days went on, they seemed still more so, until they ceased to matter altogether. She was happy. Nobody ever bothered her with conundrums or insisted on giving her purple pills. Nobody called her Doss or worried her about catching cold. There were no quilts to piece. No abominable rubber plant to water. No ice-cold maternal tantrums to endure. She could be alone whenever she liked. She could go to bed when she liked and sneeze when she liked. In the long, wondrous northern twilights she found her peace. When Sissy was asleep and Roaring Abel was away, she would sit for hours on the shaky back veranda steps. She would look out over the barrens to the hills beyond, covered with their fine purple bloom. She would listen to the friendly wind singing wild, sweet melodies in the little spruces. She would drink in the aroma of the sunned grasses until darkness flowed over the landscape like a cool, welcome wave. Sometimes, on an afternoon when Sissy was strong enough, the two girls went into the barrens to look at the wood flowers. But they did not pick any. Valancy had read to Sissy the gospel on the matter according to John Foster. His writing taught that it was a pity to gather wood flowers, for they lose half their witchery away from the green and the flicker. The proper way to enjoy them was to track them down to their remote haunts, to gloat over them, and then to leave with backward glances, taking away only the beguiling memory of their grace and fragrance. Valancy was in the midst of realities after a lifetime of unrealities. And she was busy, very busy. The house had to be cleaned. Her upbringing in the Stirling habits of neatness and cleanliness had not been for nothing. If she found satisfaction in cleaning dirty rooms, she certainly got her fill of it there. Roaring Abel thought she was foolish to bother doing so much more than she was asked to do, but he did not interfere with her. He was very well satisfied with his bargain. Valancy was a good cook, and, as Abel himself noted, she got a certain flavor into things. The only fault he found with her was that she did not sing at her work. His only complaint was her silence during her tasks. He insisted that folks should always sing at their work because it sounded cheerful-like. Valancy, however, retorted with the dry observation that one could hardly fancy a butcher or an undertaker singing at their work. The image sent Abel bursting into his great broad laugh. He declared that there was no getting the better of her and that she always had an answer ready. With a chuckle, he figured the Stirlings would be glad to be rid of her, since they didn't like being sassed back. During the day, Abel was generally away from home, either working or out shooting and fishing with Barney Snaith. His return was always late at night and often accompanied by heavy drink. The first time Valancy heard him come howling into the yard, Sissy had calmly offered reassurance. She had explained that her father never actually did anything harmful, he just made a noise. Valancy, lying on the sofa in Sissy's room, had listened and felt no fear at all. She had chosen to sleep there lest Sissy should need attention in the night, knowing Sissy herself would never call out. She had simply confirmed to Sissy that she was not afraid, and she had meant it. By the time Abel had his horses put away, the roaring stage of his drunkenness had passed. He would be in his room at the end of the hall, crying and praying. Valancy could still hear his dismal moans as she went calmly to sleep. For the most part, Abel was a good-natured creature, though he did possess an occasional temper. When Valancy once coolly asked him what the use was of getting in a rage, his frank answer was that it was such a damned relief. It was a response so honest that they both burst out laughing together. This shared moment of humor seemed to deepen Abel's admiration. He called her a great little sport and told her not to mind his bad language, explaining it was just a habit. He liked a woman who wasn't afraid to speak up to him. He mused that Sis had always been too meek, and that was why she had gotten adrift. He looked at Valancy with genuine approval. He liked her. All the same, Valancy was determined to set her own standards. She told him there was no use in sending things to hell as he was always doing. And furthermore, she was not going to have him tracking mud all over a floor she had just scrubbed. She insisted that he must use the scraper, whether he consigned it to perdition or not. This shared moment of humor seemed to deepen Abel's admiration. He called her a great little sport and told her not to mind his bad language, explaining it was just a habit. He liked a woman who wasn't afraid to speak up to him. He mused that Sis had always been too meek, and that was why she had gotten adrift. He looked at Valancy with genuine approval. He liked her. All the same, Valancy was determined to set her own standards. She told him there was no use in sending things to hell as he was always doing. And furthermore, she was not going to have him tracking mud all over a floor she had just scrubbed. She insisted that he must use the scraper, whether he consigned it to perdition or not. Sissy loved the resulting cleanness and neatness. She had kept the house that way herself until her strength failed. She was very pitifully happy now that she had Valancy with her. The long, lonely days and nights had been terrible, with no companionship save those dreadful old women who came to work. Sissy had hated and feared them. She clung to Valancy like a child. There was no doubt that Sissy was dying. Yet at no time did she seem alarmingly ill, nor did she even cough a great deal. Most days she was able to get up and dress. Sometimes she could even work about in the garden or the barrens for an hour or two. For a few weeks after Valancy's coming, she seemed so much better that Valancy began to hope she might get well. But Sissy simply shook her head. She explained that she couldn't get well, that her lungs were almost gone. And besides, she didn't want to. She confessed to Valancy that she was so tired and that only dying could rest her. But she added how lovely it was to have Valancy there, and that she would never know how much it meant. Then her gaze turned to Valancy herself, filled with a gentle concern. She remarked that Valancy worked too hard and that her father only wanted his meals cooked. She didn't think Valancy was strong herself, noting how pale she sometimes turned and mentioning the drops she took. She asked her softly if she was well. Valancy answered lightly that she was all right, not wanting Sissy to worry. She insisted that she wasn't working hard, but was simply glad to have work to do, something that really wanted to be done. Then Sissy slipped her hand wistfully into Valancy's. She asked that they talk no more of her being sick, that they should just forget it. She wanted to pretend she was a little girl again, and that Valancy had come to play with her. She confided that she used to wish for that long ago, wishing so badly that Valancy could come. She knew it was impossible, of course, but oh, how she had wished for it. She told Valancy she had always seemed so different from the other girls, so kind and sweet. It was as if Valancy had something inside her that nobody knew about, some dear, pretty secret. She looked at her then and asked if she had. Valancy, with a little laugh, admitted that she had her blue castle. She was pleased that Sissy had thought of her like this, having never suspected that anybody liked or admired or wondered about her. For the first time, she told someone all about her blue castle. Sissy listened, then said softly that she thought everyone has a blue castle. Only, she added, everyone has a different name for it. She had had hers once. She put her two thin little hands over her face. She did not tell Valancy, not then, who had destroyed her blue castle. But Valancy knew that whoever it was not Barney Snaith. Chapter 18. By now, Valancy felt she was acquainted with Barney. Well acquainted, it seemed, though she had spoken to him only a few times. But then she had felt just as well acquainted with him from the very first time they had met. She had been in the garden at twilight, hunting for a few stalks of white narcissus for Sissy's room. It was then she heard that terrible old grey Slosson coming down through the woods from Mistawis. One could hear it miles away. Valancy did not look up as it drew near, thumping over the rocks in that crazy lane. She had never looked up, though Barney had gone racketing past every evening since she had been at Roaring Abel's sow. But this time he did not racket past. The old grey Slosson stopped with even more terrible noises than it made going. Valancy was conscious that Barney had sprung from it and was now leaning over the ramshackle gate. She suddenly straightened up and looked into his face. Their eyes met. In that instant, a delicious weakness spread through her. She wondered if one of her heart attacks was coming on, but this was an entirely new symptom. His eyes, which she had always thought brown, were in fact a deep violet when seen up close. They were translucent and intense. Neither of his eyebrows looked like the other. He was thin, too thin. A sudden wish flooded her mind that she could feed him up a bit. She wished she could sew the buttons on his coat, make him cut his hair, and have him shave every day. There was something in his face she could not quite name. Was it tiredness, sadness, disillusionment? And yet, he had dimples in his thin cheeks when he smiled. All these thoughts flashed through Valancy's mind in that single moment his eyes looked into hers. He offered a simple greeting, his voice addressing her as Miss Stirling. Nothing could have been more commonplace and conventional. Anyone might have said it. But Barney Snaith had a way of saying things that gave them a certain poignancy. When he said good evening, you felt that it truly was a good evening, and that it was partly his doing. You also felt that some of the credit was yours. Valancy felt all of this vaguely, but she couldn't imagine why she was trembling from head to foot. It must be her heart, she thought. If only he didn't notice it. He then mentioned he was going over to the port. He asked if he could acquire some merit by getting or doing anything there for her or Sissy. Valancy asked if he would get some salt codfish for them. It was the only thing she could think of. Roaring Abel had expressed a desire that day for a dinner of boiled salt codfish. When her knights came riding to the Blue Castle, Valancy had sent them on many a quest. But she had never asked any of them to get her salt codfish. He agreed at once, asking if she was sure there was nothing else. He joked that there was lots of room in his car, the Lady Jane Grey Slosson. And that she always gets back sometime, does Lady Jane? Valancy replied that she didn't think there was anything more. She knew he would bring oranges for Sissy anyway, as he always did. Barney did not turn away at once. He was silent for a little while. Then, slowly and whimsically, he spoke again. He told Miss Stirling that she was a brick. A whole cartload of bricks, in fact, for coming here to look after Sissy under the circumstances. Valancy dismissed the idea that there was anything particularly bricky about what she was doing. She explained that she'd had nothing else to do, and that she actually liked it here. She didn't feel as if she'd done anything specially meritorious. After all, she reasoned, Mr. Gay was paying her fair wages. It was the first time she had ever earned any money, and she liked it. Somehow, it all seemed so easy, talking to Barney Snaith. This terrible Barney Snaith of lurid tales and mysterious past felt as easy and natural to talk to as if she were talking to herself. But Barney insisted that all the money in the world couldn't buy what she was doing for Sissy Gay. He called her actions splendid and fine. He offered his help in any way, telling her she only had to let him know. He even offered to intervene if Roaring Abel ever tried to annoy her. Valancy frankly stated that he didn't. She found him lovely to her, and she liked Roaring Abel. Barney agreed, but cautioned that there was one stage of Abel's drunkenness she might not have encountered yet. The stage when he sings ribald songs. Valancy confirmed that she was already familiar with it. She explained that he had come home like that just last night, and that she and Sissy had simply gone to their room and shut themselves in where they couldn't hear him. He had even apologized that morning. She assured Barney that she was not afraid of any of Roaring Abel's stages. Barney seemed satisfied, certain that Abel would be decent to her, apart from his inebriated yowls. He then added that he had told Abel he had to stop damning things when she was around. Valancy looked at him slyly, with one of her odd slanted glances. A sudden flake of pink appeared on each cheek, born of the thought that Barney Snaith had actually done so much for her. She asked him, why? She confessed that she often felt like damning things herself. For a moment, Barney just stared. Was this elfin girl the same little, old-maidish creature who had stood there 2 minutes ago? Surely there was magic and devilry going on in that shabby, weedy old garden. Then he laughed. He supposed it would be a relief to have someone to do it for her then. He then asked if she wanted anything besides the salt codfish. She replied, not tonight. But she added that she would dare say she'd have errands for him very often when he went to Port Lawrence. She simply couldn't trust Mr. Gay to remember all the things she wanted. Barney had gone away then, in his Lady Jane, and Valancy stood in the garden for a long time. Since that evening, he had called several times, walking down through the barrens, whistling. How that whistle of his echoed through the spruces on those June twilights. Valancy caught herself listening for it every evening. She would rebuke herself and then let herself go. Why shouldn't she listen for it? He always brought Sissy fruit and flowers. Once, he brought Valancy a box of candy. It was the first box of candy she had ever been given, and it seemed like a sacrilege to eat it. She found herself thinking of him in season and out of season. She wanted to know if he ever thought about her when she wasn't before his eyes, and if so, what? She wanted to see that mysterious house of his back on the Mistois Island. Sissy had never seen it. And though Sissy talked freely of Barney and had known him for 5 years, she really knew little more of him than Valancy herself. But Sissy was firm in her belief that he wasn't bad. She insisted that nobody ever need tell her he was, that he couldn't have done a thing to be ashamed of. So Valancy had asked her why he lived as he did, mostly just to hear somebody defend him. Sissy admitted that she didn't know. He was a mystery. And of course, there was something behind it all, but she knew it wasn't disgrace. She stated with certainty that Barney Snaith simply couldn't do anything disgraceful. This shared moment of humor seemed to deepen Abel's admiration. He called her a great little sport and told her not to mind his bad language, explaining it was just a habit. He liked a woman who wasn't afraid to speak up to him. He mused that Sis had always been too meek, and that was why she had gotten adrift. He looked at Valancy with genuine approval. He liked her. All the same, Valancy was determined to set her own standards. She told him there was no use in sending things to hell as he was always doing. And furthermore, she was not going to have him tracking mud all over a floor she had just scrubbed. She insisted that he must use the scraper, whether he consigned it to perdition or not. Sissy loved the resulting cleanness and neatness. She had kept the house that way herself until her strength failed. She was very pitifully happy now that she had Valancy with her. The long, lonely days and nights had been terrible, with no companionship save those dreadful old women who came to work. Sissy had hated and feared them. She clung to Valancy like a child. There was no doubt that Sissy was dying. Yet at no time did she seem alarmingly ill, nor did she even cough a great deal. Most days she was able to get up and dress. Sometimes she could even work about in the garden or the barrens for an hour or two. For a few weeks after Valancy's coming, she seemed so much better that Valancy began to hope she might get well. But Sissy simply shook her head. She explained that she couldn't get well, that her lungs were almost gone. And besides, she didn't want to. She confessed to Valancy that she was so tired and that only dying could rest her. But she added how lovely it was to have Valancy there, and that she would never know how much it meant. Then her gaze turned to Valancy herself, filled with a gentle concern. She remarked that Valancy worked too hard and that her father only wanted his meals cooked. She didn't think Valancy was strong herself, noting how pale she sometimes turned and mentioning the drops she took. She asked her softly if she was well. Valancy answered lightly that she was all right, not wanting Sissy to worry. She insisted that she wasn't working hard, but was simply glad to have work to do, something that really wanted to be done. Then Sissy slipped her hand wistfully into Valancy's. She asked that they talk no more of her being sick, that they should just forget it. She wanted to pretend she was a little girl again, and that Valancy had come to play with her. She confided that she used to wish for that long ago, wishing so badly that Valancy could come. She knew it was impossible, of course, but oh, how she had wished for it. She told Valancy she had always seemed so different from the other girls, so kind and sweet. It was as if Valancy had something inside her that nobody knew about, some dear, pretty secret. She looked at her then and asked if she had. Valancy, with a little laugh, admitted that she had her blue castle. She was pleased that Sissy had thought of her like this, having never suspected that anybody liked or admired or wondered about her. For the first time, she told someone all about her blue castle. Sissy listened, then said softly that she thought everyone has a blue castle. Only, she added, everyone has a different name for it. She had had hers once. She put her two thin little hands over her face. She did not tell Valancy, not then, who had destroyed her blue castle. But Valancy knew that whoever it was not Barney Snaith. But then, she liked everything about him. She liked his tawny hair and his whimsical smiles. She liked the little glints of fun in his eyes. She even liked his loyal affection for that unspeakable car, the Lady Jane. She liked his habit of sitting with his hands in his pockets, his chin sunk on his breast, looking up from under his mismated eyebrows. She liked his nice voice, which sounded as if it might become caressing or wooing with very little provocation. At times, she was almost afraid to let herself think these thoughts. They were so vivid that she felt as if the others must know what she was thinking. One evening on the shaky old back veranda, he mentioned that he had been watching a woodpecker all day. His account of the woodpecker's doings was satisfying. He often had some gay or cunning little anecdote of the woodfolk to tell them. And sometimes he and Roaring Abel would smoke fiercely the whole evening and never say a word. On those nights, Sissy would lay in the hammock swung between the veranda posts, and Valancy would sit idly on the steps, her hands clasped over her knees. She would wonder dreamily if she were really Valancy Stirling, and if it were only 3 weeks since she had left the ugly old house on Elm Street. The barrens lay before her in a white moon splendor, where dozens of little rabbits frisked. Barney, when he liked, could sit down on the edge of the barrens and lure those rabbits right to him by some mysterious sorcery he possessed. Valancy had once seen a squirrel leap from a scrub pine to his shoulder and sit there chattering to him. The sight of it reminded her of John Foster. It was one of the delights of Valancy's new life that she could read John Foster's books as often and as long as she liked. She could even read them in bed if she wanted to. She read them all to Sissy, who loved them. She also tried to read them to Abel and Barney, but they did not share the same love. Abel was merely bored by them, and Barney politely refused to listen at all. His simple verdict was, piffle. Chapter 19. Of course, the Stirlings had not left the poor maniac alone all this time. nor had they refrained from heroic efforts to rescue her perishing soul and reputation. Uncle James, whose lawyer had helped him as little as his doctor, came one day. He found Valancy alone in the kitchen, or so he supposed, and gave her a terrible talking to. He told her she was breaking her mother's heart and disgracing her family. Valancy, however, did not cease her decent scouring of the porridge pot. She simply asked, "But why?" She was doing honest work for honest pay. What was there in that could possibly be disgraceful? Uncle James spoke solemnly, telling her not to quibble. He insisted that this was no fit place for her to be, and that she knew it. He added that he had been told that the jailbird Snaith was hanging around there every evening. Valancy answered reflectively that it was not every evening. No, not quite every evening. Uncle James reacted violently, declaring the situation to be insufferable. He insisted that Valancy must come home. He assured her that they wouldn't judge her harshly. No, they would not. They would overlook all of this. Valancy just said, "Thank you." He then demanded if she had no sense of shame. She replied that she did. But the things she was ashamed of were not the things he was ashamed of. Valancy then proceeded to rinse her dishcloth meticulously. Still, Uncle James remained patient. He gripped the sides of his chair and ground his teeth. He told her they knew her mind wasn't just right and that they would make allowances. But she must come home. She would not be allowed to stay there with that drunken, blasphemous old scoundrel. A new voice suddenly demanded if he was, by any chance, referring to him, Mr. Stirling. It was Roaring Abel, appearing in the doorway of the back veranda. He had been smoking a peaceful pipe and listening to old Jim Stirling's tirade with huge enjoyment. His red beard fairly bristled with indignation and his huge eyebrows quivered. But cowardice was not among James Stirling's shortcomings. He confirmed that he was. Furthermore, he wanted to tell Abel that he had acted an iniquitous part in luring this weak and unfortunate girl away from her home and friends. He promised that he would have him punished for it yet. James Stirling got no further. Roaring Abel crossed the kitchen at a bound. He caught him by his collar and his trousers and hurled him through the doorway and over the garden paling. He did so with as little apparent effort as he might have employed in whisking a troublesome kitten out of the way. Abel bellowed that the next time he came back, he would throw him through the window, and all the better if the window was shut. He accused him of coming there thinking himself God to put the world to rights. Valancy candidly and unashamedly owned to herself that she had seen few more satisfying sights than Uncle James' coattails flying out into the asparagus bed. She had once been afraid of this man's judgment. Now she saw clearly that he was nothing but a rather stupid little village tin god. Roaring Abel turned with his great broad laugh. He mused that his uncle would think of that for years when he woke up in the night. The Almighty, he declared, had made a mistake in making so many Stirlings. But since they were made, They had to be reckoned with, as there were too many to kill out. But he assured Valancy that if they came there bothering her, he would shoo them off before a cat could lick its ear. The next time, they sent Dr. Stirling. Surely, they thought, Roaring Abel would not throw him into the asparagus beds. Dr. Stirling himself was not so sure of this and had no great liking for the task. He did not believe Valancy Stirling was out of her mind. She had always been queer. He, Dr. Stirling, had never been able to understand her, and therefore, beyond doubt, she was queer. Now, she was only just a little queerer than usual. And Dr. Stirling had his own reasons for disliking Roaring Abel. When he had first come to Deerwood, he had enjoyed long hikes around Mistawis and Muskoka. On one of these occasions, he had gotten lost. After much wondering, he had fallen in with Roaring Abel, who was carrying a gun over his shoulder. Dr. Stirling had contrived to ask his question in the most idiotic manner possible. He had simply asked if Abel could tell him where he was going. Abel had retorted contemptuously, asking how the devil he should know where a gosling like him was going. Dr. Stirling had been so enraged that he could not speak for a moment or two. In that moment, Abel had disappeared into the woods. Dr. Stirling had eventually found his way home, but he had never hankered to encounter Abel Gay again. Nevertheless, he came now to do his duty. Valancy greeted him with a sinking heart. She had to own to herself that she was still terribly afraid of Dr. Stirling. She had a miserable conviction that if he shook his long, bony finger at her and told her to go home, she would not dare to disobey. Dr. Stirling began politely and condescendingly. He asked Mr. Gay if he might see Miss Stirling alone for a few minutes. Roaring Abel was a little drunk. He was just drunk enough to be excessively polite and very cunning. He had been on the point of leaving when Dr. Stirling arrived, but now he sat down in a corner of the parlor and folded his arms. He shook his head solemnly. No, that wouldn't do at all, he insisted. He had the reputation of his household to keep up. He explained that he had to chaperone the young lady and that he couldn't have any sparkin' going on behind his back. The outraged Dr. Stirling looked so terrible that Valancy wondered how Abel could endure his aspect. But Abel was not worried at all. He asked the doctor genially if he knew anything about it anyway. Dr. Stirling asked, about what? Abel coolly replied, sparking. Poor Dr. Stirling, who had never married because he believed in a celibate clergy, would not notice this ribald remark. He simply turned his back on Abel and addressed himself to Valancy. He began by stating that he was there in response to her mother's wishes. She had begged him to come, he explained, and he was charged with some messages from her. Then he wagged his forefinger, asking if she would hear them. Valancy answered faintly that she would. She kept her eyes on the forefinger. It had a hypnotic effect on her. The first message, he started, was this. If she would leave this. Roaring Abel interjected with the word house. He then proceeded to spell it out, House, before asking the minister if he was troubled with an impediment in his speech. Dr. Stirling continued as if he hadn't heard. If she would leave this place and return to her home, Mr. James Stirling himself would pay for a good nurse to come here and wait on Miss Gay. Back of her terror, Valancy smiled in secret. Uncle James must indeed regard the matter as desperate to be willing to loosen his purse strings like that. At any rate, her clan no longer despised her or ignored her. She had become important to them. Abel declared that this was his business. He stated that Miss Stirling could go if she pleased, or stay if she pleased. He had made a fair bargain with her, and she was free to conclude it when she liked. He went on to praise her work. She gave him meals that stuck to his ribs. She didn't forget to put salt in the porridge. She never slammed doors, and when she had nothing to say, she didn't talk. That, he noted to the minister, was uncanny in a woman. He was satisfied. If she wasn't, she was free to go. But he made it clear that no woman would come there in Jim Stirling's pay. His voice became uncannily bland and polite as he delivered his final message. If anyone did, he would spatter the road with her brains. He asked the doctor to tell him that, with A. Gay's compliments. Valancy spoke up earnestly, telling Dr. Stirling that a nurse was not what Sissy needed. She wasn't so ill as that, not yet. What she wanted was companionship. Somebody she knew and liked, just to live with her. She was sure he could understand that. Dr. Stirling replied that he understood her motive was, quite commendable. He felt very broad-minded indeed for saying so, especially since in his secret soul he did not believe her motive was commendable at all. He hadn't the least idea what she was up to, but he was sure it was something to be condemned. He told her that her first duty was to her mother. He said that she needed her, that she implored her to come home, and that she would forgive everything if only she would come home. Abel remarked meditatively, as he ground some tobacco up in his hand, that it was a pretty little thought. Dr. Stirling ignored him. He turned his full attention back to Valancy. He reminded her that her mother entreated her. But he, Dr. Stirling, remembering that he was an ambassador of Jehovah, would command. As her pastor and spiritual guide, he commanded her to come home with him that very day. He told her to get her hat and coat and come now. Dr. Stirling shook his finger at Valancy. Before that pitiless finger, she drooped and wilted visibly. Roaring Abel watched her, thinking she was giving in. She would go with him. It beat all, he thought, the power these preacher fellows have over women. Valancy was on the point of obeying Dr. Stirling. She felt she must go home with him and give up. She would lapse back to being Doss Stirling again. For her few remaining days or weeks, she would be the cowed, futile creature she had always been. It was her fate, typified by that relentless, uplifted forefinger. She could no more escape from it than roaring Abel could from his predestination. She eyed it as a fascinated bird eyes a snake. Another moment, and it would be over. But then, a still, small voice spoke from deep within her consciousness. It reminded her that fear is the original sin, that almost all the evil in the world has its origin in the fact that someone is afraid of something. Valancy stood up. She was still in the clutches of fear, but her soul was her own again. She would not be false to that inner voice. She told Dr. Stirling slowly that she did not, at present, owe any duty to her mother. She explained that her mother was quite well, and that she had all the assistance and companionship she required. Her mother did not need her at all. But she, Valancy, was needed here. And she was going to stay here. Roaring Abel looked on admiringly, remarking that there was spunk for you. Dr. Stirling dropped his forefinger. One could not keep on shaking a finger forever. He asked Miss Stirling if there was nothing that could influence her. He asked if she remembered her childhood days. She replied that she remembered them perfectly and that she hated them. He then asked if she realized what people would say, what they were already saying. With a shrug of her shoulders, Valancy said she could imagine it. She was suddenly free of fear again. She remarked that she hadn't listened to the gossip of Deerwood tea parties and sewing circles for 20 years for nothing. But she assured Dr. Stirling that it didn't matter in the least to her what they said. Not in the least. Dr. Stirling went away then. He was left to ponder the existence of a girl who cared nothing for public opinion, over whom sacred family ties had no restraining influence, and who hated her own childhood memories. Then Cousin Georgiana came. She came on her own initiative, for nobody would have thought it worthwhile to send her. She found Valancy alone, weeding the little vegetable garden she had planted, and she made all the platitudinous pleas she could think of. Valancy heard her patiently. Cousin Georgiana wasn't such a bad old soul. When she was finished, Valancy simply asked her if, now that she had gotten all that out of her system, she could tell her how to make creamed codfish so that it would not be as thick as porridge and as salt as the Dead Sea. Later, Uncle Benjamin concluded that they would just have to wait. After all, he reasoned, Sissy Gay couldn't live long. Dr. Marsh had told him she might drop off any day. At this, Mrs. Frederick wept. It would really have been so much easier to bear, she thought, if Valancy had died. She could have worn mourning then. Chapter 20. When Abel Gay paid Valancy her first month's wages, he did so promptly. The bills reeked with the odor of tobacco and whiskey, but to Valancy, they were the scent of independence. She went into Deerwood and spent every cent of it. At a bargain sale, she got a pretty green crepe dress with a girdle of crimson beads. She bought a pair of silk stockings to match, and a little crinkled green hat with a crimson rose in it. She even bought a foolish little beribboned and belaced nightgown. She passed the house on Elm Street twice during her trip. She found she never even thought about it as home anymore. No one was visible outside. No doubt her mother was sitting in the room on this lovely June evening playing solitaire and cheating. Valancy knew that Mrs. Frederick always cheated. She never lost a game. Most of the people Valancy met on the street looked at her seriously. They passed her with only a cool nod, and nobody stopped to speak to her. When Valancy got home, she put on her new green dress. Then she took it off again. She felt so miserably undressed in its low neck and short sleeves. And that low, crimson girdle around the hips seemed positively indecent to her. She hung it up in the closet, feeling flatly that she had wasted her money. A miserable conviction washed over her that she would never have the courage to wear that dress. John Foster's arraignment of fear had no power to stiffen her against this. In this one thing, habit and custom were still all-powerful. Yet she sighed as she went down in her old snuff-brown silk to meet Barney Snaith. That green thing had been very becoming. She had seen as much in her one ashamed glance in the mirror. Above it, her eyes had looked like odd brown jewels, and the girdle had given her flat figure an entirely different appearance. She wished she could have left it on. But there were some things John Foster did not know. Every Sunday evening, Valancy went to the little Free Methodist church in a valley on the edge of Up Back. It was a spireless little gray building among the pines, with a few sunken graves and mossy gravestones in the small grass-grown square beside it. She liked the minister who preached there. He was so simple and sincere. He was an old man who lived in Port Lawrence and came out by the lake in a little disappearing propeller boat. He came to give a free service to the people of the small, stony farms back of the hills who would otherwise never have heard any gospel message. Valancy liked the simple service and the fervent singing. She liked to sit by the open window and look out into the pine woods. The congregation was always small. The Free Methodists were few in number, poor, and generally illiterate. But Valancy loved those Sunday evenings. For the first time in her life, she liked going to church. The rumor eventually reached Deerwood that she had turned Free Methodist, and it was said to have sent Mrs. Frederick to bed for a day. But Valancy had not turned anything. She went to the church because she liked it, and because in some inexplicable way it did her good. Old Mr. Towers believed exactly what he preached, and somehow that made a tremendous difference. Oddly enough, Roaring Abel disapproved of her going to the hill church as strongly as Mrs. Frederick herself could have done. He stated that he had no use for Free Methodists and that he was a Presbyterian. But Valancy went in spite of him. Uncle Benjamin predicted gloomily that they would hear something worse than that about her soon. And they did. Valancy could not quite explain, even to herself, just why she wanted to go to that party. It was a dance up back at Chidley Corners, and dances at Chidley Corners were not, as a rule, the sort of assemblies where well-brought-up young ladies were found. Valancy knew it was coming off, for Roaring Abel had been engaged as one of the fiddlers. But the idea of going had never occurred to her until Roaring Abel himself broached it at supper. He ordered her to come with him to the dance. He insisted it would do her good, put some color in her face, and liven her up. Valancy found herself suddenly wanting to go. She knew nothing at all of what dances at Chidley Corners were apt to be like. Her idea of dances had been fashioned on the correct affairs that went by that name in Deerwood and Port Lawrence. Of course, she knew the Corners dance wouldn't be just like them. It would be much more informal, certainly, but so much the more interesting. Why shouldn't she go? Sissy was in a week of apparent health and improvement and wouldn't mind staying alone in the least. In fact, she entreated Valancy to go if she wanted to. And Valancy did want to go. She went to her room to dress. A rage against the snuff-brown silk seized her. Wear that to a party? Never. She pulled her green crepe from its hanger and put it on feverishly. It was nonsense to feel so naked, just because her neck and arms were bare. That was just her old maidishness, and she would not be ridden by it. On went the dress, and on went the slippers. It was the first time she had worn a pretty dress since the organdies of her early teens. And they had never made her look like this. If she only had a necklace or something, she thought, she wouldn't feel so bare. She ran down to the garden. There were clovers there, great crimson things growing in the long grass. Valancy gathered handfuls of them and strung them on a cord. Fastened above her neck, they gave her the comfortable sensation of a collar and were oddly becoming. Another circlet of them went round her hair, which was dressed in the low puffs that became her. The excitement of it all brought faint pink stains to her face. She flung on her coat and pulled the little twisty hat over her hair. Sissy looked at her and remarked how nice and different she looked. She tried to find the words, describing her as being like a green moonbeam with a gleam of red in it, if such a thing could exist. Valancy stooped to kiss her. She confessed that she didn't feel right about leaving Sissy alone. But Sissy insisted that she would be all right. She felt better that night than she had for a long while. She admitted that she had been feeling badly to see Valancy sticking so closely to the house on her account, and she hoped she would have a nice time. She had never been to a party at the Corners, but she used to go sometimes long ago to dances up back. They had always had good times there. She also reassured Valancy that she needn't be afraid of her father being drunk, as he never drank when he was engaged to play for a party. But, she added with a note of caution, there might be liquor. She asked Valancy what she would do if it got rough. Valancy stated confidently that nobody would molest her. Sissy supposed not seriously, as her father would see to that. But it still might be noisy and unpleasant. Valancy insisted that she wouldn't mind. She was only going as a looker-on and didn't expect to dance. She just wanted to see what a party up back was like, since she had never seen anything except decorous deerwood. Sissy smiled rather dubiously. She knew much better than Valancy what a party up back might be like if there should be liquor. But then again, there might not be. She repeated her hope that Valancy would enjoy it. And Valancy did enjoy the drive there. They went early, for it was 12 miles to Chidley Corners, and they had to go in Abel's old, ragged top buggy. The road was rough and rocky, like most Muskoka roads, but it was full of the austere charm of the northern woods. It wound through beautiful purring pines that were like ranks of enchantment in the June sunset. It crossed over the curious jade-green rivers of Muskoka, fringed by aspens that were always quivering with some supernal joy. Roaring Abel was excellent company, too. He knew all the stories and legends of the wild, beautiful, up back, and he told them to Valancy as they drove along. Valancy had several fits of inward laughter over what Uncle Benjamin and Aunt Wellington and all the rest would feel and think and say if they could see her now. Driving with Roaring Abel in that terrible buggy to a dance at Chidley Corners. At first, the dance was quiet enough, and Valancy was amused and entertained. She even danced twice herself with a couple of nice up-back boys. They danced beautifully and told her she did, too. Another compliment came her way. It was not a very subtle one, perhaps, but Valancy had had too few compliments in her life to be over-nice on that point. She overheard two of the up-back young men talking about her in the dark lean-to behind her. One asked the other if he knew who the girl in green was. His friend guessed she was from out front, maybe the port, noting she had a stylish look to her. The first agreed she was no beauty, but said she was cute-looking and wondered if his friend had ever seen such eyes. The big room was decorated with pine and fir boughs and lighted by Chinese lanterns. The floor was waxed, and Roaring Abel's fiddle, purring under his skilled touch, worked magic. The up-back girls were pretty and prettily dressed. For a time, Valancy thought it was the nicest party she had ever attended. By 11 o'clock, she had changed her mind. A new crowd had arrived. It was a crowd that was unmistakably drunk. Whiskey began to circulate freely, and very soon, almost all the men were partly drunk. Those in the porch and outside around the door began howling, "Come, all, yees," and continued to howl them. The room grew noisy and reeking. Quarrels started up here and there. Bad language and obscene songs were heard. The girls, swung rudely in the dances, became disheveled and tawdry. Valancy, alone in her corner, was feeling disgusted and repentant. Why had she ever come to such a place? Freedom and independence were all very well, but one should not be a little fool. She might have known what it would be like. She might have taken warning from Sissy's guarded sentences. Her head was aching. She was sick of the whole thing. But what could she do? She had to stay to the end, as Abel could not leave until then. And that would probably not be until 3 or 4 in the morning. The new influx of boys had left the girls far in the minority, and partners were scarce. Valancy was pestered with invitations to dance. She refused them all shortly, and some of her refusals were not well taken. There were muttered oaths and sullen looks. Across the room, she saw a group of the strangers talking together and glancing meaningly at her. A cold knot of fear began to form in her stomach. What were they plotting? It was at this moment that she saw him. Barney Snaith was looking in over the heads of the crowd at the doorway. In that instant, Valancy had 2 distinct convictions. One was that she was quite safe now. The other was that this was why she had wanted to come to the dance. It had been such an absurd hope that she had not recognized it before. But now she knew. She had come because of the possibility that Barney might be there too. She thought that perhaps she ought to be ashamed for this, but she wasn't. After her feeling of relief, her next feeling was one of annoyance. She was annoyed with Barney for coming there unshaved. Surely, he might have enough self-respect to groom himself up decently when he went to a party. But there he was, bareheaded and bristly chinned, in his old trousers and his blue homespun shirt. He wasn't even wearing a coat. Valancy could have shaken him in her anger. It was no wonder people believed everything bad of him. But she was not afraid any longer. One of the whispering group left his comrades and came across the room to her, moving through the whirling couples that now filled the space uncomfortably. He was a tall, broad-shouldered fellow. Not ill-dressed or ill-looking, but unmistakably half-drunk. He asked Valancy to dance. Valancy declined civilly. His face turned livid. He threw his arm about her and pulled her to him, his hot, whiskied breath burning her face. He told her they wouldn't have any fine lady airs there. If she wasn't too good to come to such a place, she wasn't too good to dance with them. He informed her that he and his pals had been watching her. She would have to give each of them a turn, and a kiss to boot. Valancy tried desperately and vainly to free herself. She was being dragged out into the maze of shouting, stamping, yelling dancers. The next moment, the man who held her went staggering across the room, from a neatly planted blow on the jaw, knocking down whirling couples as he went. Valancy felt her own arm grasped. A voice urged her to come, this way, quick. It was Barney Snaith. He swung her out through the open window behind them, vaulted lightly over the sill and caught her hand. He told her again, quick. They must run for it, because they would be followed. Valancy ran as she had never run before, clinging tight to Barney's hand. She wondered why she did not drop dead in such a mad scamper. What if she did? What a scandal it would make for her poor people. For the first time, Valancy felt a little sorry for them. She also felt glad that she had escaped from that horrible row, and glad that she was holding tight to Barney's hand. Her feelings were badly mixed. She had never had so many in such a brief time in her life. They finally reached a quiet corner in the pine woods. The pursuit had taken a different direction, and the whoops and yells behind them were growing faint. Valancy, out of breath and with a crazily beating heart, collapsed on the trunk of a fallen pine. She could only gasp out her thanks. Barney told her what a goose she was to come to such a place. She protested breathlessly that she didn't know it would be like this. He retorted that she should have known. It was Chidley Corners, after all. Valancy could only state that it had just been a name to her. She knew in that moment that Barney could not realize how ignorant she was of the regions up back. She had lived in Deerwood all her life, so of course he would suppose she knew. He didn't know how she had been brought up. There was no use trying to explain. Barney then told her that when he had drifted in at Abel's that evening and Sissy had told him where she'd gone, he was amazed and downright scared. Sissy had told him she was worried about Valancy but hadn't liked to say anything to dissuade her for fear Valancy would think her selfish. So he had come on up there instead of going to Deerwood. A sudden delightful glow irradiated Valancy's soul and body under the dark pines. So he had actually come up to look after her. Barney explained the plan. As soon as their pursuers stopped hunting for them, they would sneak around to the Muskoka Road. He had left Lady Jane down there, and he would take her home. He supposed she had had enough of her party. Valancy meekly agreed that she had. The first half of the way home, neither of them said anything. It would not have been much use, as Lady Jane made so much noise they could not have heard each other anyway. Besides, Valancy did not feel conversationally inclined. She was ashamed of the whole affair. Ashamed of her folly in going, and ashamed of being found in such a place by Barney Snaith. By Barney Snaith, the reputed jailbreaker, infidel, forger, and defaulter. Valancy's lips twitched in the darkness as she thought of it. But she was ashamed. And yet, she was enjoying herself. She was full of a strange exultation, bumping over that rough road beside Barney Snaith. The big trees shot by them. The tall mulleins stood up along the road in stiff, orderly ranks like companies of soldiers. The thistles looked like drunken fairies or tipsy elves as their car lights passed over them. This was the first time she had ever even been in a car. After all, she liked it. She was not in the least afraid with Barney at the wheel. Her spirits rose rapidly as they tore along. She ceased to feel ashamed. She ceased to feel anything except that she was part of a comet rushing gloriously through the night of space. All at once, Just where the pine woods frayed out to the scrub barrens, Lady Jane became quiet. Too quiet. Lady Jane slowed down quietly, and then stopped. Barney uttered an aghast exclamation. He got out. He investigated. He came apologetically back. He called himself a doddering idiot. They were out of gas. He confessed that he knew he was short when he left home, but he had meant to fill up in Deerwood. Then he had forgotten all about it in his hurry to get to the Corners. Valancy coolly asked what they could do. Barney admitted he didn't know. There was no gas nearer than Deerwood, 9 miles away. And he didn't dare leave her there alone. He explained that there were always tramps on this road, and some of those crazy fools from the Corners might come straggling along presently. As far as he could see, the best thing to do was for them to just sit patiently there until some car came along and lent them enough gas to get to Roaring Abel's. Valancy simply asked what was the matter with that. They might have to sit there all night, Barney warned. Valancy replied that she didn't mind. Barney gave a short laugh. He figured if she didn't mind, he needn't. After all, he had no reputation to lose. Nor had she, Valancy added comfortably. Chapter 21. Barney suggested that they just sit there. If they thought of anything worthwhile to say, they would say it. Otherwise, not. He told her not to imagine that she was bound to talk to him. Valancy, in turn, quoted John Foster. She relayed his sentiment that if you can sit in silence with a person for half an hour and yet be entirely comfortable, you and that person can be friends. If you cannot, you will never be friends, and you need not waste time in trying. Barney conceded that evidently John Foster said a sensible thing once in a while. They sat in silence for a long while. Little rabbits hopped across the road. Once or twice, an owl laughed out delightfully. The road beyond them was fringed with the woven shadow lace of trees. Away off to the southwest, the sky was full of silvery little cirrus clouds, hovering above the spot where Barney's island must be. Valancy was perfectly happy. Some things dawn on you slowly. Other things come by lightning flashes. And Valancy had just had a lightning flash. She knew quite well now that she loved Barney. Yesterday, she had been all her own. Now, she was this man's. Yet he had done nothing, said nothing. He had not even looked at her as a woman. But that didn't matter. Nor did it matter what he was or what he had done. She loved him without any reservations. Everything in her went out wholly to him. She had no wish to stifle or disown her love. She seemed to be his so absolutely that thought apart from him, thought in which he did not predominate, was an impossibility. She had realized it, quite simply and fully in the moment when he was leaning on the car door, explaining that Lady Jane had no gas. She had looked deep into his eyes in the moonlight and had known. In just that infinitesimal space of time, everything was changed. Old things passed away, and all things became new. She was no longer unimportant, little, old maid Valancy Stirling. She was a woman, full of love, and therefore rich and significant, justified to herself. Life was no longer empty and futile, and death could cheat her of nothing. Love had cast out her last fear. Love. What a searing, torturing, intolerably sweet thing it was. This possession of body, soul, and mind. It held at its core something as fine and remote and purely spiritual as the tiny blue spark in the heart of an unbreakable diamond. No dream had ever been like this. She was no longer solitary. She was one of a vast sisterhood, all the women who had ever loved in the world. Barney need never know it, though she would not in the least have minded his knowing. The important thing was that she knew it, and it made a tremendous difference to her. Just to love. She did not ask to be loved. It was rapture enough just to sit there beside him in silence, alone in the summer night. The world was filled with the white splendor of moonshine, with the wind blowing down on them out of the pine woods. She had always envied the wind. It was so free, blowing where it listed. Through the hills. Over the lakes. What a tang and a zip it had. What a magic of adventure. Valancy felt as if she had exchanged her shop-worn soul for a fresh one, fire, new from the workshop of the gods. As far back as she could look, life had been dull, colorless, and savorless. Now, she had come to a little patch of violets, purple and fragrant, and they were hers for the plucking. No matter who or what had been in Barney's past, and no matter who or what might be in his future, no one else could ever have this perfect hour. She surrendered herself utterly to the charm of the moment. Barney suddenly asked if she ever dreamed of ballooning. Valancy said no. But he did, often. He described his dreams of sailing through the clouds, of seeing the glories of sunset. He spoke of spending hours in the midst of a terrific storm with lightning playing above and below, and of skimming above a silver cloud floor under a full moon. It was, he concluded, wonderful. It did sound so, Valancy agreed. She added that she had always stayed on Earth in her dreams. Then she told him about her blue castle. It was so easy to tell Barney things. One felt he understood everything, even the things you didn't tell him. And then she told him a little of her existence before she came to Roaring Abel's. She wanted him to see why she had gone to the dance up back. She explained that she had never had any real life, that she had just breathed. Every door, she said, had always been shut to her. Barney replied that she was still young. Oh, I know, Valancy said, a new bitterness in her voice. She agreed that yes, she was still young, but that was so different from being young. For a moment she was tempted to tell him why her years had nothing to do with her future, but she did not. She was not going to think of death tonight. She went on, explaining that though she was still young, she never was really young. Until tonight, she added in her heart. She had never had a life like other girls, she told him. She felt he couldn't understand. With a desperate desire that he should know the worst about her, she asked him if it wasn't awful that she didn't even love her mother. His dry response was that it was rather awful for her mother. Valancy explained that her mother didn't know it, that she had always taken her love for granted. And she hadn't been any use or comfort to her, or to anybody. She had been just a vegetable, and she had gotten tired of it. That, she explained, was why she came to keep house for Mr. Gay and look after Sissy. Barney supposed that her people thought she had gone mad. She confirmed that they did, literally. But it was a comfort to them. They would rather believe her mad than bad, as there was no other alternative. But she had been living since she came to Mr. Gay's. It had been a delightful experience. She supposed she would pay for it when she had to go back, but she would have had it. Barney agreed that was true. If you buy your experience, it's your own, so it's no matter how much you pay for it. Someone else's experience can never be yours. He concluded that it was a funny old world. Valancy asked dreamily if he thought it really was old. She never believed that in June. It seemed so young tonight somehow. In that quivering moonlight, it was like a young, white girl, waiting. Barney agreed that the moonlight here on the verge of Up Back was different from moonlight anywhere else. It always made him feel so clean, somehow, body and soul. And of course, he added, the age of gold always comes back in spring. A little before 10, the evening had begun to shift. A mass of thick, black cloud rose up like a dragon and swallowed the moon entirely. The warmth of spring quickly faded into a sudden chill. A shiver slipped down Valancy's spine. Without a word, Barney leaned into the depths of Lady Jane and retrieved an old overcoat, heavily imbued with the scent of tobacco and damp memories. He didn't hesitate to drape it over her shoulders, pulling it up close around her throat and fastening it snugly. She protested at first, suggesting he might need it more himself. But he dismissed the notion, insisting that he wouldn't let her fall ill under his watch. She laughed softly, claiming she hadn't caught cold once since moving into Mr. Gay's house, despite the foolish things she'd done. It amused her, considering how often she used to be sick before. Still, the gesture moved her. As he buttoned the coat with firm fingers, she felt a warmth rise inside her that had little to do with wool. How comforting it was to be cared for in such a simple, unmistakable way. She burrowed deeper into the thick folds of the coat, inhaling the smoky scent, and wished quietly that this night could stretch on forever. About 10 minutes later, the stillness broke as a car descended swiftly from the direction of Up Back. Barney jumped from Lady Jane and signaled the vehicle, which pulled up beside them with a crunch of gravel and a hiss of brakes. Inside, two familiar figures were staring out at Valancy with undisguised horror. Uncle Wellington and Olive. It appeared that Uncle Wellington had finally acquired a car of his own. He must have been visiting Cousin Herbert that evening at Mistawis. The sight of his face, upon recognizing her in that moment, nearly caused Valancy to burst out laughing. The pompous old man, with his ever-serious whiskers and permanent air of superiority, looked utterly scandalized. Barney, still composed, asked politely if they might spare enough gasoline to get them as far as Deerwood. But Uncle Wellington wasn't listening. His outrage eclipsed all reason. Demanding to know how Valancy had come to be there, his voice crackled with stern disbelief. Her answer came calmly, without hesitation whether by chance or by divine grace, she was here. That only seemed to inflame him further. He spat out the accusation of her keeping company with a jailbird, and that at 10 o'clock at night. Valancy turned toward Barney, who was lit again by the freed moonlight. There was a mischievous glint in her eyes as she asked, almost playfully, whether he truly was a jailbird. Barney didn't answer directly. With a hint of amusement, he questioned whether it really mattered to her. She assured him it didn't. Her curiosity was merely that curiosity. And so he withheld the answer entirely, noting with a smirk that he never indulged idle questions. Then, turning back to Uncle Wellington, his tone subtly shifted colder, more formal. He reminded the man of the original request. Could they spare some gasoline or not? They were only wasting time otherwise. Wellington found himself trapped in an awkward moral quandary. The idea of giving gasoline to such an unrepentant, scandalous pair was abhorrent. But the alternative to leave them stranded in the Mistawis woods until sunrise was worse still. Begrudgingly, and with obvious reluctance, he agreed to help them. The decision weighed on his dignity like a leaden coat. Better to be rid of them now before others came down the road and witnessed such disgrace. Wellington had grunted with annoyance as he asked whether they had anything to carry gas in. Barney, calm as ever, produced a 2-gallon canister from Lady Jane without a word. The two men moved toward the rear of the Stirling vehicle and began adjusting the fuel tap. Valancy, meanwhile, remained nestled in Barney's coat. From behind its high collar, she stole quiet glances at Olive, who sat rigidly in the front seat, eyes fixed forward with visible offense etched across her face. She made a point of pretending not to notice Valancy at all. But the disdain in her eyes was more than personal. There were deeper reasons. Cecil had visited Deerwood recently, and naturally, he had heard all the talk surrounding Valancy. He had come to the conclusion that her mind was disturbed. Even worse, he had become intensely interested in finding out whether her condition might be hereditary. Such a thing in the family, he thought, was terribly serious. One always had to think of future generations. Olive had told him firmly that it must have come from the Wandsborough side. The Stirlings, she claimed, had never carried such flaws. But Cecil had remained unconvinced. What shocked him most was Valancy's decision to leave home to work essentially, in his view, as a servant. And this person, he reminded Olive, was her cousin. Poor Olive had felt the weight of that implication. The Prices of Port Lawrence did not associate with families whose members worked out. Olive's outrage, then, was not just moral but social. Seeing Valancy like this calm, radiant, unbothered was unbearable. Valancy, unable to resist, leaned forward slightly. Her voice carried a hint of amusement as she teased Olive with an innocent-sounding question. Olive initially bit back a response, refusing to engage. But then, a sense of duty overpowered her silence. She couldn't let the moment pass. Perhaps she could still bring Valancy home. Leaning forward as well, she urged her to return that very night. She pleaded in hushed tones, imagining herself the instrument of redemption. Valancy responded with a long, deliberate yawn. Her words drifted out with a sleepy kind of sarcasm, noting that Olive sounded exactly like someone leading a revival meeting. Olive pressed harder. If she returned now, all would be forgiven. They would never hold it against her. She confessed that there were nights she couldn't even sleep for thinking about Valancy. But Valancy laughed softly, admitting she was having the time of her life. She added that she didn't think she was capable of being bad. If anything, she feared she was hopelessly proper. After all, she'd spent 3 hours alone with Barney Snaith, and he hadn't even attempted to kiss her. She admitted she wouldn't have minded if he had. Still leaning forward, she tilted her little hat, its crimson rose now drooping rakishly over one eye. The moonlight caught her face, her smile, her eyes. Something had changed. Olive stared in stunned disbelief. Valancy, who had never been pretty now, looked not beautiful, but magnetic. Provocative, radiant, almost dangerously appealing. Olive recoiled inwardly. She could say nothing more without lowering herself. Clearly, Valancy had become both mad and wicked. From behind the car, Barney's voice broke the silence. He thanked Mr. Stirling, reporting that 2 gallons had been transferred 70 cents. Uncle Wellington climbed back into his seat awkwardly, frustration twitching at the corners of his mouth. He had half a mind to lash out at Barney, but caution kept him silent. Who could say what such a man might do if provoked? Surely he carried weapons. Wellington cast a final glance at Valancy. But she had turned away, watching Barney as he poured the last of the gas into Lady Jane's tank. Olive, now cold and resolute, gave the command to leave. There was no point in lingering, she said, and she was eager to share what Valancy had just said. Uncle Wellington's voice was low but vicious. He cursed Valancy under his breath, calling her a shameless, disgraceful creature. Chapter 22. Rumors quickly swept through the Stirling family. Valancy had been seen with Barney Snaith at a movie theater in Port Lawrence, and afterward sharing supper with him at a Chinese restaurant. This was no idle gossip, it was entirely true, and no one was more surprised by it than Valancy herself. On that dim evening, Barney had appeared in Lady Jane and, with a teasing glint and a hint of cheerful defiance, invited her for a spontaneous drive to the port. Valancy, fully aware she would have followed Barney anywhere, accepted without hesitation. They sped through Deerwood, Lady Jane tearing down the road, the wind whipping Valancy's hair around her face, her hat forgotten. She wore a low-necked dress, her arms bare, feeling a thrill of freedom that would have once terrified her. Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles, out on the veranda, saw them flash by in a swirl of dust, exchanging anxious glances as they watched Valancy, bare-armed and radiant, beside Barney in his shirt-sleeves, smoking a pipe. They were moving at a reckless pace 40 miles an hour, or 60, according to Cousin Stickles. Valancy waved cheerfully at her family, while Mrs. Frederick longed for the dramatic relief of a proper fit of hysterics. Inside the car, Valancy felt exhilarated. She no longer cared about appearances or the old anxieties that had once dominated her life, her mother's disapproval, Aunt Wellington's teaspoons, Uncle Benjamin's fortune, Olive's beauty, the constant fear of poverty and judgment. All those things seemed like distant relics of a former existence. Now, every day was a new adventure, and she was swept along by the energy of Barney's presence. Back on the veranda, Mrs. Frederick's distress grew. She wondered aloud if this was the reason she had endured the pains of motherhood, while Cousin Stickles clung to the hope that their prayers would still be answered. Mrs. Frederick, wringing her hands, questioned who would protect Valancy when she was gone. Valancy, meanwhile, marveled at how quickly her life had transformed. Only weeks before, she had been trapped on that stifling veranda, worrying about appearances and feeling powerless. Now, she was swept up in the thrill of change, no longer afraid, and finally living each day as an adventure. Lady Jane sped effortlessly over the 15 miles between Deerwood and the port, weaving through the town as twilight settled in. Barney drove with a reckless confidence, passing traffic policemen as if they were invisible, while the first lights of evening began to twinkle like stars in the clear, lemon-tinted air. For Valancy, this was the only time she truly enjoyed the town, swept up in the wild delight of speeding beside Barney. She marveled at how she had ever been afraid of cars. Now, she was perfectly happy, feeling the rush of freedom and the thrill of the moment. She understood that Barney's invitation was impulsive, likely born from a sense of pity for her tiredness and her starved little dreams, but she didn't mind. After a sleepless night and a long, busy day, she was grateful for the chance to have a little fun. Besides, Abel was in the kitchen, deep in his cups and singing irreverent songs, so it was just as well for her to be out of the house for a while. Barney, knowing Roaring Abel's habits, had whisked her away at just the right time. They went to the movie theater, an entirely new experience for Valancy, who had never been to one before. Afterwards, feeling a pleasant hunger, they found themselves savoring fried chicken in a Chinese restaurant, the meal tasting unbelievably delicious in the glow of their small adventure. When they finally rattled home, they left behind a trail of scandal and gossip that would ripple through Deerwood. Mrs. Frederick, unable to face the pitying glances and whispered questions of her friends, gave up going to church altogether. But Cousin Stickles continued to attend every Sunday, telling herself and others that they had simply been given a cross to bear. Chapter 23. On one of Sissy's sleepless nights, she quietly shared her story with Valancy as they sat by the open window. Sissy, unable to breathe lying down, looked fragile and childlike in the moonlight, her youth and innocence belying the pain she had endured. She spoke of the young college student she had loved, how he would cross the lake at night to meet her among the pines, and how she had loved him deeply, never intending to do wrong. When his father took him away, she was left alone and frightened, eventually writing to him in desperation. He returned and offered to marry her, but Sissy saw in his eyes that he no longer loved her. He was only acting out of duty and pity. She could not accept such a marriage, feeling it would be a greater wrong than her original mistake, and so she let him go. She asked Valancy if she had done the right thing, and Valancy assured her that she had. Sissy, relieved to have finally spoken her truth, confessed that she had wanted Valancy to know everything, not wanting to be thought badly of in her eyes. She wept in Valancy's arms, grateful for her kindness and certain that she would be blessed for it. After composing herself, Sissy spoke tenderly of her baby, the joy he brought her, his blue eyes, golden curls, and tiny hands. She described the overwhelming love she felt for him, and the unbearable pain of losing him, missing his warmth at night, and the thought of him alone in the cold earth. Over time, the grief dulled slightly, though she admitted she was glad when she learned her own end was near. Valancy, deeply moved, murmured that only the hope of death could make such sorrow bearable in life. Sissy was glad to have shared her story and found peace in Valancy's understanding. A few nights later, as Roaring Abel was away, Sissy's time came. Valancy noticed the change in her friend and wanted to call a doctor, but Sissy refused, asking only to die peacefully while holding Valancy's hand. Sissy gently refused Valancy's suggestion about calling the doctor. She spoke with quiet certainty, explaining that he could do nothing for her now, as she had sensed for days that her time was approaching. She asked only to die peacefully while holding Valancy's hand, expressing deep gratitude for her presence. With tender concern, she requested that Valancy say goodbye to her father and to Barney, acknowledging their kindness in their own ways. Her voice carried a note of mysterious understanding when she mentioned Barney, as if she perceived something about him that others had missed. A sudden coughing spasm interrupted her words and left her completely exhausted. When it finally subsided, she drifted into peaceful sleep, still holding Valancy's hand with gentle trust. Valancy remained beside her in the quiet room, feeling strangely calm rather than frightened or sorrowful. The silence felt sacred, as if the room itself had become a sanctuary where earthly concerns no longer mattered. As dawn broke, Sissy opened her eyes and gazed beyond Valancy at something unseen, something that brought a sudden, radiant smile to her face. and with that smile still lighting her features, she slipped away peacefully. Valancy gently crossed Sissy's hands over her chest and moved to the open window. In the eastern sky, amid the brilliant colors of sunrise, hung an old moonaz, delicate and beautiful as a new crescent. She had never witnessed such a sight before and watched in wonder as it gradually faded into the living rose of daybreak. A small pool in the barrens caught the morning light, gleaming like a magnificent golden lily against the stark landscape. The world suddenly felt colder to Valancy, not from grief, but from the renewed realization of her solitude. Once again, no one needed her, and she faced the familiar emptiness that had defined so much of her life. She felt no sorrow about Sissy's death itself, only for the suffering she had endured throughout her life. At least now, no one could ever hurt Sissy again. Valancy had always imagined death as something terrible, but Sissy had passed so quietly and peacefully that it seemed almost like a gentle release. In those final moments, something had seemed to compensate her for everything she had endured. She lay there now in her eternal sleep, looking like a child beautiful, with all traces of shame and pain erased from her features. Roaring Abel's arrival broke the morning stillness, his noisy entrance living up to his notorious reputation. Valancy went downstairs and delivered the news with quiet dignity. The shock instantly sobered him, transforming him from his usual boisterous self into a broken man. He slumped down heavily on his buggy seat, his large head bowed low in disbelief and grief. He repeated her name emptily, struggling to accept that she was truly gone. His voice carried the weight of years of regret and unspoken love as he confessed he hadn't expected the end to come so soon. He spoke of how she used to run down the lane to greet him with a little white rose tucked in her hair, remembering her as both pretty and good. Valancy's response was simple but profound, affirming that Sissy had always been a good girl not just in childhood but throughout her entire life, despite society's harsh judgment. Chapter 24. It was Valancy herself who made Sissy ready for burial. She felt a fierce protective need that no hands but hers should touch that pitiful, wasted little body. The old house was spotless on the day of the funeral, a testament to her silent, grieving work. Barney Snaith was not there. He had already done all he could to help Valancy. He had shrouded the pale Cecilia in a final blanket of white roses from the garden, then retreated back to the quiet solitude of his island. But everyone else, it seemed, was present. All of Deerwood and the surrounding settlements from up back had come. In a great public display, they forgave Sissy splendidly at last. Mr. Bradley delivered a very beautiful funeral address. Valancy had wished for her old Free Methodist minister, but Roaring Abel was obdurate. He insisted that as a Presbyterian, his daughter would be buried by no one but a Presbyterian minister. Mr. Bradley, being very tactful, carefully avoided all dubious points of Sissy's life. It was plain he simply hoped for the best. 6 reputable citizens of Deerwood bore Cecilia Gay to her grave in the decorous town cemetery. Among them was Uncle Wellington. The fact of his presence was a small, sharp detail in Valancy's mind. The Stirlings, men and women, All came to the funeral after holding a family conclave. A clear decision had been reached. Now that Sissy Gay was dead, Valancy would surely come home, as she simply could not stay there with Roaring Abel. Therefore, Uncle James had decreed the wisest course was to attend the funeral. This would legitimize the whole affair, so to speak. It was a way to show Deerwood that Valancy had done a most creditable deed and that her family backed her up in it. Indeed, Death, the great miracle worker, had suddenly made the whole situation quite respectable. If Valancy would just return to home and decency while public opinion was under its influence, all might yet be well. Society, in a sudden shift, was forgetting all of Cecilia's supposed wicked doings. Instead, people chose to remember what a pretty, modest little thing she had been. Whispers circulated that she had been motherless, after all, a fact that seemed to excuse everything. Uncle James considered it the perfect psychological moment. So, the Stirlings went to the funeral. Even Cousin Gladys's neuritis allowed her to attend. Cousin Stickles was there, her bonnet dripping all over her face. She was crying as woefully as if Sissy had been her nearest and dearest, because funerals always brought her own sad bereavement back to the surface. And Uncle Wellington was a pall-bearer. The title itself seemed to seal the family's public approval with a cold final stamp. Valancy moved quietly about in her snuff-brown dress. She looked pale and subdued, her slanted eyes smudged with purple from lack of sleep. She found seats for people and consulted in undertones with the minister and the undertaker. She marshaled the mourners into the parlor with a decorum so proper and Stirling-ish that her family took heart of grace. This was the Valancy they understood, the one they could control. This could not be the same girl who had sat all night in the woods with Barney Snaith, or the one who had torn bareheaded through Deerwood and Port Lawrence. This was the Valancy they knew. The Stirlings thought with growing relief that she was surprisingly capable and efficient. They considered that perhaps she had always been kept down a bit too much, that Amelia really was rather strict, and that she simply hadn't had a chance to show what was truly in her. And a local man, Edward Beck, from the Port Road, also took notice. He was a widower with a large family, and he observed Valancy's quiet competence with great interest. She might, he thought, make a mighty fine second wife. She was no beauty, but Mr. Beck told himself very reasonably that a 50-year-old widower could not expect to have everything. Altogether, it seemed that Valancy's matrimonial chances had never been so bright as they were at Cecilia Gay's funeral. What the Stirlings and Edward Beck would have thought had they known the truth of Valancy's mind must be left to the imagination. For behind her placid face, a storm of quiet fury was raging. Valancy was hating the funeral. She hated the people who came only to stare with morbid curiosity at Cecilia's marble white face. She hated their smugness and the dragging, melancholy singing. She despised Mr. Bradley's cautious, meaningless platitudes. If she could have had her own absurd way, there would have been no funeral at all. She would have simply covered Sissy with flowers, shutting her away from prying eyes forever. She would have buried her beside her nameless little baby, deep in the grassy burying ground under the pines of the up-back church. A bit of kindly prayer from the old Free Methodist minister would have been the only eulogy. She vividly remembered Sissy's desperate wish, spoken once with a heart-breaking plea, to be buried deep in the heart of the woods. She had not wanted anyone to ever find her grave or to stand over it and tell her miserable story. But this public spectacle was the reality. However, it would soon be over, and Valancy knew, with a certainty that calmed her weary heart, exactly what she intended to do then. The Stirlings and Edward Beck did not know, but she did. She had lain awake all the preceding night, thinking about her plan, and had finally, irrevocably, decided on it. When the funeral procession had finally left the house, Mrs. Frederick sought out Valancy in the kitchen. She approached her daughter and asked tremulously if she would come home now. Valancy answered absently, her mind on other things. She repeated the word home as if it were a foreign concept. She was tying on an apron, already calculating how much tea she must put to steep for the supper. There would be several guests from up back, distant relatives of the Gays who had not remembered them for years. She was so tired she wished she could borrow a pair of legs from the cat. Mrs. Frederick repeated the word with a touch of asperity in her voice. She insisted, yes, home. She supposed Valancy would not dream of staying there now, alone with Roaring Abel. Valancy assured her mother that she was not going to stay there. She explained that she would, of course, have to stay for a day or two just to put the house in order generally, but that would be all. She then excused herself, stating that she had a frightful lot to do, as all those up-back people would be there for supper. Mrs. Frederick retreated in considerable relief. The Stirlings all went home from the funeral with lighter hearts. Uncle Benjamin decreed that they would simply treat her as if nothing had happened when she came back. He declared that this would be the best plan, just as if nothing had happened at all. The words settled in the room, sealing their profound misunderstanding. Chapter 25. The evening air hung heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth as Roaring Abel prepared to vanish into his familiar haze of liquor. 4 days of unbroken sobriety had stretched his patience thin, and the pull of the bottle proved irresistible. Before leaving, he turned to Valancy, his gruff voice softened by a rare flicker of gratitude. "You've been a damn good sport," he admitted, scratching his stubbled jaw. "Sissy's cousin's comin' tomorrow, but she won't hold a candle to you. If you ever need a favor, hell, if you need the whole Stirling lot throttled, you know where to find me." Valancy's reply was calm, her fingers tightening around the small object hidden in her palm. "The key's on the woodshed nail. Cat's in the cellar, dog in the barn. Feed them till she arrives." She paused, meeting his bleary gaze. "I'm not going back to Deerwood." Abel chuckled, a sound like gravel shaken in a tin. "Smart girl, that nest of prunes and prisms never deserved you." With a tip of his hat, he lurched into the twilight, his shadow melting into the encroaching darkness. Valancy lingered at the garden gate, the weight of finality settling over her. Twilight draped the barrens in hues of indigo and gold, fireflies blinking like lost stars. The air hummed with cicadas, their song a counterpoint to the distant murmur of Lady Jane Grey's engine. Her legs trembled, not from fear, but the aftershock of weeks spent walking a tightrope between duty and desire. The thing in her hand, a tarnished locket Sissy had pressed into her palm days before her death bit into her skin. For luck, Sissy had whispered. Valancy hadn't opened it. Some secrets were better left buried. The growl of Barney's car swelled, snapping the stillness. Tires crunched gravel, headlights sliced through the gathering dark. And then he was there leaning against the gate, his silhouette sharp against the lavender sky. "Well, Moonlight," he drawled, the old nickname sparking a thrill in her chest. His eyes, always half amused, now held a question. "Ready to trade ghosts for gremlins?" Valancy's laugh was a fragile thing, brittle as autumn leaves. "Depends. Does your island have a spare room for a runaway?" Barney's grin flashed, wild and unrepentant. "It's got a whole castle. Bit blue around the edges, but the ghosts are friendly." She stepped forward, the locket warming in her grip. Behind them, the house loomed a skeleton of memories. Ahead, the road unwound, a ribbon of possibility. Valancy stood at the garden gate, the weight of the evening pressing gently on her shoulders. The air was thick with the scent of summer and the hush of anticipation. She felt her heart steady, her mind already made up, though the significance of the moment made her breath catch. Barney approached, his steps unhurried, his presence grounding her in the fading light. He asked if she was planning to go home, his tone casual, but his eyes searching for something deeper. Valancy hesitated, admitting she was not yet certain, though inside she knew her decision was final. Barney mentioned that he had come by to see if there was anything he could do for her. Valancy, feeling a surge of courage, replied with calm clarity that there was indeed something he could do. She asked him, without wavering, if he would marry her. For a brief moment, Barney was silent, his face unreadable. Then, with a peculiar laugh, he remarked that it seemed luck had been waiting for him just around the corner all day. Valancy raised her hand, signaling for a pause. She explained that she was completely serious but needed a moment to catch her breath after such a question. She acknowledged that, given her upbringing, she was fully aware this was not something a lady was supposed to do. Barney, still surprised, asked her why she was doing this. Valancy, a little breathless but unwavering, met his gaze directly. She explained there were two reasons. The first, which she struggled to say aloud, was that she was completely taken with him, though she masked her true feelings with a hint of playful bravado. The second reason, she said, was something else entirely. She handed him Dr. Trent's letter, her hand steady, her resolve clear. Barney finished reading the letter, his expression shifting as the truth settled in. He understood more than Valancy had perhaps intended, and for a moment the weight of her confession hung between them in the quiet night air. Valancy, standing at the gate, felt her heart pounding, but she met his gaze with steady resolve. Barney asked if she was certain nothing could be done for her, and Valancy, without hesitation, confirmed that Dr. Trent's reputation left no room for hope. She explained that her time was short, Perhaps only months or weeks remained, and she wanted to live those days fully, not return to the stifling life in Deerwood. This time, she managed to say it. She loved him and wanted to spend whatever time she had left with him. Barney folded his arms on the gate, his eyes drifting to a bold white star above Roaring Abel's chimney. He warned her that she knew nothing about him, that he might be a criminal or worse, but Valancy replied that it didn't matter whatever the world said. She didn't care. He asked if she truly cared that much, and Valancy, trembling, admitted she did, feeling a thrill as he called her by her name for the first time. Barney, shifting to a practical tone, insisted that if they were to marry, some things must be understood. He told her he had secrets she must never ask about, and she promised not to. He said she must never ask to see his mail, and she agreed. They both vowed never to pretend with each other, never to lie not even small lies. Barney explained that she would have to live with him on his island, and Valancy replied that was part of why she wanted to marry him. Barney studied her, then, with a hint of wonder, agreed to marry her. Valancy, suddenly prim, thanked him, feeling more embarrassed than if he had refused. Barney added his own condition. She must never mention her heart or her risk of sudden death, never urge him to be careful, and must forget entirely that she was not healthy. He handed her a letter for his mother, explaining that if she died suddenly, it would clear him of suspicion. Valancy laughed, relieved that the ordeal was over, and confessed how strange it felt to propose marriage herself. Barney said he would go to the port the next day for a license, and they could be married in the evening, asking if Dr. Stirling would perform the ceremony. Valancy shuddered at the thought, insisting she wanted Mr. Towers to marry them instead. Barney, glancing at his own disheveled appearance, asked if she would marry him as he was, and Valancy, without hesitation, agreed. He reached over the gate, gently taking her cold hands in his. With a lightness in his voice, Barney remarked that he wasn't in love with her, had never thought of such a thing, but admitted he had always thought she was a bit of a dear. Chapter 26. The day after the funeral unfolded for Valancy in a haze of unreality. She moved through her tasks as if in a dream, unable to make herself or anything around her feel solid or true. All day she saw nothing of Barney, and a quiet anxiety gnawed at her. Perhaps he had changed his mind. Perhaps the promise of a new life would dissolve before it began. As dusk settled, the familiar lights of Lady Jane swept over the wooded hill, and Valancy, dressed in her only green dress and hat, waited at the gate. She felt neither bride-like nor beautiful, more like a wild spirit from the forest than a woman about to be married. Yet none of that mattered. The only thing that mattered was that Barney was coming for her. Barney arrived, his blue shirt and clean overalls a quiet testament to his practical nature. He was bareheaded, a pipe between his teeth, but he had taken the trouble to shave and wore a pair of oddly smart boots beneath his work clothes. Their conversation on the drive to Port Lawrence was sparse, each question and answer carrying the weight of all that was about to change. The world outside the car felt distant and unreal, as if they were traveling through a dreamscape suspended between past and future. When they reached Port Lawrence, the city lights seemed to press in on Valancy, making her feel small and exposed. Barney asked quietly for directions to Mr. Towers' house, and Valancy led him to the small, shabby parlor where their wedding would take place. Barney produced the license and a simple ring, and suddenly the reality of what was happening settled over Valancy with a rush of awe and disbelief. Standing together before Mr. Towers, Valancy's mind drifted to the wedding she had once imagined as a girl white silk, orange blossoms, a flower girl in pink lace, a noble groom. But in the slanting mirror above the mantelpiece, she saw only herself in her odd green dress and hat, and Barney in his shirt and overalls. There were no guests, no flowers, no cake, only the two of them, and that was all that mattered. For the rest of her life, there would be Barney, and that was enough. As Mr. Towers offered his gentle blessing, Valancy felt a wave of quiet joy and release. The ceremony was simple, almost surreal, but it marked the beginning of a new chapter filled with hope, freedom, and the promise of love. The wedding ended quietly. As dusk settled, Valancy and Barney left the little house behind. The old minister had not seemed surprised by their appearance. He had seen many odd weddings up back. He did not know Valancy was a Stirling. He did not even know there were Deerwood Stirlings. He had no idea Barney Snaith was a fugitive. He was simply an old man, unaware of their tangled histories. He married them, gave a gentle blessing, and prayed for them that night. His conscience was clear. Barney started Lady Jane. He remarked that it was a nice way to get married. No fuss, no flub-dub. He never thought it would be so easy. Valancy, suddenly tense, asked if they could forget they were married and just talk as if nothing had changed. She could not stand another silent drive like the one coming in. Barney laughed and shifted Lady Jane into high gear. The car made a terrible noise. He thought he was making things easy for her. She had not seemed to want to talk. Valancy admitted she did not want to talk, but she had wanted him to. She did not want romance, just ordinary conversation. She asked about his island. What kind of place was it? Barney described it as the jolliest place in the world. He said she would love it. The first time he saw it, he loved it. Tom McMurray had owned it then. Tom built the little shack, lived there in winter, and rented it in summer. Barney bought it and became the owner of a house and an island. Owning a whole island felt satisfying. He had always wanted an uninhabited island since reading Robinson Crusoe. It seemed too good to be true. The scenery belonged to the government, but they did not tax you for looking at it. The moon belonged to everyone. He warned her that his shack was not tidy. He supposed she would want to make it tidy. Valancy admitted she had to be tidy. She did not want to be, but untidiness bothered her. She would have to tidy up his shack. Barney groaned, pretending to be dismayed. Valancy softened. She promised not to insist on him wiping his feet every time he came in. Barney teased that she would only sweep up after him with the air of a martyr. But he grew serious. She could not tidy the lean-to. She could not even enter it. The door would be locked, and he would keep the key. Valancy joked that it was like Bluebeard's chamber. She would not even think of it. She did not care how many wives he had hanging up in there, as long as they were really dead. Barney described the rest of the house with a kind of quiet pride. There was not much to it, just a single large living room and a small bedroom, but every beam and rafter had been built with care. The living room windows faced both west and east, so sunrise and sunset could be seen from within. He spoke of his 2 cats, Banjo and Good Luck, each with their own peculiar charm. Banjo, a big striped gray cat, was a mischievous presence, notorious for his genteel swearing and thunderous snoring. Good Luck, in contrast, was a delicate, wistful little cat, always seeming on the verge of revealing some secret. Barney joked that once in 1,000 years a cat might be allowed to speak, and his 2 were philosophers who never cried over spilt milk. He went on to mention the 2 old crows, Nip and Tuck, who lived in a pine on the point, and Leander, his tame owl, who chuckled to himself on the mainland at night. The island was a haven for bats, which Barney found fascinating rather than frightening. Valancy agreed, saying she liked bats too. Barney seemed pleased, noting that Banjo liked them as well, especially as a midnight snack. Barney explained that he had a canoe and a disappearing propeller boat which he had used to go to the port for the marriage license. He admitted that the boat was much quieter than Lady Jane. Valancy confessed she had worried he might have changed his mind about marrying her. Barney's response was a short, almost sharp laugh, the kind Valancy never liked. He assured her that he never changed his mind. They drove back through Deerwood, up the Muskoka Road, past Roaring Gables, and over the rocky, daisy-lined lane. The dark pine woods soon enveloped them, the air fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the faint chime of linnaeas carpeting the trail. At the shore of Mistowis, they left Lady Jane behind and walked down a narrow path to the lake's edge. Barney pointed out their island, his voice filled with a quiet triumph. Valancy gazed at the scene. A lilac mist hovered over the water. The 2 great pines above the shack looked like ancient turrets, and the sky behind them glowed with the last blush of sunset and a pale young moon. A shiver ran through her, as if the wind had swept straight through her soul. In that moment, she recognized her blue castle her dream made real. They climbed into the canoe and paddled out across the misty water, leaving behind the world of everyday things. The island felt like a realm of enchantment, a place where anything could happen. When they landed, Barney lifted Valancy from the canoe and set her gently on a lichen-covered rock beneath a young pine. His arms encircled her, and his lips found hers. Valancy trembled with the wonder of her first kiss, overwhelmed by the joy and strangeness of it all. Barney welcomed her home, and in that moment, Valancy felt she had truly arrived at her blue castle at last. She belonged. Chapter 27. Cousin Georgiana made her way down the lane toward her small house, her mind buzzing with anticipation. She lived half a mile outside Deerwood and was eager to visit Amelia's, hoping to find out if Doss had returned home yet. There was something important she needed to share with Doss, something she was certain would bring delight after such a dull life. For a moment, Georgiana even forgot her usual habit of wondering which of the family would be the next to go. As she reached the road, she spotted Doss herself, coming from Roaring Gables, dressed in an odd green dress and hat. Georgiana considered it a stroke of luck she could share her wonderful secret without interruption. It felt almost like Providence had arranged this meeting. Valancy, after 4 days on her enchanted island, had decided it was time to visit Deerwood and inform her relatives of her marriage. She knew that if she simply disappeared from Roaring Gables, her family might even send out a search party. Barney had offered to drive her, but she preferred to go alone. Seeing Cousin Georgiana, Valancy smiled with genuine warmth, recalling her as a not-so-bad figure from her past. Happiness radiated from her, so much so that she could have smiled at anyone, even Uncle James. She welcomed Georgiana's company, aware that curious eyes were already watching her from the houses along the road. Georgiana greeted her, shaking hands while discreetly inspecting Valancy's unusual attire, even wondering if she wore a petticoat at all. She asked if Valancy was going home, to which Valancy replied in a cryptic tone that she would, sooner or later. Georgiana insisted on accompanying her, explaining that she had something quite wonderful to share. Valancy, distracted by her own thoughts of Barney and the Blue Castle, responded absently, barely registering Georgiana's mysterious excitement. Georgiana, unable to contain herself, asked if Valancy could guess who had visited her recently. Valancy could not imagine. Georgiana, lowering her voice almost to a whisper, revealed it was Edward Beck. The emphasis and Georgiana's faint blush made Valancy wonder at the significance. Valancy, indifferent, asked who Edward Beck was. Georgiana seemed surprised by the question, reminding Valancy that Edward Beck lived in the lovely house on the Port Lawrence Road and attended their church regularly. Valancy, after a moment's thought, recalled him as the older man with a wen on his forehead and a large number of children always sitting in the pew by the door. Cousin Georgiana, still brimming with excitement, continued to explain that Edward Beck's family was not as large as it sounded, only 9 children, and most of them boys, which she insisted would make things easier for any new stepmother. She seemed to believe that Valancy, despite not being as young as she once was, would be perfectly suited for the role, especially since she had always been fond of children. Georgiana even began to recommend books on child-rearing and morals, convinced that Valancy would manage splendidly if she accepted the proposal. Valancy, listening with a growing sense of amusement, realized that Georgiana's excitement was not for herself, but for Valancy's supposed wonderful chance. She found herself gently teasing, suggesting that 9 children was quite a family to start with, but Georgiana brushed aside the concern, focusing on the practicalities and the supposed advantages. As Georgiana pressed for a favorable answer, Valancy, with a dreamy detachment, revealed that there was only one obstacle: she was already married. The news struck Georgiana like a thunderbolt. She stopped in her tracks, clutching a nearby gatepost for support, her face a picture of shock and disbelief. Valancy calmly explained that she had married Barney Snaith the previous Tuesday evening in Port Lawrence. Georgiana, struggling to process the information, wondered aloud if Valancy was making fun of her, but Valancy assured her that she was telling the truth. Noticing Georgiana's distress, Valancy urged her not to cry in the middle of the road, hoping to avoid a scene. Georgiana, barely holding back tears, could only moan in despair, asking what Valancy had done. Valancy, with patient composure, repeated that she had simply gotten married. When Georgiana expressed horror at the idea of Barney Snaith rumored to have had a dozen wives, Valancy replied with dry humor that she was the only one present at the moment. As Georgiana worried about what Valancy's mother would say, Valancy invited her to come along and find out, explaining that she was on her way to deliver the news herself. With that, the two women continued down the road, the air between them charged with a mix of disbelief, concern, and Valancy's quiet, unshakable happiness. Cousin Georgiana, her grip on the gatepost finally loosened, found herself steady enough to walk beside Valancy. In her eyes, Valancy had become an entirely different person, someone who now carried the mysterious confidence of a married woman. The shock of Valancy's news lingered, and Georgiana's mind spun with worry and awe. She could not help but think Valancy's actions were reckless, even mad. Yet there was a happiness in Valancy's demeanor that made Georgiana hesitate to wish her cured. For the first time, she wondered if perhaps the clan's scolding would only diminish something rare and bright in Valancy's spirit. As they walked, Georgiana's thoughts tumbled aloud, troubled by the idea of marrying a man one hardly knew. Valancy, with a calm certainty, replied that she knew more about Barney than she ever had about Edward Beck. Georgiana, clinging to her old standards, pointed out that Edward Beck was a churchgoer and asked if Barney would do the same. Valancy explained that Barney had promised to accompany her to church on fine Sundays, a detail that seemed to satisfy neither of them but closed the subject. When they reached the Stirling gate, Valancy was startled to see her rosebush in full bloom. The bush, which had never flowered before, was now covered in great, crimson, velvety blossoms. The sight filled her with a sudden, almost giddy delight. She laughed, gathering a handful of the fragrant flowers, and mused that perhaps her drastic pruning had done the bush some good. Still laughing, she walked up the path, aware of Olive standing on the steps, radiant and imposing in her rose silk and lace, her golden brown hair shining beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Valancy, seeing Olive through new eyes, recognized her cousin's beauty but also sensed a lack of true distinction. Olive, for her part, was unsettled by Valancy's triumphant air and unconventional appearance. The green dress, the odd hat, and the handful of blood-red roses all seemed to defy the family's expectations. Olive's frown deepened as she greeted Valancy with forced politeness, remarking on the weather and her own social obligations, while subtly reminding Valancy of her absence from family life. Valancy responded with quiet indifference, mentioning that she needed to prepare supper for Barney and that they planned a moonlit canoe ride around Mistawis that night. The mention of Barney and supper left Olive momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend the changes in her cousin. Valancy, with a new sense of identity, corrected Olive, introducing herself as Valancy Snaith and displaying her wedding ring with a boldness that left Olive reeling. Without waiting for further reaction, Valancy stepped past Olive and entered the house, her laughter and confidence lingering in the air. Cousin Georgiana, determined not to miss the unfolding drama, followed close behind, still trying to process the transformation she had witnessed. Olive, stunned and bewildered, wandered away, her mind racing with questions and fears about the new scandal Valancy might bring upon the family. Valancy stood in the doorway, her posture calm and assured, radiating a quiet confidence that unsettled everyone in the room. The Stirlings, gathered by coincidence rather than design, were caught off guard by her unexpected entrance and the air of self-possession she carried. Cousin Georgiana hovered behind her, anxious and uncertain, while the rest of the family seemed frozen in place, their faces a mixture of shock and anticipation. Valancy's happiness was unmistakable. She no longer felt resentment toward her family. Instead, she saw them with new eyes, noticing qualities she had never appreciated before. A gentle pity softened her heart, and her voice was pleasant as she greeted her mother. Mrs. Frederick, clutching her handkerchief, struggled to maintain her composure. She could not allow herself to be openly outraged, but she was determined not to be denied her tears. Valancy, undeterred, calmly announced that she had come to inform them of her marriage to Barney Snaith, which had taken place the previous Tuesday night. The room was stunned into silence. Uncle Benjamin, momentarily jolted, sat back down in disbelief. Cousin Gladys nearly fainted, and Aunt Mildred and Uncle Wellington had to help her out to the kitchen. Valancy, with a hint of mischief, remarked on the family's adherence to Victorian traditions, then seated herself without waiting for an invitation. Cousin Stickles began to sob, prompting Valancy to wonder aloud if there was ever a day in her life when she did not cry. Uncle James was the first to recover, demanding confirmation of what he had just heard. Valancy replied with unwavering certainty that she had indeed married Barney Snaith. Uncle James, his voice rising in anger, declared her shameless and announced that he was washing his hands of her forever. Valancy, unfazed, responded with a wry question about what would be left for him to say if she ever committed murder. Uncle Benjamin, still reeling, muttered another exclamation while the rest of the family sat in stunned silence. As the conversation turned to Barney, a dangerous spark appeared in Valancy's eyes. She was willing to endure criticism directed at herself, but she would not allow anyone to insult the man she loved. She suggested that he just say "damn" and he would feel better. But Uncle Benjamin insisted that he could express his feelings without blasphemy. He told Valancy she had covered herself with eternal disgrace and infamy by marrying that drunkard. Valancy countered that he would be more endurable if he got drunk occasionally. And Barney, she stated firmly, was not a drunkard. Uncle Benjamin shot back that he was seen drunk in Port Lawrence, pickled to the gills. Valancy admitted that if that was true, and she didn't believe it was, he must have had a good reason for it. She then suggested that they all stop looking so tragic and simply accept the situation. She was married and they couldn't undo that. And, she concluded, she was perfectly happy. Uncle James, who had just washed his hands of Valancy, questioned if he really had. He demanded to know who married her. She told him it was Mr. Towers of Port Lawrence. At this, Mrs. Frederick groaned that she had been married by a Free Methodist. Mrs. Frederick didn't know what to say. The whole thing was too horrible, too nightmarish. She was sure she must wake up soon, especially after all their bright hopes at the funeral. Uncle Benjamin remarked helplessly that it made him think of those "what d'ye" columns. Those yarns, he clarified, of fairies taking babies out of their cradles. Aunt Wellington pointed out satirically that Valancy could hardly be a changeling at 29. But Uncle Benjamin averred that she was the oddest-looking baby he ever saw, anyway. Cousin Sarah added that she was glad she never had any children. "If they don't break your heart in one way," she lamented, "they do it in another." Valancy queried if it wasn't better to have your heart broken than to have it wither up. She reasoned that before a heart could be broken, it must have felt something splendid. That, she concluded, would be worth the pain. Uncle Benjamin muttered that she was dippy, clean dippy. Mrs. Frederick then addressed her daughter solemnly, asking if she ever prayed to be forgiven for disobeying her mother. Valancy stubbornly retorted that she should pray to be forgiven for obeying her for so long. But she didn't pray about that at all. She just thanked God every day for her happiness. Beginning to cry rather belatedly, Mrs. Frederick sobbed that she would rather see Valancy dead before her than listen to what she had told them that day. Valancy looked at her mother and her aunts, and she wondered if they could ever have known anything of the real meaning of love. They were so very pitiable, and they never even suspected it. Uncle James stated violently that Barney Snaith was a scoundrel to have deluded her into marrying him. Valancy, with a wicked smile, corrected him. Oh, she had done the deluding. She had asked him to marry her. Aunt Wellington demanded if she had no pride. She had lots of it, Valancy replied. She was proud that she had achieved a husband by her own unaided efforts. Uncle Benjamin interjected that Edward Beck was worth $20,000 and had the finest house between here and Port Lawrence. That sounded very fine, Valancy said scornfully. But, she snapped her fingers, it wasn't worth that, compared to feeling Barney's arms around her and his cheek against mine. Aunt Wellington declared that Valancy need not be indecent. Valancy questioned why it was surely not indecent to like to have your husband put his arm around you. In fact, she thought it would be indecent if you didn't. Uncle James inquired sarcastically why anyone would expect decency from her. He declared that she had cut herself off from decency forevermore. She had made her bed and now she must lie on it. Valancy replied with great gratitude, "Thanks." She remarked how much he would have enjoyed being Torquemada. She then announced that she must really be getting back. She turned to her mother and asked if she might have those 3 woolen cushions she had worked last winter. Mrs. Frederick told her to take them, to take everything. But Valancy didn't want everything, or even much. She didn't want her blue castle cluttered. Just the cushions. She said she would call for them someday when they motored in. Valancy rose and went to the door. There, she turned. For a fleeting moment, she was sorrier than ever for them all. They had no blue castle in the purple solitudes of Mistois. She told them that the trouble with them was that they didn't laugh enough. Cousin Georgiana said mournfully that one day Doss dear would discover that blood is thicker than water. Valancy parried, asking who would want water to be thick. She insisted that we want water to be thin, sparkling, and crystal clear. Cousin Stickles groaned. Valancy would not ask any of them to come and see her. She was afraid they would only come out of curiosity. But she did ask her mother if she would mind if she dropped in to see her once in a while. With a mournful dignity, Mrs. Frederick replied that her house would always be open to her. As the door closed behind Valancy, Uncle James stated sternly that they should never recognize her again. But Mrs. Frederick countered that she could not quite forget that she was a mother. She lamented for her poor, unfortunate girl. Uncle James offered the comforting thought that the marriage likely wasn't legal. He speculated that the man had probably been married half a dozen times before. But he was through with her. He had done all he could, he told Amelia, a fact he thought she would admit. Henceforth, he declared with terrible solemnity, Valancy was to him as one dead. Cousin Georgiana murmured the name, Mrs. Barney Snaith, as if trying out the sound. Uncle Benjamin had no doubt the man had a score of aliases. For his part, he believed the man was half Indian. He hadn't a doubt they were living in a wigwam. Cousin Stickles asked hopefully if the marriage would be null and void if he had married her under a name that wasn't his real one. Uncle James simply shook his head. No, he explained. It is the man who marries, not the name. Cousin Gladys, who had recovered and returned but was still shaky, chimed in. She claimed she had a distinct premonition of this at Herbert's silver dinner and had remarked on it at the time. It had come over her like a revelation when Valancy was defending Snaith. She had even spoken to David about it when she went home. Aunt Wellington demanded of the universe what had come over Valancy. Just Valancy. The universe did not answer, but Uncle James did. He wondered aloud if there wasn't something coming up of late about secondary personalities cropping out. He didn't hold with many of those newfangled notions, but he supposed there might be something in this one. It would, at least, account for her incomprehensible conduct. Cousin Georgiana sighed that Valancy was so fond of mushrooms. She was afraid she would get poisoned by eating toadstools by mistake, living up back in the woods. Uncle James declared that there are worse things than death, believing it was the first time in the world that such a statement had been made. Cousin Stickles sobbed that nothing could ever be the same again. Meanwhile, Valancy was hurrying along the dusty road back to cool Mistowis and her purple island. She had forgotten all about them. Just as she had forgotten that she might drop dead at any moment if she hurried. Chapter 28. Summer passed by. The Stirling clan, with the negligible exception of Cousin Georgiana, had reached a silent agreement. They would follow Uncle James' example and consider Valancy as one who had passed from the world. But Valancy herself had an unsettling, ghost-like habit of these recurring resurrections. She and Barney would clatter through Deerwood and out to the port in that truly unspeakable car. Valancy would be bareheaded, her eyes full of stars. Barney, also bareheaded, would be smoking his pipe. He was always shaved now, a detail that likely escaped his former relations. They even possessed the audacity to enter Uncle Benjamin's store for groceries. On 2 occasions, Uncle Benjamin completely ignored them. In his mind, Valancy was dead, and this man Snaith had never truly existed. But on their 3rd visit, his resolve broke. He confronted Barney directly. He accused him of being a scoundrel who deserved to be hanged for luring an unfortunate, weak-minded girl from her home and friends. Barney's single straight eyebrow simply rose in response. He coolly stated that he had made her happy, a stark contrast to the misery she endured with her so-called friends. He declared the matter settled with that fact alone. Uncle Benjamin could only stare. The idea that a woman should be, or even needed to be, made happy was a concept that had never once entered his mind. He sputtered, managing only to call Barney a pup. Barney's reply was amiable. He questioned why his uncle would choose such an unoriginal insult. He pointed out that anyone could call him a pup and challenged him to think of something more worthy of the Stirling name. Besides, he added, he was hardly a pup. He was, in fact, quite a middle-aged dog. He even offered his precise age of 35, in case anyone was interested. Just in time, Uncle Benjamin remembered the family verdict. Valancy was dead. He turned his back on Barney, ending the conversation. Valancy, for her part, was happy. She was gloriously and entirely so. Her life felt like a wonderful, sprawling house, and every single day opened a new and mysterious room. She existed in a world that had nothing in common with the one she had left behind. It was a world where time held no sway, a place of immortal youth. There was no past, no future, only the vibrant and immediate present. She surrendered herself completely to its charm. The freedom of it all was absolute and simply unbelievable. They could do exactly as they pleased. There was no Mrs. Grundy to judge them, no traditions to uphold, no relatives or in-laws to answer to. Barney had shamelessly quoted a line that perfectly captured their existence, speaking of the perfect peace found when loved ones are far away. Valancy had made one trip home to retrieve her cushions. On that visit, Cousin Georgiana had presented her with one of her famous, elaborately designed candlewick spreads. It was a gift for her spare room bed. Valancy had to explain that she didn't have a spare room. The admission horrified Georgiana. To her, a house without a spare room was a monstrous thought. But Valancy gave her a kiss, assuring her that the spread was lovely and she was glad to have it. She would put it on her own bed, as Barney's old patchwork quilt was becoming ragged. Georgiana sighed, expressing her confusion. She simply could not see how Valancy could be contented living so far back, so utterly out of the world. Valancy just laughed, knowing it was useless to try and explain. Instead, she agreed with a radiant enthusiasm. Her life was, indeed, most gloriously and entirely out of the world. Her cousin then asked wistfully if she was truly happy. With dancing eyes, Valancy gave a grave assurance that she really was. This prompted Georgiana to sigh once more about the seriousness of marriage. Valancy agreed that it was very serious, especially when it was going to last a long time. Cousin Georgiana did not understand this at all, but the remark worried her. She lay awake at night, turning the words over and over, wondering what Valancy could have possibly meant by them. Valancy loved her blue castle and was completely satisfied with it. The large living room had 3 windows, each one commanding an exquisite view of the beautiful Lake Mistawis. The window at the end of the room was a special one, an oriole. Barney had explained that Tom McMurray had salvaged it from a little old up-back church that had been sold. This window faced west. When the sunsets flooded it with color, Valancy's entire being felt as if it were kneeling in prayer inside some great cathedral. The new moons always looked down through it. The lower pine boughs swayed gently about its top, and all through the night the soft, dim silver of the lake dreamed through its panes. On the other side of the room was a stone fireplace. It was a real fireplace for burning real logs, not some desecrating gas imitation. A large grizzly bearskin was spread on the floor before it. Beside it sat a hideous red plush sofa from Tom McMurray's time. Its ugliness, however, was concealed beneath silver-gray timber wolf skins. Valancy's own cushions made it look gay and feel comfortable. In a corner, a nice, tall, lazy old clock ticked away the moments. It was the right kind of clock, one that didn't hurry the hours but marked them off with deliberate care. It was the jolliest-looking clock, fat and corpulent. A great, round, man's face was painted on its surface, with the hands stretching out from its nose and the hours encircling it like a halo. The room also held relics of Tom McMurray's vintage. There was a large glass case of stuffed owls and several deer heads mounted on the walls. There were also some comfortable old chairs that simply asked to be sat upon. One squat little chair with a cushion was reserved exclusively for Banjo. If anyone else dared to sit in it, Banjo would glare them out of the seat with his topaz-hued, black-ringed eyes. The cat had an adorable habit of hanging over the back of this chair, trying to catch his own tail. He would lose his temper when he failed, and give the tail a fierce, spiteful bite when he finally caught it. This was always followed by a malignant yowl of pain. The sight made Barney and Valancy laugh until they ached, but it was good luck. They truly loved. They both agreed that Good Luck was so lovable he was practically an obsession. One wall was lined with rough, homemade bookshelves filled with books. Between the two side windows hung an old mirror in a faded gilt frame. It had a panel over the glass where fat cupids gamboled. In Valancy's mind, this mirror had to be like the fabled one Venus had once looked into, which thereafter reflected every woman who looked into it as beautiful. Looking into it, Valancy found herself feeling almost pretty, but she supposed that might have been because she had shingled her hair. This was done before the era of bobs, and such a haircut was regarded as a wild, unheard-of proceeding unless one had suffered from typhoid. When Mrs. Frederick heard the news, she nearly decided to erase Valancy's name from the family Bible. Barney had been the one to cut it. He squared it off at the back of her neck and brought it down in a short black fringe over her forehead. The style gave a new meaning and purpose to her little three-cornered face. Even her nose ceased to irritate her. Her eyes were bright. Her sallow skin had cleared to the color of creamy ivory. An old family joke had finally come true. She was really fat at last, or at least no longer skinny. Valancy might never be truly beautiful, but she was now of a type that looks its best in the woods. She was elfin, mocking, and alluring. Her heart bothered her very little now. When an attack threatened, she was generally able to head it off with Dr. Trent's prescription. She had only one bad one, a night when she was temporarily out of her medicine, and it was a truly bad one. For that brief time, Valancy realized with sharp clarity that death was actually waiting to pounce on her at any moment. The thought was a cold, absolute certainty. But for the rest of the time, she would not, and did not, let herself remember it at all. Chapter 29. Valancy did not toil, neither did she spin. In her new life, there was no need for such things. There was really very little work to do. She cooked their meals on a coal-oil stove, performing all her little domestic rites with a careful, exulting spirit. They ate their meals out on the veranda, a space that almost seemed to overhang the lake itself. Before them lay the great Lake Mistawis, shimmering like a scene out of some fairy tale of old time. And across the table, there was Barney, smiling his twisted, enigmatical smile at her. Barney would often say with exultation how fine a view old Tom had picked out when he built this shack. Supper was the meal Valancy liked best. The faint laughter of winds was always about them. The colors of Mistawis, shifting under the changing clouds, were imperial and spiritual, something that could never be expressed in mere words. There were shadows, too. They clustered in the pines until a wind shook them out, pursuing them in a silent chase over the lake. The shadows lay all day along the shores, threaded by ferns and wild blossoms. They stole around the headlands in the warm glow of the sunset until twilight wove them all into one great, singular web of dusk. The cats, with their wise and innocent little faces, would sit on the veranda railing. They would wait patiently to eat the tidbits Barney flung to them, and how good everything tasted. Even amid all the breathtaking romance of Mistawis, Valancy never forgot that men had stomachs. Barney, for his part, paid her no end of compliments on her cooking. He admitted that, after all, there was something to be said for proper, square meals. He confessed that he had mostly gotten along by boiling 2 or 3 dozen eggs hard at once. Then he would just eat a few whenever he got hungry, perhaps with a slice of bacon once in a while and a large jorum of tea. Valancy poured tea out of Barney's little battered old pewter teapot. It was of an incredible age. She did not even have a proper set of dishes. There were only Barney's mismatched, chipped bits of china and a dear, big, pobby old jug, the color of a robin's, egg blue. After the meal was over, they would sit there and talk for hours. Sometimes they would simply sit and say nothing at all, speaking in all the silent languages of the world. Barney would pull away at his pipe, and Valancy would dream, idly and deliciously. She gazed at the far-off hills beyond Mistawis, where the spires of firs stood out sharply against the sunset. Soon, the moonlight would begin to silver the dusk of the lake. Bats would start to swoop darkly against the pale western gold of the fading sky. Not far away, a little waterfall came down on a high bank. By some whim of the wildwood gods, it would begin to look like a wonderful white woman beckoning through the spicy, fragrant evergreens. And from the mainland shore, the loon they called Leander would begin to chuckle diabolically. How sweet it was to sit there and do nothing in the beautiful silence, with Barney at the other side of the table, smoking. There were plenty of other islands in sight, though none were near enough to be troublesome as neighbors. Far off to the west, there was one little group of islets which they called the Fortunate Isles. At sunrise, they looked like a cluster of emeralds. At sunset, they resembled a cluster of amethysts. They were too small for houses, but all over the lake, the lights on the larger islands would bloom out one by one. Bonfires would be lighted on their shores, streaming up into the wood shadows and throwing great blood-red ribbons over the dark waters. Alluring music would drift to them from boats here and there, or from the verandas of the big house of the millionaire on the biggest island. Barney once waved his hand at the millionaire's house and asked Valancy if she would like a house like that. He had taken to calling her Moonlight, a name that Valancy loved. Valancy, who had once dreamed of a mountain castle 10 times the size of that rich man's cottage, now found herself pitying the poor inhabitants of palaces. She answered that she would not want such a house. It was too elegant. She felt she would have to carry it with her everywhere she went, on her back like a snail. It would own her, possessing her body and soul. She liked a house she could love and cuddle and boss, just like the one they had. She did not envy Hamilton Gossard for having the finest summer residence in Canada. It was magnificent, she admitted, but it was not her blue castle. Away down at the far end of the lake, they got a glimpse every night of a big continental train rushing through a clearing. Valancy liked to watch its lighted windows flash by. She would wonder who was on it, and what hopes and fears it carried through the night. She also amused herself by picturing Barney and herself going to the dances and dinners in the grand houses on the other islands. But she had no desire to go, in reality. Once, they did go to a masquerade dance in the pavilion at one of the hotels up the lake. They had a glorious evening, but slipped away in their canoe before the unmasking time, back to their own blue castle. Valancy confessed afterward that while it had been lovely, she did not want to go again. For so many hours a day, Barney would shut himself up in what they called Bluebeard's chamber. Valancy never saw the inside of it. From the smells that filtered through at times, she concluded he must be conducting chemical experiments, or perhaps even counterfeiting money. She supposed there must be smelly processes involved in making counterfeit money. But she did not trouble herself about it. She had no desire to peer into the locked chambers of Barney's house of life. His past and his future concerned her not. Only this rapturous present mattered to her, nothing else. Once he went away, and stayed away for 2 days and nights. He had asked Valancy if she would be afraid to stay alone, and she had told him she would not. He never told her where he had been. She was not afraid to be alone, but she was horribly, terribly lonely. The sweetest sound she had ever heard was the clatter of the horse, Lady Jane, through the woods when Barney finally returned. And then came his signal whistle from the shore. She ran down to the landing rock to greet him, to nestle herself into his eager arms. And they did seem very eager. Barney whispered, asking her if she had missed him. He called her Moonlight again. Valancy told him that it seemed like 100 years since he had gone away. He promised then that he would not leave her again. But Valancy protested, insisting that he must, if he wanted to. She would be miserable if she thought he wanted to go and didn't, just because of her. She wanted him to feel perfectly free. Barney laughed at that, a little cynically. He told her there was no such thing as freedom on earth. There were only different kinds of bondages, he said, and comparative bondages. He suggested that she only thought she was free now because she had escaped from a peculiarly unbearable kind of bondage, but he questioned if she truly was free. He pointed out that her love for him was, in itself, a bondage. Valancy, clinging dreamily to his arm as they climbed up the rock steps, asked who it was that had said or written that the prison unto which we doom ourselves is no prison at all. Barney told her that she had it exactly right. That, he said, was all the freedom anyone could hope for, the freedom to choose their own prison. He stopped then at the door of their blue castle and looked about him. He gazed at the glorious lake, the great and shadowy woods, the bonfires on distant shores, and the twinkling lights across the water. He turned to her and called her Moonlight again. He confessed that he was glad to be home. He described the feeling of coming down through the woods and seeing his own home lights gleaming out under the old pines. It was something he had never seen before. His voice was thick with an unfamiliar, raw emotion. He told her, with a sudden intensity, that he was so glad to be back, so very glad. But in spite of Barney's doctrine of bondage, Valancy still thought they were splendidly free. It was amazing to be able to sit up half the night and look at the moon if you wanted to. To be late for meals if you wanted to. It was a stark contrast to her old life, where she had always been rebuked so sharply by her mother and so reproachfully by Cousin Stickles if she were 1 minute late. It was the freedom to dawdle over meals as long as you wanted to, or to leave your crusts if you felt like it. It was the freedom to not come home at all for meals if you wanted to. The freedom to sit on a sun-warm rock and paddle your bare feet in the hot sand if you wanted to. The freedom to just sit and do nothing in the beautiful silence whenever the notion took you. In short, it was the freedom to do any fool thing you wanted to, and if that wasn't freedom, Valancy wondered, then what was? Chapter 30. They did not spend all their days on the island. More than half of them were spent wandering at will through the enchanted Muskoka country. Barney knew the woods as intimately as a book, and he taught their lore and craft to Valancy. He could always find the trail and haunt of the shy wood people. Valancy learned the different fairy-like qualities of the mosses and the charm and exquisiteness of woodland blossoms. She learned to know every bird at sight and to mimic its call, though never so perfectly as Barney could. She made friends with every kind of tree. She even learned to paddle a canoe as well as Barney himself. She came to love being out in the rain, and she never once caught a cold. Sometimes they took a lunch with them and went berrying for strawberries and blueberries. The blueberries were a sight to behold. There was the dainty green of the unripe berries, the glossy pinks and scarlets of the half-ripes, and the misty blue of the fully matured. And it was there that Valancy learned the real flavor of the strawberry in its highest perfection. There was a certain sunlit dell on the banks of Mistawis where white birches grew on one side, and on the other stood the still, changeless ranks of young spruces. Long grasses grew at the roots of the birches, combed down by the winds and wet with morning dew late into the afternoons. Here they found berries that might have graced the banquets of Lucullus. They were great ambrosial sweetnesses hanging like rubies from long rosy stalks. They lifted them by the stalk and ate them from it uncrushed and virgin. They tasted each berry by itself, with all its wild fragrance ensphered therein. It was a taste of pure, unadulterated wilderness. When Valancy carried any of these berries home, that elusive essence escaped, and they became nothing more than the common berries of the marketplace. They were kitchenly good, indeed, but not as they were when eaten in their birch dell, until her fingers were stained as pink as Aurora's eyelids. Or they went after water lilies. Barney always knew where to find them in the creeks and bays of Mistois. Then the blue castle would become glorious with them, every receptacle that Valancy could contrive filled with the exquisite things. If not water lilies, then it was cardinal flowers, fresh and vivid from the swamps, where they burned like ribbons of flame. Sometimes they went trouting on little nameless rivers or hidden brooks, on whose banks naiads might have sunned their white, wet limbs. On those days, all they took with them were some raw potatoes and salt. They roasted the potatoes over a fire, and Barney showed Valancy how to cook the trout. He wrapped them in leaves, coated them with mud, and baked them in a bed of hot coals. They were the most delicious meals she had ever known. Valancy had such an appetite, it was no wonder she began to put flesh on her bones. Or they would just prowl and explore through woods that always seemed to be expecting something wonderful to happen. At least, that was the way Valancy felt about them. Just down the next hollow, or over the next hill, you would surely find it. Barney used to say that they didn't know where they were going, but wasn't it fun just to go? Once or twice, night overtook them when they were too far from their blue castle to get back, but Barney made a fragrant bed of bracken and fir boughs, and they slept on it dreamlessly. Their ceiling was of old spruces with moss hanging from them. Beyond, moonlight and the murmur of pines blended together so that one could hardly tell which was light and which was sound. There were rainy days, of course, when Muskoka was a wet green land, days when showers drifted across Mistois like pale ghosts of rain, and they never thought of staying in because of it. And then there were days when it rained in right good earnest, and they had to stay inside. On those days, Barney would shut himself up in Bluebeard's chamber. Valancy would read, or dream on the wolfskins with the cat Good Luck purring beside her, and Banjo watching them suspiciously from his own peculiar chair. On Sunday evenings they paddled across to a point of land and walked from there through the woods to the little Free Methodist church. Valancy found that one could feel almost too happy for a Sunday. She had never really liked Sundays before. And always on Sundays and weekdays she was with Barney. Nothing else really mattered. And what a companion he was. How understanding, how jolly, how utterly and uniquely Barney-like. That summed it all up. Valancy had taken some of her $200 out of the bank and spent it on pretty clothes. She had a little smoke blue chiffon dress which she always put on when they spent the evening at home. It was smoke blue with delicate touches of silver about it. It was after she began wearing that dress that Barney began calling her Moonlight. He told her she looked like moonlight and blue twilight in that dress. He liked it and felt it belonged to her. He said she wasn't exactly pretty, but that she had some adorable beauty spots, her eyes, for instance, and the little kissable dent just between her collarbones. He noted that she had the wrist and ankle of an aristocrat, and that the little head of hers was beautifully shaped. He told her she was maddening when she looked backward over her shoulder, especially in twilight or moonlight. She was like an elf maiden, a wood sprite. He insisted that she belonged to the woods and should never be out of them. He observed that in spite of her ancestry, there was something wild and remote and untamed about her. And, he concluded, she had such a nice, sweet, throaty, summery voice, a very nice voice for lovemaking. Valancy scoffed, telling him with a playful brogue that he must have surely kissed the Blarney Stone. But she tasted his compliments for weeks afterward. They were a nourishment she had never known. She also got a pale green bathing suit, a garment which would have given her clan their deaths if they had ever seen her in it. Barney taught her how to swim. Sometimes she would put her bathing dress on when she got up and not take it off until she went to bed. She would run down to the water for a plunge whenever she felt like it and sprawl on the sun-warm rocks to dry. She had forgotten all the old humiliating things that used to come up against her in the night, the injustices and the disappointments. It was as if they had all happened to some other person, not to her, not to Valancy Snaith, who had always been happy. She told Barney that she now understood what it meant to be born again. Holmes speaks of grief staining backward through the pages of life, but Valancy found her happiness had stained backward likewise, and it flooded her whole previous drab existence with rose color. She found it hard to believe that she had ever been lonely and unhappy and afraid. She thought to herself that when death comes, she would have truly lived. She would have had her hour, and what of her dust pile now? One day, Valancy heaped up the sand in the little island cove into a tremendous cone. Then, she stuck a gay little Union Jack on top of it. Barney wanted to know what she was celebrating. Valancy told him that she was just exorcising an old demon. Chapter 31. Autumn came. Late September arrived with its cool nights. They had to forsake the veranda, but they kindled a fire in the big fireplace instead. They sat before it with jest and laughter. They left the doors open, and the cats, Banjo and Good Luck, came and went at their pleasure. Sometimes they sat gravely on the bearskin rug between Barney and Valancy. Other times, they would slink off into the mystery of the chill night outside. The stars smoldered in the horizon, mists through the old oriel window. The haunting, persistent croon of the pine trees filled the air. In the rising winds, the little waves began to make soft, sobbing splashes on the rocks below them. They needed no light but the firelight, which sometimes leaped up to reveal them, and other times shrouded them in shadow. When the night wind rose higher, Barney would shut the door and light a lamp. He would read to her poetry and essays in gorgeous, dim chronicles of ancient wars. Barney never would read novels, vowing that they bored him. But sometimes she read them herself, curled up on the wolfskins, laughing aloud in peace. For Barney was not one of those aggravating people who could never hear you smiling audibly over something you had read without placidly inquiring what the joke was. October arrived, bringing with it a gorgeous pageant of color around Mistois, into which Valancy plunged her very soul. Never had she imagined anything so splendid. It was a great tinted piece. There were blue, wind-winnowed skies. Sunlight slept in the glades of that fairyland. They spent long, dreamy purple days paddling idly in their canoe along shores and up the rivers of crimson and gold. A sleepy, red hunter's moon hung in the night sky. Enchanted tempests stripped the leaves from the trees and heaped them in rustling piles along the shores. Flying shadows of clouds raced over the landscape. Valancy felt that all the smug, opulent lands out front had nothing to compare with this. Then came November, with an uncanny witchery in its changed, bare trees. There were murky red sunsets, flaming in smoky crimson behind the westering hills. There were also dear days when the austere woods were beautiful and gracious, held in a dignified serenity, like a person with folded hands and closed eyes. These were days full of a fine, pale sunshine. It sifted through the late, leafless gold of the juniper trees and glimmered among the gray beeches. It lit up evergreen banks of moss and washed the colonnades of the pines. There were days with a high-sprung sky of flawless turquoise. Days when an exquisite melancholy seemed to hang over the landscape and dream about the lake. But there were also days of the wild blackness of great autumn storms. These were followed by dank, wet, streaming nights, when there was a sound like witch laughter in the pines and fitful moans among the mainland trees. But what did they care? Old Tom had built his roof well, and his chimney always drew. One such night, Barney gestured to their surroundings, the warm fire, the books, the comfort, and safety from the storm, their cats on the rug. He called her Moonlight, and asked if she would be any happier now, if she had $1 million. Valancy replied that she would not be, and not even half so happy. The certainty in her voice was absolute. She explained that she would just be bored by conventions and obligations then. December arrived. Early snows fell, and the constellation Orion glittered in the sky. The pale fires of the Milky Way stretched across the heavens. It was really winter, Noah. Wonderful, cold, starry winter. How Valancy had always hated winter in the past. She remembered the dull, brief, uneventful days. The long, cold, companionless nights. She remembered Cousin Stickles, with her back that had to be rubbed continually. Cousin Stickles making weird noises, gargling her throat in the mornings. Cousin Stickles whining over the price of coal. And her mother, always probing, questioning, ignoring. She remembered the endless colds and bronchitis, or the constant dread of it. Her world had been one of Redfern's liniment and purple pills. But now she loved winter. Winter was beautiful. Up back. Almost intolerably beautiful. There were days of clear, sharp brilliance. Evenings that were like cups of glamour, filled with the purest vintage of winter's wine, and nights that burned with their fire of stars. There were cold, exquisite winter sunrises, and lovely ferns of ice all over the windows of the blue castle. There was the magic of moonlight on birches in a silver thaw. There were the ragged shadows on windy evening-storn, twisted, fantastic shadows, great silences, austere and searching, jeweled, barbaric hills. The sun suddenly breaking through gray clouds over the long white expanse of Mistowis, and icy gray twilights broken by snow squalls when their cozy living room, with its goblins of firelight and inscrutable cats, seemed cozier than ever. Every hour brought a new revelation and wonder. Barney had moved Lady Jane into Roaring Abel's barn for the season, and he taught Valancy how to snowshoe. She, Valancy, who ought to have been laid up with bronchitis, felt healthier than ever. She did not have even a single cold. Later on in the winter, it was Barney who had a terrible one. Valancy nursed him through it with a constant dread of pneumonia in her heart. But her own cold seemed to have gone where old moons go. This was a stroke of luck, for she did not even have Redfern's liniment anymore. She had thoughtfully bought a bottle at the port, but Barney had hurled it into the frozen lake with a scowl. He had ordered her briefly to bring no more of that devilish stuff to their home. It was the first and the last time he had ever spoken so harshly to her, and she understood it came from a place of care. They went for long tramps through the exquisite reticence of the winter woods. They walked through silver jungles of frosted trees and found loveliness everywhere. At times, they seemed to be walking through a spellbound world of crystal and pearl, so white and radiant were the clearings and lakes and sky. The air was so crisp and clear that it was half intoxicating. Once, they stood in a hesitation of pure ecstasy at the entrance of a narrow path between ranks of birches. Every twig and spray was outlined in snow. The undergrowth along its sides was a little fairy forest, carved out of marble. The shadows cast by the pale sunshine were fine and spiritual. Barney turned, saying they must come away. They must not commit the desecration of tramping through there. One evening, they came upon a snowdrift far back in an old clearing. It was in the exact likeness of a beautiful woman's profile. Seen too close by, the resemblance was lost, as in the fairy tale of the castle of St. John. Seen from behind, it was just a shapeless oddity. But at just the right distance and angle, the outline was so perfect that when they came suddenly upon it, gleaming out against the dark background of spruce in the glow of that winter sunset, they both exclaimed in amazement. It had a low, noble brow, a straight, classic nose, and lips and chin and cheek curve modeled as if some goddess of old time had sat to the sculptor. It had a breast of such cold, swelling purity as the very spirit of the winter woods might display. Barney quoted a line of poetry about all the beauty that old Greece and Rome had sung, painted, and taught. Valancy breathed that it was incredible to think no human eyes save theirs had ever seen or would ever see it. She felt at times as if she were living in a book by John Foster. As she looked around her, she recalled some passages she had marked in the new Foster book Barney had brought her from the port, with an adjuration that she should not expect him to read or listen to it. Valancy recalled how Foster described the tintings of winter woods as extremely delicate and elusive. She remembered the idea that when the brief afternoon wanes, the woods are filled not with color, but with the spirit of color. There is really nothing but pure white, but one has the impression of fairy-like blendings of rose and violet, opal and heliotrope on the slopes. You feel sure the tint is there, but when you look at it directly, it is gone. She thought of how the author described the fleeting moment of real color at sunset, when redness streams out over the snow and smites the crest of the pines with flame. Just a few minutes of transfiguration and revelation, and then it is gone. She wondered aloud if John Foster had ever spent a winter in Mistawis. Barney scoffed at the idea, saying it was not likely. He claimed that people who write tosh like that generally write it in a warm house on some smug city street. Valancy responded with severity, telling him he was too hard on John Foster. She insisted that no one could have written a little paragraph she had read to him the previous night without having seen it first. Barney replied morosely that he had not listened to it, reminding her that he had told her he wouldn't. Valancy persisted, making him stand still on his snowshoes while she repeated it for him. She recited Foster's words about Mother Nature being a rare artist who works for the joy of working. She described the symphony of greens and grays in the fir woods, and how the old gypsy nature must have a dash of color, like a broken dead fir bough of beautiful red-brown, swinging among the beards of moss. Barney's disgusted reaction was to ask if she learned all that fellow's books by heart, and he strode off. Valancy averred that John Foster's books were all that had saved her soul alive for the past 5 years. She then called out to Barney, pointing to an exquisite filigree of snow in the furrows of an old elm tree trunk. When they came out to the lake, they changed from snowshoes to skates and skated home. For a wonder, Valancy had learned to skate as a little schoolgirl on the pond behind the Deerwood School. She never had any skates of her own, but some of the other girls had lent her theirs, and she seemed to have a natural knack for it. Uncle Benjamin had once promised her a pair of skates for Christmas, but when the day came, he had given her rubbers instead. She had never skated since she grew up, but the old trick came back quickly. Glorious were the hours she and Barney spent skimming over the white lakes and past the dark islands, where the summer cottages were all closed and silent. Tonight they flew down Mistawis before the wind, in an exhilaration that crimsoned Valancy's cheeks under her white tam. And at the end was her dear little house on the island of pines, its roof sparkling with a coating of snow in the moonlight. Its windows glinted impishly at her in the stray gleams. Barney remarked that it looked exactly like a picture book. They had a lovely Christmas. There was no rush, no scramble, no niggling attempts to make ends meet. There was no wild effort to remember if she had given the same kind of present to the same person 2 Christmases before. There were no mobs of last-minute shoppers and no dreary family reunions where she sat mute and unimportant. There were no attacks of nerves. They decorated the blue castle with pine boughs, and Valancy made delightful little tinsel stars and hung them up amid the greenery. She cooked a dinner to which Barney did full justice, while Good Luck and Banjo picked the bones. Barney vowed that a land that could produce a goose like that was an admirable land, and toasted Canada forever. They drank to the Union Jack with a bottle of dandelion wine that Cousin Georgiana had given Valancy along with the bedspread. Cousin Georgiana had said solemnly that one never knows when one may need a little stimulant. Barney had asked Valancy what she wanted for a Christmas present. Valancy, who had gotten a pair of galoshes last Christmas and 2 long-sleeved woolen undervests the year before, requested something frivolous and unnecessary. To her delight, Barney gave her a necklace of pearl beads. Valancy had wanted a string of milky pearl beads like congealed moonshine all her life, and these were so pretty. The only thing that worried her was that they seemed really too good. They must have cost a great deal, $15 at least. She wondered if Barney could afford that. She did not know a thing about his finances. She had refused to let him buy any of her clothes, telling him she had enough for as long as she would need them. In a round black jar on the chimney-piece, Barney put money for their household expenses, and it was always enough. The jar was never empty, though Valancy never caught him replenishing it. He couldn't have much, of course, and that necklace, but Valancy tossed care aside. She would wear it and enjoy it. It was the first pretty thing she had ever had. Chapter 32. The new year arrived. The old, shabby, and inglorious outlived calendar came down, and the new one went up in its place. January was a month of storms. It snowed for 3 weeks on end. The thermometer went miles below zero and seemed to stay there. But, as Barney and Valancy often pointed out to each other, at least there were no mosquitoes. The roar and crackle of their big fire easily drowned out the howls of the north wind. Their cats, Good Luck and Banjo, waxed fat and developed resplendent coats of thick, silky fur. The chipmunks, Nip and Tuck, had gone into hibernation. Barney promised her, however, that they would come back in the spring. There was no monotony in their life. Sometimes they had dramatic little private spats that never even thought of becoming quarrels. Sometimes Roaring Abel dropped in for an evening, or even for a whole day. He would arrive with his old tartan cap and his long red beard coated with snow. He generally brought his fiddle and played for them, to the delight of all except Banjo, who would go temporarily insane and retreat under Valancy's bed. Sometimes Abel and Barney talked while Valancy made candy for them. Other times they would sit and smoke in silence, in the style of Tennyson and Carlyle, until the Blue Castle reeked and Valancy had to flee to the open air. Sometimes they played checkers, fiercely and silently, the whole night through, and sometimes they all ate the russet apples Abel had brought, while the jolly old clock ticked the delightful minutes away. One evening, Barney vowed that a plate of apples, an open fire, and a jolly good book to look upon were a fair substitute for heaven. His voice was filled with a deep, simple contentment. He declared that anyone could have the streets of gold, and suggested they have another whack at the poetry of Carmen. It was easier now for the Stirlings to believe Valancy was of the dead. Not even dim rumors of her having been over at the port came to trouble them. This was despite the fact that she and Barney used to skate there occasionally to see a movie, and afterward eat hot dogs shamelessly at the corner stand. Presumably, none of the Stirlings ever thought about her, with the sole exception of Cousin Georgiana. She used to lie awake at night, worrying about poor Doss, as she called her. She wondered if the girl had enough to eat, and if that dreadful creature was good to her. Most of all, she worried if Valancy was warm enough at nights. Valancy was quite warm at nights. She used to wake up and revel silently in the profound coziness of those winter nights, spent on that little island in the frozen lake. It was a stark and wonderful contrast to the past. The nights of other winters had been so cold and long. Valancy had hated to wake up in them, only to think about the bleakness and emptiness of the day that had passed, and the bleakness and emptiness of the day that was to come. But now, she almost counted that night lost on which she didn't wake up. She would lie awake for half an hour, just being happy, while Barney's regular breathing went on beside her. Through the open door, the smoldering brands in the fireplace would wink at her in the gloom. It was very nice to feel the little cat, Good Luck, jump up on the bed in the darkness and snuggle down at her feet, purring. Banjo, however, would be sitting dourly by himself out in front of the fire, like a brooding demon. At such moments, Banjo was anything but canny, but Valancy loved his very uncanniness. The side of the bed had to be placed right against the window, as there was no other place for it in the tiny room. Lying there, Valancy could look out of the window, through the big pine boughs that actually touched the glass. She could see away up Mistowis, white and lustrous as a pavement of pearl, or dark and terrible in a storm. Sometimes the pine boughs tapped against the panes with friendly signals. Sometimes she heard the little hissing whisper of snow against them, right at her side. Some nights the whole outer world seemed given over to the empery of silence. Then came nights when there would be a majestic sweep of wind in the pines. There were nights of dear starlight when the wind whistled freakishly and joyously around the blue castle. And there were brooding nights before a storm when it crept along the floor of the lake with a low, wailing cry of boding and mystery. Valancy wasted many perfectly good sleeping hours in these delightful communings. But she could sleep as long in the morning as she wanted to. Nobody cared. Barney cooked his own breakfast of bacon and eggs and then shut himself up in Bluebeard's chamber until supper time. Then they had an evening of reading and talk. They talked about everything in this world, and a good many things in other worlds. They laughed over their own jokes until the blue castle re-echoed with the sound. Barney told her once that she laughed beautifully. He said it made him want to laugh just to hear her do it. He felt there was a special trick about her laugh, as if there were so much more fun back of it that she wouldn't let out. He then asked her, calling her Moonlight, if she had laughed like that before she came to Mistowis. Valancy confessed that she had never really laughed at all before. She explained that she used to just giggle foolishly when she felt she was expected to. But now, she said, the laugh just comes on its own. It was a simple statement, but it held the truth of her entire transformation. It struck Valancy more than once that Barney himself seemed to laugh a great deal oftener than he used to. She noticed, too, that his laugh had changed. It had become wholesome, and she rarely heard the little cynical note in it now. She wondered if a man could laugh like that who had crimes on his conscience. Yet Barney must have done something. Valancy had, with a strange sort of indifference, made up her mind as to what that something was. She had concluded that he was a defaulting bank cashier. She had found an old clipping cut from a Montreal paper in one of Barney's books. It described a vanished, defaulting cashier, and the description applied to Barney as well as it did to half a dozen other men Valancy knew. From some casual remarks he had dropped from time to time, she also concluded he knew Montreal rather well. So Valancy had it all figured out in the back of her mind. Barney had been in a bank. He was tempted to take some money to speculate, meaning, of course, to put it back. He had gotten in deeper and deeper until he found there was nothing for it but flight. It had happened so to scores of men. She was absolutely certain that he had never meant to do wrong. Of course, the name of the man in the clipping was Bernard Craig, but Valancy had always thought Snaith was an alias. Not that it mattered. His past was a story she did not need to read. Valancy had only one unhappy night that entire winter. It came in late March, when most of the snow had gone and the chipmunks, Nip and Tuck, had returned. Barney had gone off in the afternoon for a long woodland tramp. He had said he would be back by dark if all went well, but soon after he had gone, it had begun to snow. The wind rose, and presently Mistawis was in the grip of one of the worst storms of the winter. It tore up the lake and struck violently at the little house. The dark, angry woods on the mainland seemed to scowl at Valancy. There was menace in the toss of their boughs, threats in their windy gloom, and terror in the roar of their hearts. The trees on their own island crouched in fear. Valancy spent the night huddled on the rug before the fire. She kept her face buried in her hands, except when she was vainly peering from the oriel window in a futile effort to see through the furious smoke of wind and snow that had once been the blue-dimpled Mistawis. She was tormented by thoughts of Barney. Was he lost on the merciless lakes? Was he sinking, exhausted, in the deep drifts of the pathless woods? Valancy died 100 deaths that night. In her terror, she felt she had paid in full for all the happiness of her blue castle. When morning came, the storm finally broke and cleared. The sun shone gloriously over Mistawis. And at noon, Barney came home. Valancy saw him from the oriel as he came around a wooded point, a slender, black figure against the glistening white world. She did not run to meet him. Something happened to her knees, and she dropped down on Banjo's chair. Luckily, Banjo got out from under in time, his whiskers bristling with indignation. Barney found her there, her head still buried in her hands. She whispered to him that she thought he was dead. Barney hooted at the idea. He questioned how, after 2 years in the Klondike, a baby storm like this could possibly get him. He explained that he had spent the night in that old lumber shanty over by Muskoka. It had been a bit cold, but snug enough. He called her a little goose, and noted that her eyes looked like burnt holes in a blanket. He asked if she had really sat up all night, worrying over an old woodsman like him. Valancy admitted that she had. She told him she couldn't help it, that the storm had seemed so wild. Anybody might have been lost in it. She struggled to explain the feeling she had when she saw him come round the point. Something had happened to her, something she couldn't name. It was as if she had died and come back to life. She told him she could not describe it any other way. Chapter 33. Spring arrived. For a week or two, the Lake Mistawis was black and sullen, but then it flamed in sapphire and turquoise, lilac and rose once again. It seemed to laugh through the oriel window, caressing its amethyst islands and rippling under winds as soft as silk. Frogs, who were like little green wizards of swamp and pool, sang everywhere in the long twilights and long into the nights. The islands appeared fairy-like in a green haze. There was the evanescent beauty of wild young trees in their early leaf, and the frost-like loveliness of the new foliage on the juniper trees. The woods put on a new fashion of spring flowers dainty, spiritual things that seemed akin to the very soul of the wilderness. A red mist settled on the maples, and the willows were decked out with glossy silver pussies. All the forgotten violets of Mistawis were blooming again, under the lure of the April moons. Valancy remarked to Barney how many thousands of springs must have been there on Mistawis, and all of them beautiful. She then exclaimed, pointing to a wild plum tree, that she simply must quote from John Foster. She explained there was a passage in one of his books that she had reread 100 times. She was certain he must have written it before a tree just like that one. Her voice filled with the passion of a devoted reader. She began to recite the passage, describing how one should behold the young wild plum tree, which has adorned herself after an immemorial fashion in a wedding veil of fine lace. She spoke of how the fingers of wood pixies must have woven it, for nothing like it ever came from an earthly loom. She conveyed the author's vow that the tree is conscious of its own loveliness, that it seems to bridle before our very eyes. Its beauty is the most ephemeral thing in the woods, as it is the rarest and most exceeding, for today it is, and tomorrow it is not. Every south wind purring through the boughs will winnow away a shower of slender petals. But what did that matter? Today, she finished. The tree is queen of the wild places, and in the woods, it is always today. Barney commented heartlessly that he was sure she felt much better now that she had gotten that out of her system. Valancy, however, was unsubdued. She pointed out a patch of dandelions nearby. She commented that dandelions shouldn't grow in the woods, though, because they had no sense of the fitness of things at all. She felt they were too cheerful and self-satisfied, and that they had none of the mystery and reserve of the real wood flowers. Barney agreed that, in short, the dandelions had no secrets, but he told her to wait a bit. He predicted that the woods would have their own way, even with those obvious flowers. In a little while, all that obtrusive yellowness and complacency would be gone. Instead, they would find misty, phantom-like globes hovering over the long grasses, in full harmony with the traditions of the forest. Valancy teased him, saying that his description sounded rather John Fosterish. Barney complained in mock offense, asking what he had done to deserve a slam like that. One of the earliest signs of spring was the renaissance of their car, Lady Jane. Barney put her on roads that no other car would even look at. They went through Deerwood with mud splattered up to the axles. They passed several Stirlings, who groaned and reflected that now spring had come, they would have to encounter that shameless pair everywhere. Valancy, while prowling about the Deerwood shops, met Uncle Benjamin on the street. He did not realize it was her until he had gone 2 blocks further on. He had only seen a girl in a scarlet-collared blanket coat, with cheeks reddened in the sharp April air and a fringe of black hair over laughing, slanted eyes. When he did realize it, Uncle Benjamin was indignant. What business had Valancy to look so much like a young girl? His entire world-view felt threatened by her apparent happiness. He believed the way of the transgressor was hard. It had to be, as it was both scriptural and proper, yet Valancy's path could not be hard. She would not look like that if it were. There was something deeply wrong with the situation. It was almost enough to make a man turn modernist. Barney and Valancy clanged onto the port, and so it was dark when they went through Deerwood again. As they passed her old home, Valancy was seized with a sudden impulse. She got out, opened the little gate, and tiptoed around to the sitting-room window. Inside, there sat her mother and Cousin Stickles, knitting drearily and grimly. They seemed as baffling and inhuman as ever. Valancy thought that if they had looked the least bit lonesome, she would have gone in. But they did not, and so Valancy would not disturb them for worlds. Chapter 34. Valancy had two wonderful moments that spring. One day, while coming home through the woods with her arms full of trailing arbutus and creeping spruce, she met a man who she knew must be Alan Tierney. He was the celebrated painter of beautiful women. He lived in New York in the winter, but he owned an island cottage at the northern end of Mistawis. He always came to it the minute the ice was out of the lake. Tierney was reputed to be a lonely, eccentric man. He never flattered his sitters, as there was no need to. He would simply not paint anyone who required flattery. To be painted by Alan Tierney was all the cachet of beauty a woman could possibly desire. Valancy had heard so much about him that she couldn't help turning her head back over her shoulder for another shy, curious look at him. As she did, a shaft of pale spring sunlight fell through a great pine athwart her bare black head and her slanted eyes. She wore a pale green sweater and had bound a fillet of linea vine about her hair. The feathery fountain of trailing spruce overflowed her arms and fell around her. At that moment, Alan Tierney's eyes lighted up with artistic inspiration. The next afternoon, when Valancy had returned from another flower quest, Barney announced that he had received a caller. Valancy was surprised but indifferent, asking who it had been as she began filling a basket with arbutus. Barney told her it had been Alan Tierney and that he wanted to paint her. Valancy, whom he called Moonlight, was so shocked she dropped her basket and her flowers. She exclaimed that Barney must be laughing at her. He assured her that he was not. He explained that was precisely what Tierney had come for to ask his permission to paint his wife, perhaps as the spirit of Muskoka or something of that sort. Valancy stammered, trying to say that Alan Tierney never painted any but beautiful women. Barney finished her sentence for her, conceding the point. He declared with a logical flourish that the matter was proven. Mistress Barney Snaith was therefore a beautiful woman. Valancy, stooping to retrieve her arbutus, dismissed it as nonsense. She told Barney he knew it was nonsense. She admitted that she knew she was a great deal better looking than she had been a year ago, but insisted she was not beautiful. Barney countered that Alan Tierney never made a mistake. He reminded his moonlight that she was forgetting that there are different kinds of beauty. He suggested her imagination was obsessed by the very obvious type of her cousin Olive. He had seen Olive and admitted she was a stunner, but that one would never catch Alan Tierney wanting to paint her. He used a horrible but expressive slang phrase, saying she kept all her goods in the shop window. He explained that in her subconscious mind, Valancy held a conviction that nobody could be beautiful who didn't look like Olive. She also remembered her own face as it was in the days when her soul was not allowed to shine through it. He mentioned that Tierney had said something about the curve of her cheek as she looked back over her shoulder, a look Barney himself had often told her was distracting. He added that Tierney was quite mad about her eyes. He joked that if he wasn't absolutely sure it was solely professional as Tierney was really a crabbed old bachelor, he would be jealous. Valancy stated firmly that she did not want to be painted. She hoped Barney had told him that. Barney explained that he could not have told Tierney that, because he did not know what she wanted, but he did tell him that he did not want his wife painted. He would not have her hung up in a salon for the mob to stare at or belonging to another man, since he, of course, could not afford to buy the picture. So, he concluded, even if his moonlight had wanted to be painted, her tyrannous husband would not have permitted it. He added that Tierney was a bit squiffy or annoyed. He was not used to being turned down like that, as his requests were almost like those of royalty. Valancy laughed, replying that they were outlaws. She said they bowed to no decrees and acknowledged no sovereignty, but in her heart she had an unashamed thought. She wished Olive could know that Alan Tierney had wanted to paint her, little old maid Valancy Stirling that was. Her second wonder moment came one evening in May. It was the evening she realized that Barney actually, truly liked her. She had always hoped he did, but sometimes she had a little, disagreeable, haunting dread. She feared he was just being kind and nice and chummy out of pity, knowing that she hadn't long to live. She worried he was simply determined that she should have a good time as long as she did live, while in the back of his mind he was rather looking forward to freedom again. A freedom with no intrusive woman creature in his island fastness, and no chattering thing beside him in his woodland prowls. She knew he could never love her, and she did not even want him to. Valancy never flinched from the plain word died, and if he loved her, he would be unhappy when she did. No euphemisms like passing away for her. She did not want him to be the least bit unhappy, but neither did she want him to be glad or relieved. She simply wanted him to like her and miss her, as one would miss a good chum. But she had never been sure until this night that he actually did. They had walked over the hills in the sunset. They had shared the delight of discovering a virgin spring in a ferny hollow and had drunk together from it out of a birch-bark cup. They had come to an old, tumble-down rail fence and had sat on it for a long time. They did not talk much, but Valancy had a curious and profound sense of oneness. She knew that she could not have felt that if he had not truly liked her. Then Barney spoke suddenly. He called her a nice little thing, repeating it with emphasis. He said that sometimes he felt she was too nice to be real, that he was just dreaming her. The simple, earnest words filled her with a perfect, piercing joy. Valancy thought to herself, wondering why she couldn't die right now in this very minute when she was so completely happy. Well, she thought, it could not be so very long now. Somehow, Valancy had always felt she would live out the year Dr. Trent had allotted to her. She had not been careful with herself. She had never even tried to be. But she had always counted on living out her year. She had not let herself think about it at all. But now, sitting there beside Barney with her hand in his, a sudden realization came to her. She had not had a heart attack for a long while, months at least. The last one she had experienced was 2 or 3 nights before Barney was out in the storm. Since then, she had not even remembered that she had a heart. No doubt, she concluded, it betokened the nearness of the end. Nature had simply given up the struggle. There would be no more pain. She was afraid that heaven would be very dull after this past year. But perhaps, she mused, one would not remember. She wondered if that would be nice. But no, she decided immediately. She did not want to forget Barney. She would rather be miserable in heaven remembering him than happy forgetting him. And she knew she would always remember, through all eternity, that he really, truly liked her. Chapter 35. Sometimes 30 seconds can be very long. They can be long enough to work a miracle or a revolution. In just 30 seconds, life changed wholly for Barney and Valancy Snaith. It began one June evening. They had gone around the lake in their disappearing propeller boat, fished for an hour in a little creek, and left their boat there. Then they had walked up through the woods to Port Lawrence, 2 miles away. Valancy prowled a bit in the shops and got herself a new pair of sensible shoes. Her old pair had suddenly and completely given out. This evening, she had been compelled to put on a little fancy pair of patent leather shoes with rather high, slender heels. She had bought them in a fit of folly one day in the winter because of their beauty and because she wanted to make at least one foolish, extravagant purchase in her life. She sometimes put them on for an evening in the Blue Castle, but this was the first time she had worn them outside. She had not found it any too easy walking up through the woods in them, and Barney had guyed her unmercifully about them. But in spite of the inconvenience, Valancy secretly rather liked the look of her trim ankles and high instep above those pretty, foolish shoes. She did not change them in the shop, as she might have done. The sun was hanging low above the pines when they finally left Port Lawrence. To the north of the town, the woods closed in quite suddenly. Valancy always had a sense of stepping from one world to another, from reality to fairyland, when she went out of Port Lawrence. In a twinkling, the town would be shut off behind her by the silent armies of the pines. 1.5 miles from the town, there was a small railroad station with a little station house. At this hour of the day, it was deserted, since no local train was due. Not a soul was in sight when Barney and Valancy emerged from the woods. Off to the left, a sudden curve in the track hid it from view. But over the treetops beyond, a long plume of smoke betokened the approach of a through train. The rails were already vibrating to its thunder as Barney stepped across the switch. Valancy was a few steps behind him, loitering to gather June bells along the little, winding path. There was, it seemed, plenty of time to get across before the train came. She stepped unconcernedly over the first rail. She could never tell how it happened. The ensuing 30 seconds always seemed in her recollection like a chaotic nightmare, one in which she endured the agony of 1,000 lifetimes. The heel of her pretty, foolish shoe had caught fast in a crevice of the switch. She could not pull it loose. In alarm, she called out Barney's name. Barney turned. He saw her predicament, saw her ashen face, and dashed back to her side. He tried to pull her clear. He tried to wrench her foot from its prisoning hold, but it was in vain. In a moment, the train would sweep around the curve. It would be on them. Valancy shrieked at him to go quickly, telling him he would be killed as she tried to push him away. Barney dropped to his knees, his face ghost white, and began frantically tearing at her shoelace. The knot defied his trembling fingers. He snatched a knife from his pocket and slashed at it. Valancy still strove blindly to push him away from the danger. Her mind was full of the single, hideous thought that Barney was going to be killed. She had no thought for her own peril. She begged him again, for God's sake, to go. Between his set teeth, Barney muttered that he would never leave her. He gave one mad wrench at the lace. Just as the train thundered around the curve, he sprang up and caught Valancy. He dragged her clear of the tracks, leaving the shoe behind her. The wind from the train as it swept by turned the streaming perspiration on his face to an icy cold. He breathed a single heartfelt prayer of thanks to God. For a moment, they stood stupidly staring at each other. They were two white, shaken, wild-eyed creatures, paralyzed by the shock. Then they stumbled over to the little seat at the end of the station house and dropped onto it. Barney buried his face in his hands and said not a single word. Valancy sat beside him, staring straight ahead with unseeing eyes. She looked at the great pine woods, the stumps of the clearing, the long gleaming rails, but saw none of it. There was only one thought in her dazed mind. It was the thought that seemed to burn through her consciousness as a shaving of fire might burn her body. Dr. Trent had told her over a year ago that she had a serious form of heart disease. He had warned her that any excitement might be fatal. If that were so, she wondered, why was she not dead now? This very minute? She had just experienced as much and as terrible excitement as most people experience in a lifetime, all of it crowded into that endless 30 seconds, yet she had not died of it. She was not an iota the worse for it. She was a little wobbly at the knees, as anyone would have been. Her heart beat quicker, as anyone's would have. But there was nothing more. Why? The question echoed in her mind. Was it possible that Dr. Trent had made a mistake? Valancy shivered, as if a cold wind had suddenly chilled her to the very soul. She looked at Barney, who was hunched up beside her. His silence was profoundly eloquent. Had the same thought occurred to him? Did he suddenly find himself confronted by the appalling suspicion that he was married, not for a few months or a year, but for good and all? Married to a woman he did not love, and who had foisted herself upon him by some trick or lie. Valancy turned sick before the sheer horror of it. It could not be. It would be too cruel, too devilish. Dr. Trent could not have made such a mistake. It was impossible. He was one of the best heart specialists in Ontario. She reasoned that she was just being foolish, unnerved by the recent horror. She remembered some of the hideous spasms of pain she had had in the past. There must be something serious the matter with her heart to account for them. But she had not had any for nearly 3 months. Why? The question hung in her mind, cold and unanswerable. Presently, Barney bestirred himself. He stood up without looking at Valancy and said casually that he supposed they had better be hiking back, as the sun was getting low. He then asked if she was good for the rest of the road. Valancy replied miserably that she thought she was. Barney went across the clearing and picked up the parcel he had dropped. It was the parcel containing her new, sensible shoes. He brought it to her and let her take out the shoes and put them on without offering any assistance, while he stood with his back to her and looked out over the pines. They walked in silence down the shadowy trail to the lake. In silence, Barney steered his boat into the sunset miracle that was Mistawis. In silence, they went around feathery headlands and across coral bays and silver rivers, where other canoes were slipping up and down in the afterglow. In silence, they went past cottages that echoed with music and laughter from another world. In silence, they drew up at the landing place below the blue castle. Valancy went up the rock steps and into the house. She dropped miserably on the first chair she came to. She sat there staring through the oriel window, oblivious of Good Luck's frantic purrs of joy and Banjo's savage glares of protest at her occupancy of his chair. Barney came in a few minutes later. He did not come near her. He stood behind her and asked gently if she felt any the worse for her experience. Valancy would have given her entire year of happiness to have been able honestly to answer yes. She replied flatly that she did not. The word, small and hard, fell like a stone into the silence between them. Barney went into Bluebeard's chamber and shut the door. She heard him pacing up and down, up and down. He had never paced like that before. And an hour ago, only an hour ago, she had been so happy. Chapter 36. Finally, Valancy went to bed. Before she went, she reread Dr. Trent's letter. It comforted her a little, seeming so positive and assured. The writing was so black and steady, not the writing of a man who didn't know what he was writing about, but she could not sleep. She pretended to be asleep when Barney came in, and Barney, in turn, pretended to go to sleep. But Valancy knew perfectly well that he wasn't sleeping any more than she was. She knew he was lying there, staring through the darkness. She wondered what he was thinking, what he was trying to face. Valancy, who had spent so many happy, wakeful hours of night lying by that window, now paid the price of them all in this one night of misery. A horrible, portentous fact was slowly looming out before her from the nebula of surmise and fear. She could not shut her eyes to it, or push it away, or ignore it any longer. The thought offered no relief, only a new and more terrible kind of dread. There could be nothing seriously wrong with her heart, no matter what Dr. Trent had said. If there had been, those 30 seconds of terror would have killed her. It was no use to recall Dr. Trent's letter and his reputation. Even the greatest specialists made mistakes sometimes, and Dr. Trent had made one. Towards morning, Valancy fell into a fitful doze filled with ridiculous dreams. One of them was of Barney, taunting her with having tricked him. In her dream, she lost her temper and struck him violently on the head with her rolling pin. He proved to be made of glass and shivered into splinters all over the floor. She woke with a cry of horror, which was followed by a gasp of relief, a short laugh over the absurdity of her dream, and then the miserable, sickening recollection of what had happened. Barney was gone. Valancy knew, as people sometimes know things inescapably, without being told that he was not in the house or in Bluebeard's chamber either. There was a curious silence in the living room, a silence with something uncanny about it. The old clock had stopped. Barney must have forgotten to wind it up, something he had never done before. The room without its ticking was dead, though the sunshine streamed in through the oriel window, and dimples of light from the dancing waves beyond quivered over the walls. The canoe was gone, but Lady Jane was still under the mainland trees. So Barney had betaken himself to the wilds. He would not return until night, and perhaps not even then. He must be angry with her. That furious silence of his must mean Angera. Cold, deep, justifiable resentment. Well, Valancy knew what she must do first. She was not suffering very keenly now. Yet, the curious numbness that pervaded her being was in a way worse than pain. It was as if something vital in her had died. She forced herself to cook and eat a little breakfast. Mechanically, she put the blue castle in perfect order. Then she put on her hat and coat, locked the door, hid the key in the hollow of the old pine, and crossed to the mainland in the motorboat. She was going into Deerwood to see Dr. Trent. She had to know the truth. Chapter 37. Dr. Trent looked at her blankly and fumbled among his recollections, trying to recall her name. Valancy quietly corrected him, introducing herself as Mrs. Snaith. She reminded him that she had been Miss Valancy Stirling when she came to him last May, over a year ago, wanting to consult him about her heart. Dr. Trent's face cleared with recognition. He said that of course he remembered now. He insisted he was not to blame for not knowing her, as she had changed splendidly. He noted that she had married, and that it had agreed with her. He remarked that she did not look much like an invalid now. He recalled that day, saying he had been badly upset because hearing about poor Ned had bowled him over. But now, he added, Ned was as good as new, and she too was evidently well. He even claimed that he had told her so, that there was nothing to worry over. Valancy just looked at him. She then spoke slowly, with a curious feeling that someone else was talking through her lips. She told him that in his letter he had informed her that she had angina pectoris in the last stages, complicated with an aneurysm, that she might die any minute and that she could not live longer than a year. Dr. Trent stared at her. He stated blankly that it was impossible, that he could not have told her that. Valancy took his letter from her bag and handed it to him. He read the name, Miss Valancy Stirling, and acknowledged it. He said that of course he had written to her on the train that night, but he insisted he had told her there was nothing serious. Valancy simply insisted that he read his letter. Dr. Trent took it out, unfolded it, and glanced over the contents. A look of pure dismay came into his face. The color drained from his cheeks as the terrible realization dawned. He jumped to his feet and strode agitatedly about the room. He exclaimed, "Good heavens!" and explained that this was the letter he had meant for old Miss Jane Stirling from Port Lawrence, who had also been there that day. He had sent her the wrong letter. He lamented his unpardonable carelessness, explaining that he had been beside himself with worry that night. He looked at Valancy, asking in disbelief if she had truly believed it, but then supposed she must have gone to another doctor. Valancy stood up, turned around, looked foolishly about her, and then sat down again. She told him faintly that she had believed it. She had not gone to any other doctor. It would take too long to explain, she added, but she had believed she was going to die soon. Dr. Trent halted before her. He told her he could never forgive himself and wondered what a terrible year she must have had. He added that he could not understand it because she did not look like she had suffered. Valancy replied dully that he should never mind. She then asked him directly if there was, in fact, nothing the matter with her heart. The doctor explained that there was nothing serious. She had what was called pseudo-angina. He assured her it was never fatal and that it passes away completely with proper treatment or sometimes with a shock of joy. He then asked if she had been troubled much with it. Valancy answered that she had not been troubled at all since March. She remembered the marvelous feeling of recreation she had had when she saw Barney coming home safe after the storm. She wondered silently if that shock of joy had cured her. Dr. Trent concluded that she was likely all right then. He mentioned that he had told her what to do in the letter she should have received. He had, of course, supposed she would go to another doctor. He asked her, like one would a child, why she hadn't. Valancy replied simply that she had not wanted anybody to know. Dr. Trent bluntly called her an idiot. He confessed he could not understand such folly. He then spoke of poor old Miss Stirling, who must have received Valancy's letter, the one telling her there was nothing serious the matter. He mused that, in the end, it could not have made any difference. Her case had been hopeless, and nothing that she could have done or left undone would have changed the outcome. He had been surprised she lived as long as she did, which was 2 months. She had been in his office that day, not long before Valancy. The doctor admitted he had hated to tell her the truth. He supposed Valancy thought him a blunt old curmudgeon, and he acknowledged that his letters were indeed blunt enough, as he was incapable of softening things. But he confessed that he was a sniveling coward when it came to telling a woman face to face that she had to die soon. That was why he had told her he would look up some features of the case and let her know the next day. But Valancy had gotten her letter instead. He showed her the letter, pointing out how the name was spelled differently, Stirling, with an E. Valancy confirmed that she had noticed that, but had simply thought it a mistake, as she had not known there were any Stirlings in Port Lawrence. The doctor explained that she had been the only one, a lonely old soul who lived by herself with only a little home girl for company. She had died in her sleep 2 months after her visit, so his mistake couldn't have made any difference to her, but for Valancy, it was another matter. He repeated that he could not forgive himself for inflicting a year's misery on her. He lamented that it was time he retired when he did things like that, even if his son had been supposed to be fatally injured at the time. He then asked her if she could ever forgive him. A year of misery, she thought. The irony of his words was a sharp physical pain. Valancy smiled a tortured, twisted smile as she considered all the happiness Dr. Trent's mistake had bought for her. But she was paying for it now. Oh, she was paying. If to feel was to live, then she was living with a vengeance. She let Dr. Trent examine her and answered all his questions. When he told her she was as fit as a fiddle and would probably live to be 100, she got up and went away, silently. She knew that there were a great many horrible things outside waiting to be thought over. Dr. Trent, watching her go, thought she was odd. Anybody would have thought, from her hopeless eyes and woebegone face, that he had given her a sentence of death instead of life. He wondered about the name Snaith, questioning who the devil she could have married. He had never heard of any Snaiths in Deerwood, and she had been such a sallow, faded, little old maid. Gad, he mused. But marriage had certainly made a difference in her, whoever this Snaith was. Then Dr. Trent remembered. That rapscallion from up back. Had Valancy Stirling married him? And had her clan let her? He concluded that this probably solved the mystery. She had married in haste and was now repenting at leisure. That must be why she wasn't overjoyed at learning she was a good insurance prospect after all. She had married, God knew whom, or what. A jailbird, a defaulter, a fugitive from justice. It must be pretty bad if she had looked to death as a release, poor girl. But why, he wondered, were women such fools? Doctor. Trent dismissed Valancy from his mind, though to the day of his death he remained ashamed of putting those letters into the wrong envelopes. Chapter 38. Valancy walked quickly through the back streets and through Lover's Lane. She did not want to meet anyone she knew. She did not even want to meet people she did not know. She simply hated to be seen. Her mind was so confused, so torn and messy, that she felt her outward appearance must be the same. She drew a sobbing breath of relief as she left the village behind and found herself on the up-back road. There was little fear of meeting anyone she knew here. The cars that fled by her with raucous shrieks were filled with strangers. One of them was packed with young people who whirled past her, singing uproariously. The cruel, careless lyrics of their song cut through the air. They sang that their wife had a fever, and that they hoped it would not leave her, for they wanted to be single again. Valancy flinched, as if one of them had leaned from the car and cut her across the face with a whip. She had made a covenant with death, and death had cheated her. Now life stood before her, mocking her. She had trapped Barney. She had trapped him into marrying her. The thought was a relentless, agonizing refrain, and divorce was so hard to get in Ontario. It was so expensive, and Barney was poor. With the return of life, fear had come back into her heart. It was a sickening fear, a fear of what Barney would think and what he would say, a fear of the future that must now be lived without him, a fear of her insulted, repudiated clan. She had been allowed one draught from a divine cup, and now it was dashed from her lips. And there was no kind, friendly death to rescue her. She must go on living, and longing for it. Everything was spoiled, smirched, and defaced. Even her perfect year in the Blue Castle, even her unashamed love for Barney. It had been beautiful only because she believed death waited for her. Now, it was only sordid because death was gone. She wondered how anyone could possibly bear an unbearable thing. Yet, amidst the despair, a single, clear purpose began to form. She knew she must go back and tell him. She had to make him believe she had not meant to trick him. She absolutely had to make him believe that. She must say goodbye to her Blue Castle and return to the brick house on Elm Street. She had to go back to everything she had thought was left behind forever, the old bondage, the old fears. But none of that mattered now. All that mattered was that Barney must somehow be made to believe that she had not consciously trapped him. When Valancy reached the pines by the lake, she was brought out of her daze of pain by a startling sight. There, parked by the side of old, battered, and ragged Lady Jane, was another car. It was a wonderful car, a purple car. It was not a dark royal purple, but a blatant, screaming purple. The vehicle shone like a mirror, and its interior plainly indicated the car cast of Vere de Vere. On the driver's seat sat a haughty chauffeur in full livery. And in the tonneau sat a man who opened the door and bounced out nimbly as Valancy came down the path to the landing place. He stood under the pines waiting for her, and Valancy took in every detail of him. He was a stout, short, pudgy man with a broad, rubicund, good-humored face. It was a clean-shaven face, though an unparalyzed little imp in the back of Valancy's paralyzed mind suggested the thought that such a face should have a fringe of white whisker around it. He wore old-fashioned, steel-rimmed spectacles on his prominent blue eyes. He had a pursy mouth and a little, round, knobby nose. Valancy groped in her memory, trying to place where she had seen that face before. It seemed as familiar to her as her own. The stranger wore a green hat and a light fawn overcoat over a suit of a loud check pattern. His tie was a brilliant green of a lighter shade. On the plump hand he outstretched to intercept Valancy, an enormous diamond winked at her. But he had a pleasant, fatherly smile, and in his hearty, unmodulated voice was a ring of something that attracted her. The man asked if she could tell him if the house yonder belonged to a Mr. Redfern, and if so, how he could get to it. The name Redfern caused a vision of bottles to dance before Valancy's eyes. There were long bottles of bitters, round bottles of hair tonic, square bottles of liniment, and short, corpulent little bottles of purple pills. All of them bore that very prosperous, beaming moon face and steel-rimmed spectacles on the label. It was Dr. Redfern. Valancy replied faintly that the house belonged to Mr. Snaith. Dr. Redfern nodded, saying that yes, he understood Bernie had been calling himself Snaith. He explained that it was his middle name and had been his poor mother's. The man's full name was Bernard Snaith Redfern. He then asked how he could get over to the island, as nobody seemed to be home there. He mentioned he had done some waving and yelling. The chauffeur Henry would not yell, being a one-job man. But old Doc Redfern, he boasted, could still yell with the best of them and was not above doing it. He had raised nothing but a couple of crows, and guessed Bernie was out for the day. Valancy stated that he was away when she had left that morning and supposed he had not come home yet. She spoke flatly and tonelessly. This last shock had temporarily bereft her of whatever little power of reasoning had been left to her by Dr. Trent's revelation. In the back of her mind, the aforesaid little imp was jeeringly repeating a silly old proverb that it never rains but it pours, but she was not trying to think. What was the use? Dr. Redfern was gazing at her in perplexity. He asked when she had left this morning, and if she lived over there, waving his diamond at the Blue Castle. Valancy replied stupidly that of course she was his wife. Dr. Redfern took out a yellow silk handkerchief, removed his hat, and mopped his brow. He was very bold, and Valancy's imp whispered the thought that such a face should have a fringe of white whisker, and that he should try Redfern's hair vigor to keep his youthful, manly beauty. The doctor excused himself, admitting that this was a bit of a shock. Before Valancy could prevent it, the imp spoke out loud, remarking that shocks seemed to be in the air this morning. "Doctor." Redfern went on, saying he had not known Bernie was married, and that he did not think his son would have gotten married without telling his old dad. For a moment, it seemed his eyes were misty. Amid her own dull ache of misery and fear, Valancy felt a pang of pity for him. She hurriedly told him not to blame Barney, insisting that it was not his fault, but all her doing. Dr. Redfern's eyes twinkled. He supposed she didn't actually ask him to marry her. He lamented that Barney might have let him know so that he could have gotten acquainted with his daughter-in-law before this, but he added that he was very glad to meet her now. He found her to be a sensible young woman. He used to have a fear that Barney would pick out some pretty bit of fluff just because she was good-looking. They were all after him, of course. He asked rhetorically if it was his money they wanted. They didn't like the pills and the bitters, he sneered, but they liked the dollars. They wanted to dip their pretty little fingers in old Doc's millions. Valancy faintly repeated the word millions. She wished she could sit down somewhere. She wished she could have a chance to think. She wished that she and the Blue Castle could sink to the bottom of Miss Dawes and vanish from human sight forevermore. Dr. Redfern, however, repeated the word complacently. He said that, yes, millions, and that Bernie had chucked them all for that, again shaking his diamond contemptuously at the Blue Castle. He wondered if one wouldn't think his son would have more sense, and all on account of a white bit of a girl. He supposed Barney must have gotten over that feeling anyhow, since he was married now. He urged Valancy to persuade him to come back to civilization, calling it all nonsense for him to be wasting his life like this. He then asked if she was not going to take him over to her house, as he supposed she had some way of getting there. Valancy stupidly confirmed that she did, and led the way down to the little cove where the disappearing propeller boat was snuggled. Dr. Redfern asked if her man, Henry, wanted to come too. He clarified, not her man, but his. He pointed to the chauffeur, noting how he sat there disapproving of the whole expedition. The trail up from the road had nearly given him a conniption. He added that it was a devilish road to put a car on. He then asked whose old bus that was up there. Valancy replied that it was Barney's. Dr. Redfern exclaimed, "Good Lord!" wondering aloud if Bernie Redfern really rode in a thing like that, as it looked like the great-great-grandmother of all the Fords. Valancy replied with spirit that it was not a Ford, but a grey Slosson. For some occult reason, Dr. Redfern's good-humoured ridicule of dear old Lady Jane stung her back to life. It was a life that was all pain, but it was still life. It was better than the horrible, numb half-deadness of the past few minutes, or perhaps the past few years. She waved Dr. Redfern curtly into the boat and took him over to the Blue Castle. The key was still in the old pine, and the house was still silent and deserted. Valancy took the doctor through the living room to the western veranda. She felt she must at least be out where there was air. It was still sunny, but in the southwest, a great thundercloud with white crests and gorges of purple shadow was slowly rising over Mistawis. The doctor dropped with a gasp on a rustic chair and mopped his brow again. Dr. Redfern commented on the warmth and exclaimed what a wonderful view it was. He wondered aloud if it would soften a man like Henry if he could see it. Valancy dutifully asked if he had had dinner. He replied that yes, my dear, he had eaten before they left Port Lawrence. He hadn't known what sort of wild hermit's hollow they were coming to, he explained. He'd had no idea he was going to find a nice little daughter-in-law all ready to toss up a meal for him. He then noticed the cats calling out to them. He remarked with satisfaction that cats loved him. He added that Bernie was always fond of cats, and that it was about the only thing his son took from him. He was, he concluded, his poor mother's boy. Valancy had been thinking idly that Barney must resemble his mother. She had remained standing by the steps, but Dr. Redfern waved her to the swing seat. He told her to sit down, that one should never stand when one can sit. He wanted to get a good look at Barney's wife. He looked her over and said that he liked her face. He added without preamble that she was no beauty, but he didn't think she would mind him saying so. He reckoned she had sense enough to know it. He repeated his instruction for her to sit down. Valancy sat down. The simple act felt like a physical restraint on her screaming nerves. To be obliged to sit still when mental agony urges one to stride up and down is the refinement of torture. Every nerve in her being was crying out to be alone, to be hidden, but she had to sit and listen to Dr. Redfern, who did not mind talking at all. He asked her when she thought Bernie would be back. Valancy replied that she did not know, probably not before night. He then asked where he had gone. She answered that she did not know that either, but likely to the woods, up back. Dr. Redfern observed that Barney didn't tell her his comings and goings either. He remarked that Bernie was always a secretive young devil, and that he had never understood him, just like his poor mother. But he had thought a lot of him, and it had hurt him when he disappeared as he did, 11 years ago. He had not seen his boy for 11 years. Valancy repeated the number, surprised. She stated that it had only been 6 years since he came here. Doctor. Redfern clarified that, he had been in the Klondike before that, and all over the world. He used to drop his father a line now and then, never giving any clue as to where he was, but just a line to say he was all right. The doctor supposed that Barney had told her all about it. Valancy replied that, no, she knew nothing of his past life. A sudden eagerness came into her voice. She wanted to know. She had to know now. It had not mattered before, but now she must know all. And she knew she could never hear it from Barney. She might never even see him again. If she did, it would not be to talk of his past. She begged Dr. Redfern to tell her what had happened, why he had left his home. She pleaded with him to tell her everything. Dr. Redfern began, saying it was not much of a story. It was just about a young fool who had gone mad because of a quarrel with his girl. He added that Bernie was a stubborn fool, always stubborn. One could never make that boy do anything he didn't want to do from the very day he was born. Yet he had also always been a quiet, gentle little chap, as good as gold. His poor mother had died when he was only 2 years old. Dr. Redfern had just begun to make money then with his hair vigor, the formula for which he had dreamed of. He remarked that it had been some dream, as the cash just rolled in. Bernie had everything he wanted. He had sent him to the best private schools, meaning to make a gentleman of him, as he had never had any chance himself. He went through McGill University, got honors and all that. Dr. Redfern had wanted him to go in for law, but Barney had hankered off to journalism and stuff like that. He had wanted his father to buy a paper for him, or to back him in publishing what he called a real, worthwhile, honest-to-goodness Canadian magazine. The doctor supposed he would have done it, as he always did what his son wanted. He questioned, wasn't Bernie all he had to live for? He had wanted him to be happy, but he never was. He asked Valancy if she could believe it. Not that Barney ever said so, but his father always had a feeling that he was not happy. He had everything he wanted, all the money he could spend, his own bank account, travel, seeing the world, but he was not happy, not until he fell in love with Ethel Travers. Then, for a little while, he was happy. Just then, the cloud reached the sun, and a great, chill, purple shadow came swiftly over Mistawis. It touched the blue castle and rolled over it. Valancy shivered. With painful eagerness, though every word was cutting her to the heart, she asked what Ethel had been like. Dr. Redfern declared she was the prettiest girl in Montreal. Oh, she was a looker, all right. He described her gold hair, shiny as silk, her great, big, soft, black eyes, and her skin like milk and roses. He didn't wonder that Bernie fell for her, and she had brains as well. She wasn't a bit of fluff. She had a B.A. from McGill and was a thoroughbred from one of the best families, though they were a bit lean in the purse. Bernie had been mad about her, the happiest young fool one ever saw. And then came the bust-up. Valancy had taken off her hat and was absently thrusting a pin in and out of it as she asked what had happened. Good Luck was purring beside her. Banjo was regarding Dr. Redfern with suspicion. Nip and Tuck were lazily cawing in the pines. Mistawis was beckoning. Everything was the same, and yet nothing was the same. It felt like 100 years had passed since yesterday. Yesterday. At this very time, she and Barney had been eating a belated dinner here with laughter. The thought of laughter felt alien now. Valancy felt that she was done with laughter forever, and with tears, for that matter. She had no further use for either of them. Dr. Redfern admitted that, blessed if he knew, my dear. He supposed it was some fool quarrel. Bernie had just lit out and disappeared. He wrote to his father from the Yukon, saying his engagement was broken and he was not coming back. He told him not to try to hunt him up because he was never coming back, and his father hadn't. What was the use? He knew Bernie. He just went on piling up money because there wasn't anything else to do. But he was mighty lonely. All he lived for were those little notes now and then from Bernie, from the Klondike, England, South Africa, China, everywhere. He had thought maybe his son would come back someday to his lonesome old dad. Then, 6 years ago, even the letters stopped. He hadn't heard a word of or from him until last Christmas. Valancy asked if he had written then. The doctor said no, but he had drawn a check for $15,000 on his bank account. The bank manager was a friend of his and one of his biggest shareholders. He had always promised he would let him know if Bernie drew any checks. Bernie had $50,000 there, and he had never touched a cent of it until last Christmas. The check had been made out to Ainsley's in Toronto. Valancy heard herself repeat the name, Ainsley's, in a shocked whisper. A box on her own dressing table, bearing that very trademark, flashed in her mind. Dr. Redfern confirmed that Ainsley's was the big jewelry house there. He explained that after he had thought it over for a while, he had gotten brisk. He wanted to locate Bernie for a special reason. It was time, he felt, that his son gave up his fool hoboing and came to his senses. The fact that he had drawn $15,000 told him there was something in the wind. The bank manager had communicated with the Ainsley's. His wife was an Ainslayand, found out that a Bernard Redfern had bought a pearl necklace there. His address had been given as Box 444, Port Lawrence, Muskoka, Ontario. At first, the doctor thought he would write. Then he decided to wait until the open season for cars and come down himself, as he was no hand at writing. He had motored all the way from Montreal and had gotten to Port Lawrence yesterday. He had inquired at the post office, where they told him they knew nothing of any Bernard Snaith Redfern, but there was, they said, a Barney Snaith who had a P.O. boxed there and lived on an island out here. And so, he concluded, here he was. He then asked again, where was Barney? Valancy was fingering her necklace. She realized with a jolt that she was wearing $15,000 around her neck, and she had worried lest Barney had paid a mere $15 for it and could not afford it. Suddenly, she laughed in Dr. Redfern's face. Poor Valancy excused herself, explaining that it was all so very amusing. Dr. Redfern, seeing a joke but not exactly hers, agreed. He then said that she seemed like a sensible young woman, and he dared say she had lots of influence over Bernie. He asked if she could not get him to come back to civilization and live like other people. He had a house up there, he boasted, as big as a castle and furnished like a palace. He wanted company in it, Bernie's wife and Bernie's children. Valancy asked, with seeming irrelevance, if Ethel Travers had ever married. Dr. Redfern replied, "Bless you, yes, 2 years after Bernie had levanted. But she was a widow now, and as pretty as ever. To be frank," he confessed, that was his special reason for wanting to find Bernie. He had thought they might make it up. But, of course, that was all off now. He added that it did not matter. Bernie's choice of a wife was good enough for him. It was his boy that he wanted. He asked if she thought he would be back soon. Valancy said she did not know, but that she did not think he would come before night, and quite late perhaps, or perhaps not until tomorrow. But, she offered, she could put him up comfortably, as Barney would certainly be back tomorrow. Dr. Redfern shook his head, saying it was too damp. He would take no chances with rheumatism. The imp in Valancy's mind cheekily quoted an ad, wondering why one would suffer that ceaseless anguish and not try Redfern's liniment. Dr. Redfern insisted he must get back to Port Lawrence before the rain started. He explained that Henry, his chauffeur, went quite mad when he got mud on the car. But he promised to come back tomorrow, and in the meanwhile, he told Valancy to talk Bernie into reason. He shook her hand and patted her kindly on the shoulder. He looked as if he would have kissed her, with a little encouragement, but Valancy did not give it. Not that she would have minded. He was rather dreadful and loud, but there was something about him she liked. She thought dully that she might have liked being his daughter-in-law if he had not been a millionaire a score of times over. And Barney was his son and his heir. She took him over in the motorboat. She watched the lordly purple car roll away through the woods with Henry at the wheel, his expression showing things not lawful to be uttered. Then she went back to the Blue Castle. What she had to do now must be done quickly. Barney might return at any moment, and it was certainly going to rain. She was thankful that she no longer felt very bad. It was a strange sort of mercy. When you are bludgeoned on the head repeatedly, you naturally and mercifully become more or less insensible and stupid. She stood briefly by the hearth, like a faded flower bitten by frost, looking down on the white ashes of the last fire that had blazed in her blue castle. Wearily, she thought to herself that, at any rate, Barney was not poor. He would be able to afford a divorce quite nicely. Chapter 39. She knew she must write a note. The imp in the back of her mind laughed at the thought. In every story she had ever read, when a runaway wife decamped from home, she left a note, generally on the pincushion. It was not a very original idea, but one had to leave something intelligible. What else was there to do but write a note? She looked vaguely about her for something to write with. There was no ink. Valancy had never written anything since she had come to the Blue Castle, save for memoranda of household necessaries for Barney. A pencil had sufficed for those notes, but now the pencil was not to be found. Valancy absently crossed to the door of Bluebeard's chamber and tried it. She vaguely expected to find it locked, but it opened unresistingly. She had never tried it before and did not know whether Barney habitually kept it locked or not. If he did, he must have been badly upset to have left it unlocked. She did not realize that she was doing something he had told her not to do. She was only looking for something to write with. All her faculties were concentrated on deciding just what she would say and how she would say it. There was not the slightest curiosity in her as she went into the lean-to. There were no beautiful women hanging by their hair on the walls. It seemed a very harmless apartment with a commonplace little sheet iron stove in the middle of it, its pipe sticking out through the roof. At one end was a table or counter, crowded with odd-looking utensils, used no doubt by Barney in his smelly operations. She reflected dully that they were probably for chemical experiments. At the other end of the room was a big writing desk and a swivel chair. The side walls were lined with books. Valancy went blindly to the desk. There, she stood motionless for a few minutes, looking down at something that lay on it. It was a bundle of galley proofs. The page on top bore the title Wild Honey, and under the title were the words, by John Foster. The opening sentence began with the words, "Pines are the trees of myth and legend." It went on to say that they strike their roots deep into the traditions of an older world, but wind and star love their lofty tops. It asked, what music is there when old Aeolus draws his bow across the branches of the pines? It was a passage she recognized with a dull certainty. She had heard Barney say that very thing one day when they had walked under the great trees together. So, Barney was John Foster. Valancy was not excited. She had absorbed all the shocks and sensations that she could compass for one day. This new revelation affected her neither one way nor the other. She only thought to herself that this explained it. It was a small matter that had, somehow, stuck in her mind more persistently than its importance seemed to justify. Soon after Barney had brought her John Foster's latest book, she had been in a Port Lawrence bookshop. She had heard a customer ask the proprietor for John Foster's new book. The proprietor had stated curtly that it was not out yet and would not be out until the next week. Valancy had opened her lips to say that yes, it was out, but had closed them again. After all, it was none of her business. She had supposed the proprietor wanted to cover up his negligence in not getting the book in promptly. Now, she knew the truth. The book Barney had given her had been one of the author's complimentary copies, sent in advance. Valancy pushed the proofs indifferently aside and sat down in the swivel chair. She took up Barney's pennant, a vile one. It was pulled a sheet of paper to her and began to write. She found she could not think of anything to say except the bald, necessary facts. She addressed the letter to Barney. She wrote that she had gone to Dr. Trent that morning and had found out he had sent her the wrong letter by mistake. There had never been anything serious the matter with her heart, and she was quite well now. The next part was the most important, the only thing that truly mattered. She wrote that she did not mean to trick him, and pleaded with him to believe that. She could not bear it if he did not believe it. She was very sorry for the mistake. But surely, she added, he could get a divorce if she left him, and she asked if desertion was a ground for divorce in Canada. She wrote that if there was anything she could do to help or hasten it, she would do it gladly, if his lawyer would let her know. She thanked him for all his kindness to her, promising she would never forget it. She asked him to think as kindly of her as he could, because she had not meant to trap him. She ended the letter with a simple goodbye and signed it, "Yours gratefully, Valancy." She knew the letter was very cold and stiff, but to try to say anything else would be dangerous, like tearing away a dam. She did not know what torrent of wild incoherences and passionate anguish might pour out if she did. In a postscript, she added that his father had been there that day and that he was coming back tomorrow. She told him that his father had told her everything and that she thought he should go back to him because he was very lonely for him. She put the letter in an envelope, wrote Barney across it, and left it on the desk. On top of it, she laid the string of pearls. If they had been the simple beads she had believed them to be, she would have kept them in memory of that wonderful year. But she could not keep the $15,000 gift of a man who had married her out of pity and whom she was now leaving. It hurt her to give up her pretty bauble. That was an odd thing, she reflected. The fact that she was leaving Barney did not hurt her not yet. It lay at her heart like a cold, insensible thing. She shuddered to think what would happen if it ever came to life. She went out. She put on her hat and mechanically fed Good Luck and Banjo. She locked the door and carefully hid the key in the old pine. Then she crossed to the mainland in the disappearing propeller boat. She stood for a moment on the bank, looking back at her blue castle. The rain had not yet come, but the sky was dark, and Miss Stawis was gray and sullen. The little house under the pines looked very pathetic. It was like a casket that had been rifled of its jewels, or a lamp with its flame blown out. Valancy thought that she would never again hear the wind crying over Miss Stawis at night. This hurt her too. It was a strange thought, and she could have laughed to think that such a trifle could hurt her at such a time. Chapter 40. Valancy paused for a moment on the porch of the brick house on Elm Street. She felt that she ought to knock like a stranger. She idly noticed that her rosebush was loaded with buds. The rubber plant stood beside the prim door. A momentary horror overcame her horror of the existence to which she was returning. Then she opened the door and walked in. She wondered to herself if the prodigal son ever felt really at home again after returning. Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles were in the sitting room. Uncle Benjamin was there too. They looked blankly at Valancy, realizing at once that something was wrong. This was not the saucy, impudent thing who had laughed at them in this very room last summer. This was a gray-faced woman, with the eyes of a creature who had been stricken by a mortal blow. Valancy looked indifferently around the room. She had changed so much, and it had changed so very little. The same pictures hung on the walls in the same places. The little orphan knelt at her never-finished prayer by the bed where the black kitten that never grew up into a cat reposed. The grey steel engraving of Quatre Bras, where the British regiment forever stood at bay. The crayon enlargement of the boyish father she had never known. The green cascade of the wandering Jew plant still tumbled out of the old granite saucepan on the window stand. The same elaborate, never-used pitcher stood at the same angle on the sideboard shelf. The blue and gilt vases from her mother's wedding presents still primly adorned the mantelpiece, flanking the china clock that never went. The chairs were in exactly the same places. Her mother and Cousin Stickles, likewise unchanged, regarded her with a stony, unwelcome expression. Valancy had to speak first. She said tiredly to her mother that she had come home. Mrs. Frederick's voice was very icy as she replied that she could see that. She had resigned herself to Valancy's desertion and had almost succeeded in forgetting there even was a Valancy. She had rearranged and organized her systematic life without any reference to an ungrateful, rebellious child. She had taken her place again in a society which ignored the fact that she had ever had a daughter and pitied her, if at all, only in discreet whispers and asides. The plain truth was that, by this time, Mrs. Frederick did not want Valancy to come back. She did not want to ever see or hear of her again. And now, of course, Valancy was here, with tragedy and disgrace and scandal trailing visibly after her. Mrs. Frederick repeated that she could see she was home and asked if she might inquire why. Valancy answered huskily that it was because she was not going to die. Uncle Benjamin exclaimed, "God bless my soul," and asked who had said she was going to die. Cousin Stickles, who also did not want Valancy back, spoke up shrewishly. She supposed that Valancy had found out that her husband had another wife, as they had been sure all along. Valancy replied that no, and that she only wished he had. She was not suffering particularly, but she was very tired. If only the explanations were all over and she were upstairs in her old, ugly room, alone, just to be alone. The rattle of the beads on her mother's sleeves, as they swung on the arms of the reed chair, almost drove her crazy. Nothing else was worrying her, but all at once it seemed that she simply could not endure that thin, insistent rattle. Mrs. Frederick stated stonily that her home, as she had told her, was always open to her, but, she added, she could never forgive her. Valancy gave a mirthless laugh, saying she would care very little for that if only she could forgive herself. Uncle Benjamin spoke testily, telling her to come now. He seemed to be rather enjoying himself, feeling he had Valancy under his thumb again. He said they had had enough of mystery and demanded to know what had happened. He asked why she had left that fellow, adding that while there was no doubt reason enough, he wanted to know what the particular reason was. Valancy began to speak mechanically. She told her tale bluntly and barely. She explained that a year ago, Dr. Trent had told her she had angina pectoris and could not live long. She had wanted to have some life before she died, and that was why she had gone away and why she had married Barney. And now she had found out it was all a mistake. There was nothing wrong with her heart. She had to live, and Barney had only married her out of pity. Therefore, she had to leave him, to set him free. Uncle Benjamin exclaimed, "God bless me." Cousin Stickles began to cry. She said that if Valancy had only had confidence in her own mother, none of this would have happened. Valancy replied impatiently that she knew, and asked what the use of going into that now was. She lamented that she could not undo this year, and that God knew she wished she could. She stated that she had tricked Barney into marrying her, and that he was really Bernard Redfern, Dr. Redfern's son from Montreal. And, she added, his father wanted him to go back to him. Uncle Benjamin made a queer sound. Cousin Stickles took her black-bordered handkerchief away from her eyes and stared at Valancy. A queer gleam suddenly shot into Mrs. Frederick's stone-gray orbs. She asked if it was the Dr. Redfern, the purple pill man. Valancy nodded, adding that he was also John Foster, the writer of those nature books. Mrs. Frederick was visibly agitated, though not over the thought that she was the mother-in-law of John Foster. She stammered, asking if Dr. Redfern was really a millionaire. Uncle Benjamin shut his mouth with a snap and confirmed that he was, 10 times over. Valancy nodded again. She explained that Barney had left home years ago because of some trouble, some disappointment. Now he would likely go back, and so, she concluded, she had to come home. He did not love her, and she could not hold him to a bond he had been tricked into. Uncle Benjamin, looking incredibly sly, asked if Barney had said so. He questioned if he wanted to get rid of her. Valancy replied no, that she had not seen him since she found out. But she insisted that he had only married her out of pity because she had asked him to, and because he thought it would only be for a little while. Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles both tried to speak, but Uncle Benjamin waved a hand at them and frowned portentously. His gesture was a clear command, silencing them instantly. His wave and frown seemed to say that they should let him handle this. Turning to Valancy, he told her kindly that they would talk it all over later. He explained that they did not quite understand everything yet, and that, as Cousin Stickles had said, she should have confided in them before. He dared say that later on they could find a way out of the situation. Valancy asked eagerly if he thought Barney could easily get a divorce. With another wave, Uncle Benjamin silenced the exclamation of horror he knew was trembling on Mrs. Frederick's lips. He told Valancy to trust him, that everything would arrange itself. He then asked her, calling her Dossie, if she had been happy, up back. He questioned if Mr. Redfern had been good to her. Valancy replied as if reciting a lesson, stating that she had been very happy and that Barney had been very good to me. The words tasted like ash in her mouth. She remembered how, when she studied grammar at school, she had disliked the past and perfect tenses. They had always seemed so pathetic. The phrase, "I have been," meant it was all over and done with. Uncle Benjamin, now amazingly paternal, told the little girl not to worry. He assured her that her family would stand behind her, and that they would see what could be done. Valancy thanked him dully. Really, it was quite decent of him. She asked if she could go and lie down for a little while, explaining that she was very tired. Uncle Benjamin readily agreed, patting her hand gently. He said that of course she was tired, all worn out and nervous. He urged her to go and lie down by all means, promising she would see things in a quite different light after a good sleep. He held the door open for her. As she went through, he whispered, asking what the best way was to keep a man's love. Valancy smiled wanly. She had come back to the old life, the old shackles. She asked meekly, as she had in the old days, what the answer was. With a chuckle, Uncle Benjamin replied that the secret was not to return it. He shut the door, rubbed his hands, and then nodded and smiled mysteriously around the room. He said pathetically, "Poor little Doss." Mrs. Frederick gasped, asking if he really supposed that Snaith's character could actually be Dr. Redfern's son. Uncle Benjamin replied that he saw no reason for doubting it, as she had said doctor. Redfern himself had been there. He exclaimed that the man was as rich as wedding cake. He told Amelia that he had always believed there was more in Doss than most people thought. He accused her of keeping the girl down too much, of repressing her. She had never had a chance to show what was in her, and now she had landed a millionaire for a husband. Mrs. Frederick hesitated, stammering that people had told terrible tales about him. Uncle Benjamin dismissed the tales as all gossip and invention. He declared it had always been a mystery to him why people should be so ready to invent and circulate slanders about other people they knew absolutely nothing about. He could not understand why she, Amelia, had paid so much attention to gossip and surmise. He argued that just because Barney had not chosen to mix with everybody, people had resented it. He was surprised, he said, to find what a decent fellow he had seemed to be that time he came into his store with Valancy. He had discounted all the wild yarns then and there. Cousin Stickles added, doubtfully, yet as one very willing to be convinced to the contrary, that he had been seen dead drunk in Port Lawrence once. Uncle Benjamin truculently demanded who had seen him. He repeated the question, then answered it himself. It was old Jemmy Strang who said he had seen him. He stated that he would not take old Jemmy Strang's word on oath, as the man was too drunk himself half the time to see straight. He said Jemmy Strang had seen him lying drunk on a bench in the park, but Uncle Benjamin scoffed at the idea. He was sure Redfern had simply been asleep there and told them not to worry over it. Mrs. Frederick brought up, with uncertainty, the matter of his clothes and that awful old car. Uncle Benjamin declared them to be mere eccentricities of genius. He reminded them that Doss had said he was John Foster. He admitted he was not up on literature himself, but he had heard a lecturer from Toronto say that John Foster's books had put Canada on the literary map of the world. Mrs. Frederick yielded, stammering that she supposed they must forgive her. Uncle Benjamin snorted at the idea of forgiving her. Really, he thought, Amelia was an incredibly stupid woman. It was no wonder poor Doss had gone sick and tired of living with her. He told her that yes, she had better forgive her. The real question, he posited, was whether Snaith would forgive them. Mrs. Frederick wondered what would happen if Valancy persisted in leaving him, noting that he had no idea how stubborn she could be. Uncle Benjamin told Amelia to leave it all to him, insisting that the women had muddled it enough. This whole affair, he declared, had been bungled from start to finish. He told Amelia that if she had put herself to a little trouble years ago, Valancy would not have bolted over the traces as she did. He instructed her to just let Valancy alone, and not to worry her with advice or questions until she was ready to talk. She had evidently run away in a panic because she was afraid he would be angry with her for fooling him. He called it a most extraordinary thing for Doctor Trent to have told her such a yarn, and that was what comes of going to strange doctors. But, he concluded, they must not blame her too harshly, poor child. Redfern would come after her. And if he did not, he himself would hunt him up and talk to him as man to man. He might be a millionaire, but Valancy was a Stirling. He could not repudiate her just because she was mistaken about her heart disease. He added that it was not likely he would want to, and that Doss was just a little overstrung. He blessed himself, noting that he must get in the habit of calling her Valancy now that she was not a baby any longer. He ended by reminding Amelia to be very kind and sympathetic. It was something of a large order to expect Mrs. Frederick to be kind and sympathetic, but she did her best. When supper was ready, she went up and asked Valancy if she would not like a cup of tea. Valancy, who was lying on her bed, declined. She just wanted to be left alone for a while. Mrs. Frederick left her alone. She did not even remind Valancy that her current plight was the outcome of her own lack of daughterly respect and obedience. It was a restraint born not of kindness, but of calculation. One could not, exactly, say things like that to the daughter-in-law of a millionaire. Chapter 41. Valancy looked dully around her old room. It too was so exactly the same. The sameness made it seem almost impossible to believe in the changes that had come to her since she had last slept there. It felt somehow indecent that the room should remain so unchanged. Queen Louise was everlastingly coming down the stairway. Nobody had let the forlorn puppy in out of the rain. The purple paper blind was still there, and the greenish mirror. Outside, the old carriage shop displayed its blatant advertisements. Beyond it was the station with the same derelicts and flirtatious flappers. Her old life waited for her here. It was like some grim ogre that bided its time and licked its chops. A monstrous horror of it suddenly possessed her. When night fell and she had undressed and gotten into bed, the merciful numbness that had protected her finally passed away. She lay in anguish and thought of her island under the stars. She remembered the campfires. She thought of all their little household jokes, their private phrases and catchwords. She recalled their furry, beautiful cats. She saw the lights agleam on the fairy islands and canoes skimming over Mistawis in the magic of the morning. She pictured white birches shining among the dark spruces like the beautiful bodies of women. She remembered the winter snows, the rose-red sunset fires, and the lakes drunken with moonshine. All the delights of her lost paradise flooded her mind. She would not let herself think of Barney himself. Only of these lesser things. She knew she could not endure to think of Barney. Then, inescapably, she thought of him. She ached for him. She wanted his arms around her, his face against hers, his whispers in her ear. She recalled all his friendly looks, his quips and jests. She remembered his little compliments, his caresses. She counted them all over as a woman might count her jewels. She did not miss a single one from the very first day they had met. These memories were all she could have now. She shut her eyes and prayed, begging God to let her remember every one of them, to never let her forget a single one. Yet she knew it would be better to forget. This agony of longing and loneliness would not be so terrible if one could only forget. And then she thought of Ethel Travers. That shimmering witch woman with her white skin and black eyes and shining hair, the woman Barney had loved, the woman whom he still loved. He had told her himself that he never changed his mind. Ethel was waiting for him in Montreal. She was the right wife for a rich and famous man. Barney would marry her, of course, once he got his divorce. Valancy hated her, and she envied her. Barney had said, "I love you," to that woman. Valancy had often wondered what tone Barney would use to say those words, how his dark blue eyes would look as he said them. Ethel Travers knew. And Valancy hated her for that knowledge. She hated and envied her. A savage thought brought a flicker of comfort. Ethel could never have those hours in the Blue Castle. Those were hers, and hers alone. Ethel would never make strawberry jam, or dance to old Abel's fiddle, or fry bacon for Barney over a campfire. She would never come to the little Mistawis shack at all. What was Barney doing now? What was he thinking, feeling? Had he come home and found her letter? Was he still angry with her, or perhaps a little pitiful? Was he lying on their bed, looking out on a stormy Mistawis, listening to the rain streaming down on the roof? Or was he still wandering in the wilderness, raging at the predicament he found himself in? Hating her? Pain took her and wrung her like some great, pitiless giant. She got up and walked the floor. She wondered if morning would ever come to end this hideous night. And yet, what could the morning possibly bring her? It would only bring the old life, but now without the old stagnation that had at least been bearable. It would be the old life, but filled with new memories, new longings, and a new, sharp anguish. A low moan escaped her, a desperate question of why she couldn't just die. Chapter 42. It was not until early afternoon the next day that a dreadful old car clanked up Elm Street. It stopped in front of the brick house. A hatless man sprang from it and rushed up the steps. The bell was rung as it had never been rung before, with a vehement and intense energy. The ringer was demanding entrance, not asking for it. Uncle Benjamin chuckled as he hurried to the door. He had just dropped in to inquire about the well-being of dear Doss, Valancy. He had been informed that she was just the same. She had come down for a breakfast she didn't eat, gone back to her room, and then come down for a dinner she also didn't eat before returning to her room once more. That was all. She had not spoken. And she had been left, kindly and considerately, alone. Uncle Benjamin had declared with satisfaction that Redfern would be there that day, and now his reputation as a prophet was made. Redfern was here, and there was no mistaking it. Without any preface, the man demanded to know if his wife was there. Uncle Benjamin smiled expressively. He confirmed the visitor's identity as Mr. Redfern and expressed his pleasure at the meeting. He affirmed that the naughty little girl was indeed there, but was cut off before he could continue. Barney ruthlessly interrupted him, insisting that he must see her. Uncle Benjamin readily agreed, ushering Mr. Redfern into the parlor with the assurance that Valancy would be down in a minute. He then betook himself to the sitting room to find Mrs. Frederick. He instructed her to go up and tell Valancy to come down, as her husband was there. But Uncle Benjamin was so dubious about whether Valancy would actually come down in a minute or even at all that he followed Mrs. Frederick on tiptoe up the stairs and listened in the hall. Mrs. Frederick spoke tenderly, informing Valancy that her husband was in the parlor asking for her. Valancy got up from the window, wringing her hands in distress. She cried out to her mother that she could not see him. She begged her to tell him to go away, to ask him to go away. She repeated that she just couldn't see him. Through the keyhole, Uncle Benjamin hissed an instruction. He told Mrs. Frederick to tell Valancy that Redfern said he wouldn't go away until he had seen her. Redfern had not said anything of the kind, but Uncle Benjamin thought he was that sort of fellow. Valancy, for her part, knew he was. She understood that it was useless to refuse, and that she might as well go down first as last. She did not even look at Uncle Benjamin as she passed him on the landing. Uncle Benjamin did not mind. He rubbed his hands and chuckled, retreating to the kitchen. There, he genially asked Cousin Stickles a riddle, wondering why good husbands were like bread. After Cousin Stickles asked for the reason, he beamed and provided the answer. Because women need them. Valancy was looking anything but beautiful when she entered the parlor. Her sleepless night had played fearful havoc with her face. She wore an ugly old brown and blue gingham, having left all her pretty dresses behind in the blue castle. But Barney dashed across the room and caught her in his arms. He called her his darling, a darling little idiot, and asked what could have ever possessed her to run away like that. He explained his frantic state when he came home the previous night and found her letter. He had gone quite mad. It was already 12 o'clock, and he knew it was too late to come for her then. He had walked the floor all night. Then his father had arrived that morning, preventing him from getting away until now. He asked her again what could have possibly gotten into her, expressing disbelief at her mention of divorce. Valancy feebly brushed him away. She insisted that she knew he only married her out of pity. She knew he didn't love her. Before she could continue, Barney shook her gently. He told her the problem was simply that she had been lying awake at 3 o'clock for too long. He vehemently declared his love for her. He exclaimed that when he saw that train coming down on her, he knew in that single moment, without a doubt, whether he loved her or not. Valancy cried out passionately, saying she had been afraid he would try to make her think he cared. She begged him to stop, not to torture her. She insisted that she knew everything. His father had told her all about Ethel Travers. She pleaded with him, telling him she could never go back. Bonnie released her and looked at her for a moment. Something in her pallid, resolute face spoke more convincingly than words of her determination. He then spoke quietly, explaining that his father couldn't have told her everything because he didn't know it all himself. He asked if she would let him tell her everything. Valancy wearily agreed. Her heart ached with the thought of how dear he was, how she longed to throw herself into his arms. As he gently put her down in a chair, she felt she could have kissed the slender, brown hands that touched her. She could not look up as he stood before her. She dared not meet his eyes. She told herself that for his sake she must be brave. She knew him to be kind and unselfish. Of course, he would pretend he did not want his freedom. She might have known he would pretend that, once the initial shock was over, he was so sorry for her and understood her terrible position. He had always understood. But she resolved that she would never, ever accept his sacrifice. Barney began his explanation. He acknowledged that she had seen his father and now knew he was Bernard Redfern. He supposed she had also guessed that he was John Foster, since she had gone into his Bluebeard's chamber. Valancy started to explain that she hadn't gone in out of curiosity, that she had simply forgotten his instruction. But he waved it off, joking that he wasn't going to kill her and hang her on the wall, so there was no need to call for Sister Anne. He was only going to tell her his story from the beginning, something he had intended to do when he came back the night before. He confirmed that he was, indeed, Old Doc. Redfern's son of purple pills and bitters fame. He questioned rhetorically if he didn't know it, asking if it hadn't been rubbed into him for years. Barney laughed bitterly and strode up and down the room a few times. Uncle Benjamin, tiptoeing through the hall, heard the laugh and frowned, hoping Doss wasn't going to be a stubborn little fool. Barney then threw himself into a chair before Valancy, ready to begin. He began by stating that as long as he could remember, he had been a millionaire's son. But it hadn't always been so. When he was born, his father wasn't a millionaire. He wasn't even a doctor, and still isn't. He had been a veterinary, and a failure at that. He and Barney's mother had lived in a little village in Quebec, and they had been abominably poor. Barney had no memory of his mother, not even a picture. She had died when he was only 2 years old. She was a little school teacher, 15 years younger than his father. After her death, his father moved to Montreal and formed a company to sell his hair tonic. The prescription, it seemed, had come to him in a dream one night. It caught on, and money began to flow in. His father then invented, or dreamed, the other remedies as well. Pills, bitters, liniment, and so on. By the time Barney was 10, his father was a millionaire. They lived in a house so big that a small boy like himself always felt lost in it. He had every toy a boy could wish for, yet he was the loneliest little devil in the world. He told Valancy that he could remember only one happy day in his entire childhood. Just one. Even her own childhood had been better than that. His father had gone to see an old friend in the country and had taken him along. He was turned loose in the barnyard, where he spent the whole glorious day hammering nails into a block of wood. When he had to return to his room full of playthings in the big house, he cried. But he never told his father why. He explained that he never told his father anything. It had always been a hard thing for him to talk about things that went deep, and most things went deep with him. He had been a sensitive child and became an even more sensitive boy. No one ever knew what he suffered. His father never even dreamed of it. When he was sent to a private school at only 11 years old, the boys ducked him in the swimming tank. They kept him under until he finally stood on a table and read aloud all the advertisements for his father's patent abominations. He did it then because he was frightened, half drowned, and felt the whole world was against him. He clenched his fists as he recalled the memory. But when he went to college and the sophomores tried the same stunt, he didn't do it. He smiled grimly, adding that they couldn't make him, though they could, and did, make his life miserable. He never heard the last of the pills, the bitters, and the hair tonic. His nickname was After Using, a reference to the thick thatch of hair he'd always had. His 4 college years were a nightmare. He spoke of the merciless beasts that boys can be to a victim like him. He had few friends, feeling there was always some barrier between him and the kind of people he cared for. The other kind, those who would have been very willing to be intimate with a rich man's son, he didn't care for. But he had one friend, or so he thought. He was a clever, bookish chap, a bit of a writer, which created a bond between them, as Barney had secret aspirations along that line himself. The friend was older, and Barney had looked up to him and worshipped him. For a year, he was happier than he had ever been. Then, a burlesque sketch came out in the college magazine. It was a mordant, witty, and damnably clever piece that ridiculed his father's remedies. The names were changed, but everyone knew who and what was meant. McGill had rocked with laughter over it, and Barney found out that his friend had written it. Valancy's dull eyes flamed with indignation as she asked if he was sure. Barney confirmed that he was. The friend had admitted it when confronted, stating that a good idea was worth more to him than a friend any time. He had even added a gratuitous thrust, reminding Barney that there were some things money couldn't buy. For instance, it couldn't buy him a grandfather. Barney recounted how nasty the slam had felt, how it had cut him up. The worst part was that it destroyed many of his ideals and illusions. After that, he became a young misanthrope, wanting no friends at all. And then, the year after he left college, he met Ethel Travers. Valancy shivered. Barney, with his hands stuck in his pockets, was regarding the floor moodily and did not notice. He supposed his father had told her about Ethel Travers. He admitted that she had been very beautiful and that he had loved her. He wouldn't deny or belittle it now. It had been a lonely, romantic boy's first passionate love, and it was very real. He had been fool enough to think that she loved him in return. For a few months, he was wildly happy when she promised to marry him. Then, he found out she didn't. He explained that he had been an involuntary eavesdropper on a certain occasion, just for a moment. But that moment had been enough. The proverbial fate of the eavesdropper had overtaken him. A girlfriend of hers had been asking how she could possibly stomach Doc, Redfern's son, and the patent medicine background. With a laugh, Ethel had explained that his money would gild the pills and sweeten the bitters. Her mother had told her to catch him if she could, as their family was on the rocks. She ended with a sound of disgust, claiming she smelled turpentine whenever he came near. Valancy cried out his name, wrung with a sudden, overwhelming pity for him. In that moment, she had forgotten all about herself, filled only with compassion for Barney and a simmering rage against Ethel Travers. She wondered how the woman could have dared. Barney got up and began pacing the room again. He stated that the incident had finished him completely. He left civilization and those accursed dopes behind him and went to the Yukon. For 5 years, he knocked about the world, visiting all sorts of outlandish places. He earned enough to live on, refusing to touch a cent of his father's money. Then one day, he woke up to the fact that he no longer cared a hang about Ethel, one way or another. She was just somebody he had known in another world. That was all. But he had no desire to go back to his old life. He was free, and he was determined to keep it that way. He came to Miss Dawes and saw Tom McMurray's Island. His first book had been published the year before and had been a hit, so he had a bit of money from his royalties. He bought his island, but he kept away from people. He had no faith in anybody. He didn't believe there was such a thing as real friendship or true love in the world, at least not for him, the son of purple pills. He used to revel in all the wild yarns people told about him. In fact, he was afraid he had suggested a few of them himself through mysterious remarks which people interpreted in the light of their own preconceptions. Then, he said, Valancy came. He had to believe she loved him, truly loved him, and not his father's millions. There was no other reason why she would want to marry a penniless devil with his supposed record. He admitted that he had been sorry for her. He did not deny that he had married her partly because he was sorry for her. And then, he found her to be the best, jolliest, and dearest little pal and chum a fellow ever had. She was witty, loyal, and sweet. She made him believe again in the reality of friendship and love. The world seemed good again just because she was in it. He would have been willing to go on forever just as they were. He knew this with certainty on the night he came home and saw his home light shining from the island for the first time, and knew she was there waiting for him. After being homeless all his life, it was beautiful to have a home. It was wonderful to come home hungry at night and know there would be a good supper, a cheery fire, and her. He continued his story, explaining that he hadn't realized what she truly meant to him until that moment at the switch. The knowledge came like a lightning flash. He knew he couldn't live without her. He knew that if he couldn't pull her loose in time, he would have to die with her. He admitted that the realization had bowled him over, knocked him silly. He couldn't get his bearings for a while, which was why he had acted like a mule. But the thought that drove him to the tall timbers was the awful one that she was going to die. He had always hated the thought of it, but had put it out of his mind, supposing there wasn't any chance for her. Now he had to face it. She was under a sentence of death, and he couldn't live without her. When he came home the previous night, he had made up his mind to take her to all the specialists in the world, certain that something could be done. He felt sure she couldn't be as bad as Doctor. Trent thought, especially when those moments on the track hadn't even hurt her. Then he found her note. He went mad with happiness, but also with a little terror, a fear that she didn't care much for him after all and had gone away to get rid of him. He ended by asking her, his darling, if everything was all right now. Valancy found herself being called darling. She told him helplessly that she couldn't believe he cared for her. She knew he couldn't. She asked what the use was. Of course, he was sorry for her, and of course he wanted to do his best to straighten out the mess. But it couldn't be straightened out that way. He couldn't possibly love her. She stood up and pointed tragically to the mirror over the mantel. Certainly, not even Alan Tierney could have seen beauty in the woeful, haggard little face reflected there. Barney didn't look at the mirror. He looked at Valancy, his expression so intense it was as if he would like to snatch her or even beat her. He exploded with a declaration of his love. He called to her, insisting she was in the very core of his heart, held there like a jewel. He reminded her of his promise to never tell her a lie. He repeated his love for her with all there was of him to love, heart, soul, and brain. Every fiber of his body and spirit thrilled to the sweetness of her. He swore there was nobody in the world for him but her. With a one little smile, Valancy told him that he was a good actor. Barney looked at her and asked if she still didn't believe him. She whispered that she couldn't. A violent curse escaped him. Valancy looked up, startled. She had never seen this Barney before. He was scowling, his eyes black with anger, his lips sneering. His face was dead white. In the silk-smooth voice of ultimate rage, he accused her of not wanting to believe it. He claimed she was tired of him, that she wanted to get out of it and be free from him. He hissed that she was ashamed of the pills and the liniment, just as Ethel had been, and that her sterling pride couldn't stomach them. It had all been a good lark as long as she thought she hadn't long to live. But a lifetime with old Doc, Redfern's son, was a different thing. He understood perfectly now, he said. He had been very dense, but at last he understood. Valancy stood up. She stared into his furious face, and then she suddenly laughed. She called him a darling, exclaiming with joy that he did mean it. He did really love her. He wouldn't be so enraged if he didn't. Barney stared at her for a moment. Then, with the little low laugh of a triumphant lover, he caught her in his arms. At the keyhole, Uncle Benjamin, who had been frozen with horror, suddenly thawed out. He tiptoed back to Mrs. Frederick and Cousin Stickles. He announced jubilantly that everything was all right. He thought of his dear little Doss. He would send for his lawyer right away and alter his will again. Doss would be his sole heiress. To her that had, more should certainly be given, Mrs. Frederick, returning to her comfortable belief in an overruling providence, got out the family Bible and made an entry under the marriages section. Chapter 43. After a few minutes, Valancy protested. She explained to Barney that his father had somehow given her the impression that he still loved Ethel. Barney wasn't surprised, admitting his father held the championship for making blunders. He said that if there was something better left unsaid, his father could be trusted to say it. He assured her, however, that his father wasn't a bad old soul and that she would like him. Valancy replied that she did now. Barney then added that his father's money wasn't tainted. He had made it honestly, and his medicines were quite harmless. Even his purple pills did people whole heaps of good when they believed in them. Valancy sighed, expressing her feeling that she wasn't fit for his new life. She listed her perceived shortcomings, stating that she wasn't clever or well-educated. Barney told her his life was in Mistawis and in all the wild places of the world. He was not going to ask her to live the life of a society woman. He did admit, of course, that they must spend a bit of time with his father, who was lonely and old. Valancy pleaded that they not live in his father's big house. She felt she couldn't live in a palace. Barney grinned, agreeing that it would be a step down after her blue castle. He told her not to worry. He couldn't live in that house himself, describing it as looking like a furniture shop with the labels off, with its white marble stairway and gilt banisters. He added that it was the pride of his father's heart. He proposed a plan. They would get a little house somewhere outside of Montreal, in the real country, near enough to see his father often. He thought they would build one for themselves, as a house you build yourself is so much nicer than a hand-me-down, but they would always spend their summers in Mistawis. And their autumns would be for traveling. He wanted to show her the Alhambra, which he thought was the nearest thing to the blue castle of her dreams. He spoke of an old-world garden in Italy where he wanted to show her the moon rising over Rome through the dark cypress trees. Valancy asked if that would be any lovelier than the moon rising over Mistawis. He replied that it would not be lovelier, but a different kind of loveliness. There were so many kinds. He told her that before this year she had spent all her life in ugliness and knew nothing of the beauty of the world. He promised they would climb mountains, hunt for treasures in the bazaars of Samarkand, and search out the magic of East and West. They would run hand in hand to the rim of the world. He wanted to show her everything, to see it all again through her eyes. He said there were a million things he wanted to show her, do with her, and say to her, and that it would take a lifetime. He added that they must, after all, see about that picture by Tierney. Valancy then asked him solemnly if he would promise her one thing. Barney recklessly agreed to anything. She stated her one condition, that he would never, under any circumstances or under any provocation, cast it up to me that she had been the one to ask him to marry her. Chapter 44. The chapter consists of an extract from a letter written by Miss Olive Stirling to Mr. Cecil Bruce. In the letter, she expressed her disgust that Valancy's crazy adventures should have turned out so well. She wrote that it made one feel there was no use in behaving properly. She was sure that Valancy's mind had been unbalanced when she left home, citing her comment about a dust pile as proof. She speculated that perhaps there had never been anything the matter with her heart at all. Or perhaps Snaith or Redfern or whatever his name really was had cured Valancy by feeding her purple pills back in that mischievous hut. She commented sarcastically that it would make quite a testimonial for the family advertisements. She described Barney as an insignificant-looking creature. She recounted a conversation where she had mentioned this to Valancy, only for Valancy to reply that she didn't like men who looked like collar advertisement models. Olive did admit, however, that there was something rather distinguished about him now, that he had cut his hair and put on decent clothes. This prompted her to advise Cecil that he should exercise more, as it didn't do to get too fleshy. She also noted with skepticism that Barney claimed to be the author John Foster, a claim one could believe or not as one liked. Old Dr. Redfern had given them $2 million as a wedding present. Evidently, she wrote, the purple pills brought in the bacon. They were going to spend the fall in Italy and the winter in Egypt, and motor through Normandy in apple blossom time. This would not be in their dreadful old car, however, as Redfern had gotten a wonderful new one. Olive concluded this part of the letter with a bitter thought. She wrote that perhaps she would run away and disgrace herself too, as it seemed to pay. She found Uncle Ben and Uncle James to be a scream. The fuss they all made over Valancy now was absolutely sickening. She wrote of hearing Aunt Amelia talk of my son-in-law, Bernard Redfern, and my daughter, Mrs. Bernard Redfern. Her own mother and father were just as bad as the rest. And in her opinion, none of them could see that Valancy was just laughing at them all in her sleeve. Chapter 45. Valancy and Barney turned under the mainland pines in the cool dusk of the September night. They paused for a farewell look at their blue castle. Mischievous was drowned in a sunset lilac light, a color that was incredibly delicate and elusive. In the old pines, Nip and Tuck were cawing lazily. Good Luck and Banjo were mewed up and mewing in separate baskets inside Barney's new dark green car, ready for their journey to Cousin Georgiana's. Cousin Georgiana was going to take care of them until Barney and Valancy came back. Aunt Wellington, Cousin Sarah, and Aunt Alberta had also entreated for the privilege of looking after the cats, but it was to Cousin Georgiana that the honor was given. Valancy was in tears. Barney told her not to cry, calling her his moonlight. He promised they would be back next summer and reminded her that now they were off for a real honeymoon. Valancy smiled through her tears. She was so happy that her happiness terrified her. But despite the delights that lay before her, the glory of Greece and the grandeur of Rome, the lure of the ageless Nile, the glamour of the Riviera, of mosque and palace and minaret, knew perfectly well that no spot or place or home in the world could ever possess the unique and wonderful sorcery of her blue castle. And so, The quiet girl who had once measured her life in fear now faced a lifetime measured in love. The gray walls of her prison had crumbled, revealing not a void, but a world of endless beauty. It was a world seen from the windows of a castle she had built, not of stone, but of courage. Her blue castle, which would be forever her own.